Awesome stuff. Aoi, you were saying today feels special. The venue is twinkling. Everyone's got their wristbands on. What are you looking forward to?
This is so cute. Honestly, I've never seen this before. I don't go to a lot of concerts, but I'm looking forward to some more Game 5s.
Nameless, we got to catch everyone up on the big story of the weekend. That happened all the way back on day number 1. Toronto entering with our number 2 seed. They won Major 1. They're always a guarantee for Sunday. That's not the case anymore. After slipping up against LA Thieves, they are now running into Atlanta for a fight for top 4.
Yeah, they've had a tough time, these last 2 tournaments, getting dropped down to the loose bracket early, getting upset. In this one, they lose 3 respawns to the LA Thieves, and then they go down to the lower bracket where they face LAG, and they get that rematch from Major 4. They dominate them in a 3-0 fashion, and now you have to go up against your rivals. Scrap vs. Draza up against the Atlanta FaZe, who also now in the losers bracket. It's going to be a banger, and we're kicking things off with that match, Chris.
Clay, I know you've been in a few fights where there's some bad blood. There is definitely a rivalry brewing on this stage. What are you looking forward to in the fight between Scrap and Draza on the other side?
I am incredibly excited to see who comes out on top. This is your number 1 and number 2 seed going against each other for top 4 at Champs. That means whoever wins this has the ultimate bragging rights.
100%.
One of these teams is walking away with just $80,000. That'll be about the smallest prize pool they've earned at any of the majors. The other, guaranteed $160. And if you're looking at the numbers here, I'm curious. Who's got the advantage coming into this one, Allie?
Technically, Toronto Ultra. You think about the past majors of this year. Atlanta FaZe only won a chip when they didn't have to go up against Toronto Ultra. A little bit of their boogeyman when it comes to land behavior, but there's no better time to get your revenge, to get your get back, than to do it on the main stage of Champs.
It was Toronto raising the first trophy. Atlanta did it at Major 2. Most recently, though, who do you think has had the heat in this venue, Nameless?
In this venue, I'm going to go with the Toronto Ultra. I think when Atlanta FaZe, with that loss, the trio, maybe second-guessing himself, you're already seeing people on Twitter and in the Call of Duty world saying this might be the last day you see that trio play together. Truly could be an epic and historic match.
Look at these land metrics. The worst finish, 4th and 3rd. 2 of 4 grand finals for Toronto. 3 of 4 grand finals for Atlanta FaZe. One of them is exiting with a 6th place finish. This is such a big matchup, and we are getting it to kick off our day.
Atlanta versus Toronto, as this year has gone by, Toronto's kind of had their number. And if we dig into that a little deeper, it's because FaZe plays this very gun skill, very aggressive play style. Toronto is their hard counter. They play fundamentally sound. They play like setups all over the map. And so that's why FaZe sometimes has such a hard time with Toronto.
A lot of people forget, why is Atlanta in the losers bracket? Well, last night we saw another Game 5, and once again, it's the Subliners coming out on top. Let's talk about the team from New York. Guaranteed a bronze, silver, or gold here at Champs.
I feel like out of all the top 4 teams, New York Subliners looks the most sound when it comes to search and destroy. And the fact that we're able to clutch up in that game number 5 speaks good for the momentum on the side of Subliners. And not only that, it seems like everybody is shooting. Usually you kind of lean towards, all right, Hydra obviously is always going to put up the engagement. Kismet has some maps sometimes, same with Sid, but even Skies was getting really into the mix. So many 1v1s he had to clutch yesterday to push them to that Game 5 for the win. I'm really excited to see them up against the hometown team.
I think we made a mistake giving Sip that MVP. I'm telling you, Paco made a good game. He went crazy yesterday, and he was letting them know. Definitely yesterday, he was the best player in the venue, dropping 42 on that map, number 1. And then the adjustments in the Game 5, letting a guy like Sip play with the team finally, not on that island. He pops off, and he wants a date with his former teammate.
Together, they got a 4th place. That was 3 years ago. Last year, they got a 3rd place. This year, they are looking to finish on top of the podium, and they have to go through one another. But if you're asking the fans who is going to win it all, I'd say about 97% of the folks here in Texas are all saying it's going to be Optic.
90%, it might be more like 99%. The venue in here has been absolutely electric. The decibels not only coming from the crowd, but from Shotzi and Pred. You see him getting hype right there. That's what we wanted to see out of this duo. The old shake and bake, the finesse is coming back, and they look on fire right now.
And for Optic Texas, like, it's all good for them right now. They've broken all the bad juju heading into this. They won a search and destroy. They didn't go on a series losing spree. They broke the Game 5 curse. So things are looking up if you're a Greenwall fan here at your hometown.
After 8 matches in the tournament, we have your KD leaderboard updated after last night's Game 5s. And Nameless, we've got Shotzi, the local legend, on top of the leaderboard. Right behind him is Pred. But Hydra on the other side of this fight has 223 kills already in in this tournament.
Yeah, all these guys have been unbelievable, and obviously Optic, they just need to see a couple go through the hoop, and it just has to be said. Despite they've been great, they've had an easier bracket, right? This is the true test to me, going up against another top 4 team, a team that just won the last major. To see Optic's progression, I need to see it in that first map in that stage.
It is always special here at Champs. In Optic, we're feeling the vibes last night. Lottie caught up with Fred after the win. Here's what he had to say.
Okay, so I'm backstage with Pred right now from Optic, Texas. Pred, I've got to ask you a little bit about yesterday, how incredible that match was for you guys. It's been a long road, I think, to get to this point, and to do that in front of your home crowd. How did it feel?
It felt great, man. You know, playing in front of the home crowd is always the best feeling. So we got a big match today, so we're just going to hope so they turn up for us.
I got to ask you a little bit about S&D. I know it won't be for much longer, but how did it feel to get over that hump finally, not break that record that you guys, you know, were a little bit nervous about? How was it to finally get that done?
Yeah, honestly, we're too good of a team to be losing that many S&Ds in a row. So yeah, it was great to get the win. Now, I want to talk to you also a little bit about your individual play. I think it has really stepped up. I know that players go through lulls and things, you know, sometimes aren't right with the team, and when you're not having that chemistry, sometimes it doesn't work for you individually. How are you feeling right now at Champs? I feel great, man. I feel better than ever.
I love to hear it. And of course, LA Thieves coming up next. How are you and the boys preparing for that?
Oh man, we're going to be going hard. They're a good team, so we're just going to make sure we play the best.
Greenwall, he's ready to go. Thank you so much, Pred, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Fred versus Sib, you're going to have to wait for that fight around 5 p.m. local time, 6 o'clock on the East Coast. But before that, we are kicking things off with the elimination bracket. Toronto versus FaZe. We already touched on that fight, but we also got to highlight, you got LA Thieves and Miami Heretics also fighting for a spot in the top 4.
Yeah, they've been going back and forth, playing each other a lot here on land, and I'm excited for that one. Vickle, he's no stranger to this crowd. He's willing to go at them, and I know LA Thieves is excited to finally have that crowd back behind them as well.
Miami has had one of the funnest rides of all the teams here on the way to Champs. They had to lock up their spot at the end of Major 4. They did that. They came in with the A seed. You get boppity-bopped by Atlanta. You have some close games, and then you go the distance to survive up to this point going through the surge.
My favorite thing about Miami Heretics right now is they weren't really a team I feel like many had their eyes on. It was Seattle Surge to cause a big upset. LAG's known to take down some big dogs in some awkward situations. LA Thieves been great at S&D. Miami Heretics, they didn't have a strong start on land, but since the addition of Real, it's like they've just slowly be getting better and better, and there's no better time to hit your peak than during championship weekend.
Yeah, they played to their strengths, right? The search and destroy has been a pillar for them. We saw, you know, when tested and going down 5-3, they're able to slow down, give the defense different looks. And then the control, they've worked on it so much since stage 3, fixing up their high rise, and now being able to win invasions is giving them an edge when you get to that veto process. Miami Heretics peaking at the right time.
And can we give some love to Lucky? I know we're talking about Vickle and Real all the time, but Lucky is playing like a man on a mission. He is dominating recently.
Lucky is putting up the numbers in game, but Vickle is leading this team emotionally, and he is letting his opponents know they are here for gold. We have a lot of players with a lot of confidence this week, and I have a feeling it's all due to the epic setup of the stage. If you missed the earlier fiery fights, here's what the players were saying on stage.
Oh my f***ing goodness! Oh my god, let's go. Yo, Scrap, keep up! Scrap, keep up! One time back. Let's go. Oh my god! Yo, you guys just f***ing choked that shit. I know you know it too! Hey, Real, you're f***ing pissed, buddy! You guys are f***ing ducks! All of you are f***ing ducks! I'm here to f***ing play, baby! Come on! So that's why you MVP. You f***ing duck.
You heard some words, Scrap and Draza now getting the opportunity to go toe-to-toe. Who gets the final chance to head to Twitter? We're about to find out.
Oh my god, if I'm spawning in that lobby, I'm instant muting everybody on the other team. I don't want to hear or push to talk during that series.
Toronto versus Atlanta FaZe. Your number 1 seed in Atlanta, your number 2 seed in Toronto, and we got to start with the Ultra, the squad that opened the season by raising the very first trophy. They've been to 2 major grand finals, but recently they got caught up at Major 4 and they slipped up on day number one here.
They definitely faltered at Major 4. I think coming into this Call of Duty Champs, they really wanted to show why they are a top team, and then they fall in the first round to the LA Thieves, and they're like, what is going on with us right now? Luckily, they had a rebound against the people that knocked them down at Major 4 and LAG. Solid 3-0 to get their momentum going, and I think they need to get that train rolling.
You got 2 silvers for Tobias, a.k.a. Queen X, and of course, Jamie Insight. You've got a silver on Scrap. You have a gold medal, though, on Envoy. Is he the player to look at, or who do you think needs to lead this team, Allie?
I think actually it is Envoy, just because he's been the only player that's been a little bit up and down for Toronto Ultra, and when he's doing well, Toronto Ultra is doing things like 100-point clubbing teams on championship weekend. So I definitely keep your eyes out for Dylan. You
already know Atlanta FaZe. You saw them last night, and they are ready to walk out. So before we get to that, let's show you the maps and modes here for the best of 5. We've got 6-star Hardpoint, Rio Hardpoint for a Game 4, but before that, Rio S&D and Invasion. How do you see this one breaking down, Nameless?
I mean, the last couple times these guys played on LAN and online, they went to a Game 5, and that went over towards Toronto Ultra. If we do get to that Game 5, I feel like I'm liking FaZe actually in this one, Chris.
Liking FaZe?
Liking FaZe.
Well, Alley Cat has the lead in our Scuff Pick'ems, and she has to put them on the line once again. You've been on fire. You finished day 2 with a perfect 4-4 record. How do you start day number 3?
Oh man, I got a 3 lead right now. I'm not trolling when I say this either. I'm actually gonna go with Toronto Ultra. I feel like they finally hit their stride and they look really good in the response.
Nameless, let's lock it in, make it official. How many games are we going to?
We're going 5. Like I said, these guys are going to that Game 5. 4-1 for Atlanta FaZe. When it comes to that Karachi, they get it done there.
Clay, you had to face both of these teams throughout this season. Toronto most recently. Who do you have winning and moving into our Final 4?
What a banger first match, first of all, but I definitely got to go with Toronto. Like I said, I'm a stats guy. They've had it going all year against Atlanta.
Fist bump, Clay.
Atlanta FaZe has never made the losers bracket run until now. I'm going Atlanta FaZe.
That's my guy right there.
If you agree, disagree, let us know. Make some noise. It's Toronto Ultra, Atlanta FaZe, starting right now.
I love when the news coming in on a day-to-day. Already know what's happening, I don't gotta shake the hay. Big moves, big stepper in the right direction. The trick continues, every double use a psychedelic. I think they gon' need a minute. Look, I'm interested in making as opposed to making friends. Double bags, I've been paranoid, having a safe place, I'm taking checks. Finishing this drink should only take a sec. Remark just cut me off, he told me that I go on stage and tan. Walk out to my own shit on the main event. Vinci, my cologne after the show, she told me that shit was a favorite sense. Renovated spacious, we can take it friends. What happened next, you can take a guess. Yeah, let's see how you do under pressure. Ain't no errors, baby, it's a new era. I wake up early, feeling rich like I'm Kesha. I get to the paper, boy. Extra, extra. Work with me, you know that I got it. Come with me, let's take a trip to the islands. We up on the jet, we'll do more than just fly on it. Stand on that hill, you gon' die on it. Boom, boom. Back with a vengeance, I show you the ropes. Peace in my town, I can show you the coast. Up in the shots if they wanted to smoke. If you know, then you know. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever.
All right, Call of Duty fans, it is Super Saturday. How you guys doing today? Man, I'm ready to get this one started. Here on the main stage, we got a banger of matchup coming. We got your Major 1 and Major 2 champions about to battle it out. So get ready to make some noise, because here comes Toronto Ultra and Atlanta FaZe!
Scrap and the Toronto Ultra have an opportunity to stop a dynasty in the making and end their season. Will Draza get the last laugh? It's the biggest beef and the best rivalry from all year long.
Both of these teams with a lot to say and a lot to prove. Neither expecting to find themselves in this situation in the Elan bracket. And it's time to see which of the big four crack under pressure. Let's go, Blaze.
I'm so ready for this one. We know it's a grudge match. We know it's gonna be a battle. It's Toronto, it's Atlanta. I'm ready to get it started. Merc, Maven, let's go.
Let's go is right. Yeah, I didn't think we'd be here either. I'm sure the teams did. These two top 2 teams all year going against each other. One's potentially getting top 6. And we love you draws a chance of starting the menu, Joe.
It's something like that. It's something like that, 100%. Yeah, but I mean, starting off Saturday with this one, an absolute banger. Our top 2 seeds in the CDL, and yeah, I mean, obviously because the Ultra slip up, this is what you have, right? You lose a losers round or a winners round 1. You put yourself in the elimination bracket. FaZe, you know, they're running to the hottest team right now in the league in New York. Drop again. It's a big test here.
It's a big test, but isn't these one of these like, yo, Saturday match, first match of the day, you have a crazy one like this propels your losers run, right? Like you get a win here.
One of these teams should play 3 times today.
And you really get hot, right? Like you really get hot. This is a FaZe team that hasn't really been in that opportunity where they're making that losers run, where they're getting hot. They're usually running into the team that does that. Like you think on Major 4 in New York, they make that run through losers and able to catch them, but like,
yeah, the only problem is they don't play the final today if you do get hot, right? Yeah,
that's true. That's true, but still, the fact that it's 3 matches might take you through
they
the
haven't
losers.
been in a situation like this where, you know, Ultra, they have before, right? They've gone on some losers runs. So, yeah, a big test, I think, for both of the squads. I think for FaZe, it's just a question of, we're talking about their hard point, yeah, obviously, but the hard point for me, it's like, how good is New York's hard point? Is it that good, or are you struggling again if you are Atlanta FaZe?
It's starting to remind me of like last year with this team when they had like Slasher on the team. Their hard point was like 50-50 so many times they couldn't make it click. But first, let's talk a bit about the other side of it in the pregame. Monster Energy pregame for Toronto Ultra. Take me through a Joe.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the control map pool issue. They're losing here. 9-1 in high rise. 1-3 in the last 4 controls, 1-3 outside of high rise. And in this matchup, while it has been one-sided, the control has been. It's been all Atlanta FaZe overall versus this team. So I think it's 5-1 in the 6 times that they have played.
But when you think about the fact that you have that 3-0 edge on land if you are Ultra, it's what, 2 times in Major 1, it's 1 time at Major 3. If Toronto looks susceptible to a loss, it's been more lately, like over the last month, they've seen weaker. So I don't know how much stock to put in that, but it's still the fact that FaZe haven't beat them on land, right? Yeah,
no, that's it. I think it's a confidence thing. They're dropping down to them, and all year we've owned them. Last time
we've owned them. I don't care where we are, how we are right now. We've owned this matchup. It's what you've got to be thinking if you're Ultra. But this place is packed, shining bright like a diamond. It was cool to see all the lights popping off in the crowd, ready to go. Pre-game though for Atlanta FaZe as we load on up. What you're talking about, the hard point, it's slipping.
Yeah, 7-6 in map 1s, 2-4 in the last 6 maps. I mean, but 4 of those are to New York. So that's just going to be the question mark here. Again, New York should just be that good of a hard point team, but FaZe, they need to be around 50-50 in hard point. Their search and control is good enough against the top 4, but the hard point has to be there.
How long have we been saying that? It feels like 4 an eternity. It's Kleenex. He's working up over the top. Draza, we'll see what he can find. Nearly going to be 3 early on, but a sequence here from Ultra will open up the point, get them inside, now break opportunity for FaZe.
Yeah, obviously, again, you have the Draza versus Scrap. It's just 2 guys, people around them. They do not like each other. This is going to be a battle from start to finish.
Yeah, I think, listen, we're talking about a lot of storylines, but that's the big one. It's the 4-down come through for FaZe. It's a huge one between Scrap and Draza. You've seen it on social, and they've gone to war throughout the course of the year. It's not like that kind of trash talk, I think, where you like each other outside the game. It's just in-game trash talk. That's gone way further. It's gone way, a little too far.
Yeah, family members, dogs, pets.
Yeah.
They're all in the battle.
No, it has absolutely been that. You got a nice little lead here through the first P1 if you are Atlanta FaZe, but Ultra, you're set up inside. Looking to do some damage now from this P2. Looking for openings around. Is selling to the rest of this Atlanta FaZe squad. That's going to be a team kill and then 2 through for Ultra. So this first push is going to get thwarted. Last guy's going to be a BZ. We'll see what kind of damage he can do before the reinforcements come in.
Yeah, I think on the other side, right, when we talk about Toronto Ultra's gameplay, it's sort of around the sub-duo. Just throughout the last couple of stages, Envoy's had some inconsistencies. Day 1, Kleenex maybe had one of the worst series of the year versus the LA Thieves slang-wise. So just how consistent can those 2 be? We did see at Major 4. Kleenex opting for that MCW in some of these situations, that control on high rise, that's where he's really taken over.
Is that maybe, though, where you get the confidence boost from the zoning this matchup on land? Like, you played him 3-0. Like, even if you're in a rut, you're like, whatever, we dominated these guys on land, we'll do it again.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. But Kleenex actually goes on a big route here. He's already set up towards this P3. He rotated very early, and Ultra, they hold on for a majority of that time towards that P2, but you're going to have a one-on-one. Draza versus Kleenex just hanging out. 6 and 7 are going to know their position. Draza's going to have no idea. A chance here to really bring these two hard points together, but MC with a big win.
Yeah, it's a big gunfight win, but what'll turn into much? You still have that close line in numbers here. Throwing the pin, so it's going to be Simp. Chance to maybe make a play. They'll look to deal with him. That'll be inside next up. He's going to get stunned, and a great shout there from Simp. Able to pick up 2 on the flank. The third will take him down, though, as that will be Kleenex back in position to maybe make a play. But the break has gone in for FaZe. You'll now secure this time, and what are you seeing on the map?
Yeah, I mean, Simp just hits a rough spawn. He doesn't, they're all thinking they're spawning close. They're going to have the good spawns, but that doesn't happen. They spawn out near P2. Simp spawns up, dies right away. But honestly, it helps them. That's the info they need to know the backside of the hard point is clear. And now over towards this P4. We saw in the Optic game how important it can be to be a real money hill on 6-star.
Oh, yeah, no, they dominated. We were talking about saying it was like 100-0 or something in that department. It's going to be a massive hard point in this one. And so far, it's looking very good for Toronto Ultra. But if you are BZ, maybe a chance to play spoiler. What is the timing going to look like for him?
Yeah.
They're going to turn. They're going to pick it up.
Yeah, they hear him. I think inside. I mean, you saw number 3 kind of turn around. Like, maybe did I hear a slide? Was that my teammate? But they were trying to find...
Deve estar melhor agora o som, desculpem lá.
So now you're waiting on a break.
Fiz-me uma asneira grande, mas já deve estar melhor agora. Está melhor agora o som, desculpem lá. Fiz uma asneira grande, mas já deve estar melhor. Alright, tá bom, tá bom.
You're not spawning out that deep. You're trying to rally and battle back in. There's still a healthy 25 or so seconds here to earn. Celium can't get anything before he drops. He gets stunned up. Pressure's going to fall to Draza and a BZ, and they're still getting it done. One through though on the back.
Olha, a FaZe já tá na frente, mano.
Kleenex and inside. Celium clears them out then for a moment. And we're looking at basically a tie game, but where that was a money hill, not really. I mean, you get nice time from Ultra, a good break from FaZe.
FaZe está na frente.
Yeah, I think both teams just showed that they're able to break that.
Agora não.
I mean, you kind of look at the scoreboard, you look at the kills, it is pretty much a tie game along that one. So, a tie game, going back to P1.
Nossa, o Simp está endiabrado, mano. Este gajo joga bem, este gajo joga bem.
No one's really standing out that much. Pretty much a team effort across the board right now, but we'll see if Envoy can get this play. Right as Celium turns one side, it's Envoy that plucks.
Vamos, FaZe up.
BZ finding another multi-kill, but it'll stop at 2.
Este gajo joga bem, bro. Estou-vos a dizer.
Headshots in, controlling the P1 early now. Over to Ultra.
Yeah, both couple of 4 shots allow Envoy. I think maybe a BZ finds one there, but he's got the FCW out. So now 20 seconds left. As Envoy's on 3 in a row, make it 4.
What the fuck is he doing, mano? O que ele está a fazer, bro?
So P2, this is where Ultra had a very good hold on that first set.
And these guys have had, we talk about our land matchup, a lot of close hard points that seem like it's going to go the distance.
Então, FaZe.
It just comes down to the pressure and who's got the ice, or will somebody find
A FaZe já não é a mesma coisa, temos de ser realistas. A FaZe já não é o que era. Mas é o que é.
You still have 2 close in a BZ and Celium that are trying to apply pressure as their 2 teammates come off a spawn. But can you get a contest? Can you clear anybody out? So far, they haven't been able to find a kill. Cell's going to be the first one. Will it lead to anything else?
What? Carai, mano, limparam ali. Nossa, limparam, mano. Ah. Ai, se eu matava, mano. Aqui, vamos falar. Deixa eu fazer uma. Vamos. Nossa, eles falam assim tanto, mano. O que é isto? Nossa, a FaZe está a perder, mano.
Vai ser fácil para a FaZe, mano. Opa, obrigado aí a quem deixou o like. Bem-vindo. Mano, está intenso este campeonato, está intenso. Mano, a FaZe está em dificuldades a tentar entrar no ponto, mano. Não está a conseguir. Eles falam bué, eu não tinha essa noção. Tipo, sabia que eles falavam, mas não assim tanto, mano. Competitivo é mesmo outro nível, mano. Não... Nossa, eu quero uma vez ir ver isto ao vivo, juro-vos. Eu um dia vou e vou gravar aqui para o canal. Estou-vos a dizer. Uxi! A FaZe vai perder, mano! A FaZe vai perder esta ronda. Certeza, mano. Eles estão muito fortes a Toronto. Este Team Void, mano, é muito bom. Eles estão bem coordenados, mano.
You get in for now with some big 30 seconds here if you're Atlanta FaZe. You're going to be perfect in transition and already making early rotation, trying to find something maybe up the gut. Will be number 4 in Kleenex. He's going to rotate all the way to next. So can you win it on the hard point? Can you deal with him taking the route? Not going to be able to pick that up. He's going to flood on through and he's able to scurry away.
Yeah, they're going to get the spawns as well. Envoy's going to spawn up now. Insight. 7 seconds left. They're finding kills. It's going to take FaZe so long to get across the map. Kleenex just wants to play.
Okay. Vai ao próximo, vai ao próximo. Não, eles já estão lá, mano. Eles já estão lá. Eles estão muito bons. Nossa, ele a provocar. Ai, eu try and win. Tipo, estás a tentar ganhar, mano. Vocês estão a tentar ganhar. Eles a provocarem. Nossa. Vamos, FaZe! Bruno, diz, bro, diz. Não se está a ouvir ou está tudo em ordem?
They could not get anything going. They get fried. And I guess if you're a FaZe fan or on the FaZe side, you're hoping it's just you came out flat. It's a map one. You start to rebound, but Ultra.
É, fight. Fight? Como assim? FaZe? Está a falar da FaZe?
Sort of disappear and don't just seem to have any resilience. But the fact they came out like that in map 1, you know that's not the Ultra we're seeing today.
Yeah, I think the stat to mid champs was like 4-8 after losing map 1. So what?
Yeah, é isso. Bro, imagina, isto é um mundo competitivo, mano. É tipo... FaZe é uma equipa de Call of Duty, mano. E a Toronto é outra. E tipo, elas estão a competir agora entre elas, mano. E estamos a assistir ao campeonato mundial. Isto é um campeonato mundial. Eu sempre fui apaixonante da FaZe, mano. Estou a torcer pela FaZe. Não sei quantos milhões é que está aí em jogo, mas deve ser uns grandes. Mano, um dia temos que ir lá ver ao vivo, mano. Lá ao estádio, bro. Era incrível, mano.
Yeah, I mean, it was right around a 30-point lead, and this is it. You have the cruise. Insight's able to earn it, and that's the difference. I mean, that was your way back into the game was the early P4 setup. You just aren't ready for the cruise. Then they're able to hold on, and as you said, you just kind of take your time. The next goes on the route. They secure P2 spawns. They get pushed out.
Este gajo também jogou muito bem, mano. Agora eu não sei o que é que vai ser, se vai ser hardpoint ou... Estás a ver? Temos que ir lá uma vez ver, mano. A FaZe perdeu a primeira ronda, mano. Começaram bem, mas depois caíram muito, mano.
Yeah, I mean, you see P2, what, it's a 14-point game right there, 138, 124, and then that's the moment. That listening, it was just so contested. I mean, from the front, I mean, you had spawns, but obviously, I mean, we've seen that happen.
Teve ali muito empatado, 110 a 110, mas depois eles começaram a ganhar, mano.
And the thing for FaZe that's been why they can make the deep runs year after year, even when their hard point has been 50-50 or worse, is just due to the fact that they're so good in 2-3-5. So you're not out of the series by any stretch of the imagination. But I just don't think you can win.
Próximo mapa é Real Search and Destroy, mano. Esse vai ser difícil, mano. Esse vai ser difícil.
Or maybe win a map for 100%, but just been the last three we've watched have been, it's been tough.
Mano, eu sei que não percebes muito disto. Mas é fixe de ver, mano, é fixe. A live também acho que está bacana, tipo, a nível de aspecto. Pronto, se eu tivesse mais gente a ver, claro que era melhor, porque estava aí toda a gente a interferir, mas, bro, fica aí a ver o máximo tempo que consegues, mano, porque vais te divertir. Isso não é nada, mano. Isso não é nada, mano.
Best friends. Yep. Oh, okay, yeah. So as we were talking about the drama on the matchup here with Scrap and Draws, yeah, it is extended to loved ones.
We just play Call of Duty here.
Everything. Yeah, no, it's more than Call of Duty. No.
Chill, mano. Yeah, estamos aqui só para jogar Call of Duty.
COD is life.
It is. For these guys on stage, it absolutely is.
Holy hell, I didn't expect that.
Toronto está boa, mano.
Oh, we're having fun this weekend. We hope you watching at home and in attendance are having a blast. Still so much action to come. We got 5 matches today, just the final tomorrow. We're starting off with a banger here, 1 and 2 on the year. FaZe, Ultra, 1 is top 6. You see the S&D at champs for Scrap, a 2 KD. First in rank, that's pretty good.
And again, you know, we talk about FaZe's strength in Search and Destroy, but on land.
Caralho, o gajo está em primeiro no rank, mano.
This is a team that prepped so well for Atlanta FaZe. The last time we were here on Rio,
Vamos feito.
it was around 11 in the winners final at Major 3 that they were able to win. And yeah, Draza hits a nade onto his teammate.
Oh, he might be shook. Never mind, he might be shook. There's a lot going on in and out of game. Let's see if Draza can pick it up though with the gunning. Maybe he can do just that. Able to bring it back and at least take down one before he falls. Now on a BZ and Celium, it's Envoy from the side going nuts.
Vai.
Celium to get one. Now trying to clutch up in the 1 versus 3. Another one in front of him. One more pop and maybe he's got it.
Ah pá, fogo. A FaZe não está a conseguir fazer nada, mano.
Yeah, again, that's 6 and 3. That's just including with online matches. But on the local area network, it is 5-0 for Ultra when it comes to Search and Destroy.
Hoje vou fazer bastante tempo de live, mano. Começo já a dizer, se ela não falhar, espero que não falhe. Fazer publicidade aí um bocado ao meu vídeo, que ainda não vi o último vídeo.
We'll see Envoy's POV now as he's able to get the big kill. Second one there on Abizi before he's traded out, but he gets hit to 5 HP. Abizi nearly able to pluck him. He wins that fight. That round might go differently, but also, I mean, Draws didn't need his teammate off the start. It might go differently.
It might.
Yeah.
It definitely helps on Rio when you have 4v4.
Oh, Lordy. Abizi trying to sniff something out. Tucked away in the corner is Envoy. Celium gonna fall as well. Envoy winning fights. Simp last one up. Able to take down two, but there's simply too many players to deal with.
A cena é que eles estão nos cantos muito... Não é, mano? Vocês viram como é que aquele morreu? Era difícil. O Simp ainda matou ali 2, mas faltava outro. Era difícil. Nossa, olha a câmara dos malucos, mano. Olha o estádio. O estádio, não sei se... A arena. Acho que é melhor arena. Seria mais o termo certo. Come on, FaZe. Come on, man.
Start to be that playmaker and search and destroy and see if they can slow down Envoy, who's had like at times, you know, some rough hard points, bounces back with insane search, shows his value there, but obviously he's been more consistent as of late, and they're going to need that if you're Ultra and you're going to make a run. Right now, he's going to be the bomb planter, and they'll look to get it down. FaZe now a big 4-on-4 retake, trying to avoid this 0-3 hole. Yeah, bit of an off-angle here for Scrap, made in the hands of Sim. Starting to go on out. Here comes the retake. Oh, forward through top middle, but Kleenex.
What the fuck, man? Esse Scrap é ridículo, bro.
So little time to work with, and how many times did this happen to him yesterday when you think about the invasion versus New York? Over and over again.
Ana. Bem. Tem outra aí, mano.
Doesn't have a lot of time. He doesn't.
Ah, shit. Ah, shit.
You reposition left if you're Envoy, you get the plant in that one, you start the progression, you also clutch up in the 1-versus-1. And they just got to slow this game down if you're Atlanta FaZe. I mean, they're just bleeding them apart. Playing very simple Call of Duty, getting that bomb down over towards B, playing the 4-on-4 retakes, and they're winning them. But from that angle, Scrap able to...
Olha isso, mano. Ainda quase matava o terceiro. Ridículo, mano.
Nearly ludicrous, but, well, I mean, it was insane enough to win the round, really, with those two. And Cella's had some wild clutches, but, I mean, a little more time there. Maybe he's able to check both sides, clear stuff out, but with 25 seconds left once he gets into that position, he's just got to kind of send it. They do hit the stun, but Kleenex is still able to get a kill. It's massive. Envoy keeps his roll going. No damage into him yet. Cell trying to catch him, look for the angle, soaring out with the pistol. Not gonna matter, Insight's there for the help, and they're just blowing them off the map. 4-0. You said they need to slow it down. They haven't been able to do it yet. This is unraveling too quickly. And again, Rio Search Destroy, FaZe's go-to. I mean, they're 6-1 on the year. Their one loss is to this Ultra team.
Mano, a FaZe nem está a respirar, mano.
Sip and Cell trying to carry the load. The fact is you don't have a round victory yet. It's tough to slow it down on a map like Rio. It is all out pressure. Up mid-map, Cell nearly plucks one. But Kleenex able to...
Come on, joguem com mais calma, mano. Vamos tentar buscar, não digo a vitória, mas umas rondas aí, mano.
They were so quick on the retake, it allows, or sorry, the rotate allows a BZ to get to a spot. Yeah, they're not going to.
Bem, esteja aí em cima, mano. Calma.
Back towards B, but they opt to go over towards A. Allows FaZe to get into their setup in their 2-on-2. They've been able to win it.
Bem, mano. Uma ronda da FaZe.
Slowed it down might have been the best thing for them. If that ended up being just an all-out kind of hit up top middle, I don't know. With the way this game is going, I just feel like that would have gone to Ultra. But the fact that you got up, you sit all 4 on mid if your FaZe, nobody's there, and then you kind of take a second to breathe and reset up, kind of the slowest.
Com calma, mano. Com calma.
You're able to take it. Now you're finally able to take a breath. It just felt like you blinked and you're down 0-4.
No, it's literally how it feels.
Yeah.
I mean, game time, total game time, we're at 3 minutes.
Yeah, and that round was a minute of that. So like, you needed that desperately, I think, if you were FaZe, but. Still, you're in a massive hole, down 3 rounds. They've had some big search and destroy comebacks, but again, Envoy, same corner.
Mano, o gajo morreu da mesma forma que da outra vez.
Anything in these early rounds, you would think after a drop, yeah, you get that check. Draws it, tries to slide back. He can't. They're just getting picked apart. Yeah, I don't know if a nade doesn't give a BZ the info or a call out doesn't go his way, but Selim and Sim try to do it again, doesn't happen.
Não dá, mano. FaZe não está a conseguir fazer nada. A Toronto está muito bom.
Yeah, I mean, if you're FaZe right now, you just want to get to a commercial break and talk things through with the coaching staff, I imagine, because this one got away from you quick after the map one. You're going to have to rip off 5 straight rounds if you're going to tie it up at 1-1, and I mean, that's what's been great about the...
Mas já não tem jogadores com a mesma qualidade que tinham, mano.
You feel like you can bounce back even if you lose the hard point, but there wasn't really bouncing back. You got put on your back, you stayed on your back, and now you're just getting stomped on by the Ultra Boys.
That sounds painful.
Yes, it does, Joe. But they got a cleats on too. Oh, not regular shoes, spiked ones. Okay, back to the action. Nate's connect on the Ultra front.
This is Bomb as well. So Bomb going to be down here for Ultra. That's Envoy. He gets caught. You get aggressive on the A side of the map if you are Atlanta FaZe. They probably know it's Bomb, so they're just going to set up here. FaZe not going to move any further.
Bem.
There's Lane at the off angle. You are a beast.
Bem.
Sip involved as well. Round by round, you got to bring this back.
3 contra 1, come on.
Easy challenge there, but doesn't hit a bullet. Kleenex easy for him there, but still tons of work to do. 45 seconds to work with. We'll see if he can pull off this one before it. Seems possible.
Final é 4 contra 1.
Yeah, they're just playing for the info though. You see Salim the way he's playing this. Does he find Raza? Now has a great idea on where these two are. Oh, hold on!
Holy.
Até estava a ver, mano. Eu até estava a ver se o gajo ia matar os 4, mano. The fuck, bro. Já me estava a assustar, mano. Já me estava a assustar, mano.
That would have been disgusting.
Já FaZe está muito fraquinho, mano.
Maybe pulls off what seems impossible. But you're able to win that round just barely. 4 more to go if you are FaZe.
I think there's just maybe a glimpse at kind of what the problem is. Just Tom's not on point for FaZe on what we're watching, what's open, the timings.
Acho que a FaZe vai perder outra vez esta ronda. Bem.
So FaZe, they'll take that 3-on-3 all day.
A little one way there. Looks like Draw's able to hit the shots. Now, Scrap is trying to find it, and that is filth. That is filth.
Ridículo, mano.
That reaction so quick.
Ridículo aquele kill.
That is why Scrap is one of the best in the world.
3 vezes 2.
Now it's on a BZ and Cell though, in a 2 versus 3. If you're gonna extend this map too.
And Scrap cannot get picked here. He's really it. He's there.
Mano, vocês estão os dois aí, bro.
He's just gonna get away with his life. Reposition, or is he? He's gonna go for it. He wants to end this map right now, and maybe that timing works out for him. Are we not gonna check this?
How many times is Alpha gonna kill from this spot? They're able to drop him though. Cell now the chance to clutch. 1 versus 2. Not gonna happen.
E a FaZe perdeu novamente, mano. Como é que é possível? Onde é que este gajo vai, mano? Ah, ok, já acabou. Oi, aquele é todo cheio da mania, já estou a ver. Aquele ali era todo cheio da mania. É o que é, mano. É o que é.
Sweep already this weekend. You know, Octic was able to do it obviously against Thieves, but it's not Thieves on the other side. It is Ultra. In Ultra, it seems finally playing some great Call of Duty, and FaZe they seem lost.
I was gonna say, I mean, we talked about a reverse sweep maybe if like maps are close, but
yeah,
haven't been. This is not Atlanta FaZe. They are getting absolutely smoked off the map.
So what the hell do you do to recenter things during this break? You got a little time to take a breath. You got time to talk through things. You've seen it all. You've done it all. You always make it deep in tournaments. But it's not seeming good.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, you go into an area where it's back-to-back respawns. You know, it's a control you've been so good at. Even in this matchup, you then have your hard point. So you can build momentum here.
Bom, a FaZe perdeu 2 rondas até agora, que foi ali no 6 Star e na Rio, mano. A seguir é o Invasion Control, também é difícil, não é fácil.
this, we are out. Hello.
No, yeah, they are flat. And, like, that's not to take anything away from Ultra. I mean,
Basicamente é isso. Se a FaZe agora perde, tá fora, mano.
that's got to be the communication. But now, the good thing is for them, as you talk about on LAN, the matchup, what has been the one thing you've dominated your
control.
FaZe?
That's it.
That's it. You got to dominate here if you're going to come back in this series. That's what Optic was able to do yesterday. In an 0-2 hole, they fry him on the Karachi and suddenly they're back in this
Se a
series.
FaZe perde agora, é complicado, mano.
FaZe out of this tournament in the 0-2 hole. We'll see if they can bounce back after this quick break.
Aquele gajo é cheio das manias, mano. Aquele gajo é cheio das manias, mano. Tô só aqui. Oh, fuck me.
Call of Duty League Championship Weekend is brought to you by Razer, the official headset and chair of Optic Texas.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Scuff and Optic have teamed up once again, this time for a limited edition Prism Mystery Box with an exclusive design in 5 different
Vou buscar a água, maltinho. Vou buscar uma água.
at scuffgaming.com/optic-prism, and you could be one of the lucky few to unbox the gold controller.
Ai, vai ser complicado para a FaZe.
I've managed to find the ultra camp over here. We have Scrap's mum, Carrie. You must be incredibly proud of your boy on that main stage.
I am.
Yeah, you are. And what has the journey been like, being a mum, seeing what he does? He's got one personality.
Thomas knew this since he's a little kid. He knew it, and I kind of had a lot of belief in him. So, and then one day he said, "Mom, I'm moving to Canada." I'm like, "Well, when?" He said, "Tuesday," and he was gone.
Vou só mudar aqui uma coisa, mal.
Obviously, having to follow his journey, being proud. Are you coming to all of the events? You supporting?
I've been to everyone. Yes, I've been to everyone. It was not an easy journey. They don't like to go to school because they're up all night. But he pulled it off, and he's here now.
Has he always been a fiery personality since he was young?
Absolutely not. He's exactly opposite from that. He's the kindest, level-headed, would never hurt anybody's feelings. He's exactly opposite.
That's amazing. He knows how to put on a show and he knows how to get in the heads. Talking about competition, you're playing FaZe today, and that's been a big drama-filled kind of situation. How are you feeling about this game?
Kind of confident. I think we beat them last time in Toronto, so Simp is kind of a thorn in his side because they kind of grew up through the lands in New Jersey. So Simp actually now lives in Thomas's hometown, which is the most amazing thing.
Nossa, a mãe ali a ver.
Because they're so close to us, so we'll see.
Inside scoop here, frenemies, you see, frenemies in the same town. Carrie, thank you so much. And
Que cena. Deve ser uma cena mesmo incrível.
Big game today, folks. We'll see who takes it.
Frenemies, maybe, but enemies right now is going to be the call. I mean, Ultra are dominant.
Este aqui é cheio da mania, mano. Este aqui. Mas ele joga bem.
I know Ultra playing well and all, but like, this is the flattest I've seen FaZe come out of series as long as I can remember.
Yeah, but I mean, I think you do have Ultra props. I mean,
Já não é jogadores como antigamente. Come on, FaZe, come on.
Like this?
Yeah, maybe we've had some closer maps, but this is what they've done. Yeah. They have been so confident, I guess, in their preparation versus Atlanta FaZe.
Maybe I'm overgassing it. But like watching Envoy get like 3 almost from that same corner, I was just like, something's wrong. Like, what are we doing? And maybe I am overthinking it, but I was like, that just can't happen. That hasn't happened to Atlanta FaZe and Search and Destroy, but it was right there. They were just getting mollywopped, and the crowd was loving it, fully behind Ultra, gassing him in this venue, at least until Optic play later. But man, oh man, we get ready to head into map 3. It's going to be Invasion, and well, it's do or die time now for FaZe. As you'll see Simp in control, he's been ludicrous, especially
Do or die, agora é, mano.
the best to do it.
Agora é mesmo do or die.
He's higher than your defensive KD.
No, it's like him and Hydra, right? It's sort of the offensive just juggernauts when you talk about invasion, but this has been their foundation in control all year. 18-4 on the year, something that they have relied on. But Droz is going to win that opening gunfight, and I think you just need at least a long round here. If you are Atlanta FaZe, to try to get something going.
Yeah. I thought maybe that one long round kind of in Search would be a little bit of a reset, like round 5, but didn't last much longer after that. You start here on offense if you are FaZe. Timing is to be important there for Simp. Scrap is able to get the kill.
His
shot will be on point though as he takes out Kleenex. Sneaking through the cracks and finding a timing on the other side of the map is going to be a BZ though. He's going to be able to get on A, so you're going to have to try to deal with that off spawn if you are Kleenex. He's going to get stunned up. Nade hits as well. Still able to win the gunfight, but inside back up off a spawn is able to finish that. But you split it a bit.
Opa, estou a meter uma tela a carregar, desculpem.
Extra take, but yeah, because you had a 2-man split. Maybe, FaZe just goes right towards A. But that doesn't happen. Now they have to fight for control. Number 2, an Envoy trying to find a route. I think a BZ spots him. He does. Great shots. Steady with the MCW. Has another one in Kleenex. He's owned that matchup so far on Invasion, but Kleenex there with a response.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he got back to full HP
no,
either.
He was not, no.
Starting to peek in through Dark will be insight.
Ok, as vidas parece estar renhido, mano. Este parece ser o melhorzinho da FaZe, mano. Mais ou menos, esteja ali webs e parece ser o melhor.
The BZ takes out Scrap, he's trying to bring this on forward. Drawza stays up at least in a tough gunfight, so it won't be staggered on the push for now. You're trying to deal with bridge side as well. That'll be Simp on the other end. He takes out Kleenex, and that'll be a big clearance up position. It'll set up Cell.
Vai.
That's going to be 2 dead on the map.
A cena é que eles não estão a capturar, mano. Estão a jogar aqui pelas vidas. Ok, a FaZe está melhor.
Always, and it just feels like they hardly get taken down. They play their life, then they start to work the objective. You're seeing it right here.
You still have a person on the point. That'll be Simp. One tick is done. Looking for more. Slide out and Shell I thought was perfect for a second, but can't hit the shots. Pillar in the way. Cell does get one, but then he's traded out. So
Já estão a cair outra vez. A FaZe já está a cair outra vez.
They might be able to bleed you out in lives, which they love to do, but now you've gotten a little bit more in the map pressure department if you are Ultra and you're playing behind it. Nice win. Nice win.
And that's just it. They rarely get pushed towards their attacking spawn, but Envoy's able to find 2. That pushes them up towards that B street. Scraps now there, and now you're into a great setup here if you are Ultra.
Ridículo, mano. A FaZe não consegue fazer nada. Vai!
Great play from Johnson. He'll look to get across. You'll pause it again. Again, that brings another win condition in. The longer you can stay on this and pause the clock, try to bring this maybe down to the line. He's getting wall banged now. I'm not going to be able to stay up for long. Simp though able to get 2. BZ gets shut down as well, but due to the fact that Simp gets now 3, you keep a presence here in an aggressive position.
30 segundos para a FaZe conseguir. Não me parece, mano. Não sei que eles consigam matar todos agora.
Yeah, I think you're hoping Southern just plays his life there, trying to win gunfights. On the point is Straza. He's going to try Clinics with another one and a great double from Clinics from the point to stop the assault onto A. They do get one tick done. That should be it, though. Ultra hold on defense in round 1.
You had a couple chances there for your FaZe. You're able to get on A once as a BC before you really capture.
Mano, bebam. Os gajos estão a beber e estão sempre a ganhar. Bebam, se calhar é falta disso. Se calhar vocês estão desidratados, mano.
Try to slay around it. They can be the best to do it from that position, but you get a great retake eventually from Ultra. You get 4 ticks. I mean, it's not bad. You get some pressure onto A at least, but you got to think both these teams are such a great chance.
Não está fácil para a FaZe, mano. Não está fácil. Os gajos não ganharam uma ronda até agora.
Yeah, between the top 4, it always feels like somebody finds one.
Yeah, right. See if Ultra can do any better now in their offensive setup. A little 2-2 split. See if they can find any easy pickings over towards.
Agora é a FaZe a defender. Acho que é mais fácil. Pelo menos na ranked eu dou melhor a defender do que a atacar. Quando é o controle neste mapa.
Yeah, I was going to say it forced Sim maybe to have to rotate on over. Sorry, drives the rotate on over, so Sim's got to play aggressive B tank. But yeah, you got to keep someone, just make sure they didn't cross over towards A. Simto has just played his life, finally getting it taken out, just takes the entire Ultra team. Behind that, Abizi will layer on in, same with Celium. Clinics just locked in this down, they start to work that B objective.
See what kind of progress they can get in this hit. They continue to find kills. It's looking good for.
Já está num cover muito bom. Caralho, ele saiu do cover, mano. Nossa, eu não sei porque é que ele fez isto.
Big multi-kill there for Dross, and Abizi with a third. So what looked like a bright spot maybe for Ultra, it falls apart quickly. Now you've got 25 seconds left, and now things get interesting.
You're all here. You are all here. This could be a
bem!
Ultra. That's going to be another.
Ei, a FaZe está no caminho certo agora.
On a point right now. What a defense so far for Atlanta FaZe.
You still have number 7 and Sip.
10 segundos, 10 segundos. É, a partida já é da FaZe esta ronda. Bem, 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 bem. Defender é mais fácil, foi como eu já vos tinha dito.
Because when you are like top 4 teams playing each other on this, getting like a perfect hold with no progress is very, very tough to do. That's the best they've looked so far today.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Is that enough to tell you they're awake now?
No. No, it is not. It's a defense on invasion. I wouldn't think so.
True.
But
perfect holds are tough.
I think maybe to just kind of, you know, maybe calm down the nerves a little bit, get on the board after losing that first round. Just play some standard COD that they play every single day, right, in practice. But yeah, I think not enough yet for me.
Okay. We'll get back to another offense. As FaZe will have a pretty heavy lead. Obviously, the objective department, typically if you get a goose, historically, you're looking at an offense in round 5 if it goes the distance. Abizi, as he gets to 6 straight, as he started to fire on all cylinders, that'll be a cruise, which could be huge. Deeper into this.
A FaZe, para conseguir ainda manter-se no jogo, tem que ganhar este mapa, obrigatoriamente.
Able to survive that fight. We'll get back over to Abizi, who's on the street.
Yeah, he's just been lurking on the stun, able to hit him on the front Kleenex. So they've been trying to find him. He's gonna find 7 in a row though. And you see the position of Ultra. A is
Anda, capturar, mano, capturar. Ele tá sozinho, não, mano.
All the pressure onto him. He can be so good here, trying to hit the slide out on the
Bem, vai vir aí. Ah, era lindo, mano.
You already see it. Defense secured for FaZe in round 5 if we get there.
Yeah, I mean, BC's been the guy. Leaking through the cracks and able to get onto A over and over.
Nossa, olha o timing. Bem.
Takes out draws, so maybe delays the push a little bit here, but you got a lot of time. You got a minute 45 to go. Again, after B lives basically square, and who is it? Right back to it. BZ going to get out to the point. Everybody transitioning across, and he's able to pick one. So Draws is here to get shots on through. The other two are trying to layer it through the B street. They do deal with the BZ, but you get two.
That's just where's everybody else? Where is the rest of the team? It's
Aquele ali, o Draza, parece ser o mais fraquinho, né? Pelo menos o... Aqui ele não está a fazer grande coisa. Ok, Face está na frente de vidas.
He certainly has. I mean, it wasn't working in the search and destroy on the front lines, but it has here without question. Down to 8 HP is Draws, but staying up for now. They starting to group up again for a push. It's Seth that's going to find the opener. Draws nearly able to catch Kleenex off the cross, but can't quite finish it. We'll see if the nade is able to connect.
Fine.
It does. Vehicle explodes. Kleenex ripped out of it. You're trading to a degree if you are Ultra, but you still have a player here in Draws that's able to get the point and stop the clock. What do you see? The problem is 7 lives, right? So yeah,
45 segundos, mano. Ok, matou no ponto, ok. Come on, 5 vidas.
You see FaZe very far from that objective.
Yeah, they were so far, so the streak comes in, right? Get us in a position where we can win it.
4 vidas, Face, come on. Vocês têm que ganhar essa, mano. 8 segundos, mano. Bem?
He's trying to get to him before he's back to full HP. He's able to do just that. Time is dwindling. They're sitting back to spawn. They should be able to hold. They've got 2 remaining. That's all they need. It is just enough. A great hold, and really, that's Envoy, bro. That slide and chow is beautiful.
Como é que é possível, mano?
To isolate Simp before he gets back to full HP and cut him down. Yeah, I mean they do it, right?
Como é que é possível o Ultra ter só 2 vidas, mano? FaZe ter 8 vidas e ninguém puxa para o ponto, mano. Tipo, a partir do momento em que os gajos têm 2 vidas, mano, ou 4, o que seja, e tu tens 8, tu tens que puxar, mano. Quando falta só 20 segundos de jogo, tipo, obrigatoriamente tens que puxar para o ponto para parares no relógio, mano. Não sei o que é que a FaZe estava a pensar da vida. É que assim, eles vão perder e já não tem hipótese.
Yeah, I think he just died to a trophy, so a little bit unlucky right there for Insight. Heard that go off. Oh! Scrap just trying to connect on those shots, but the double chow out of FaZe, and now maybe the retake opportunity. Only 1 player on it, and Kleenex Envoy gonna help him out, just waiting for the nades to come on through. Sim's able to find one off spawn. Maybe Cell thinking about going through Connector, gonna wait for Simp actually on the flank.
And Simp's able to come through. He gets one of the reinforcements, then comes through for the angle to get 2. You're so close to finishing that. You need a sliver on the B, but you don't get it done. And now, this is where it gets the kind of nerve.
É que tipo, a FaZe até pode ganhar agora a defender, mas depois a atacar vai-se ver lixada. A não ser que ela defenda outra vez, mano.
Simp able to get another 2 before he drops. You're trying to transition to the other side. Maybe he's Envoy, but you win a big one-on-one if you're a BZ. He's doing it on the A Street from offense. He's doing it from defense. You just really need a moment on this, and you can finish it. Like, half the tick is already done. The progress never got cleared. Whirlwind it is a BZ as he takes down 1, and the extension is 3.
Nossa, mano, mal jogado, bro.
3 life advantage, make it 4 for Atlanta FaZe. But yeah, you saw a BZ just playing safe. He was making sure that close A spawn didn't come on through.
Ui, barulho todo.
Get a free A point. It's like you don't want to overstep and lose that A zone.
He's thinking, what would I do if I'm on offense?
Yeah, exactly that. They really haven't been able to muster up much on offense. Outside of working the B Street, FaZe have been so good.
Well, yeah, I mean, there just haven't been that many moments where Ultra has had like 4 players to push on forward. Yeah, okay, maybe this is going to be that chance, but as I say it...
Mano, vocês têm 5 vidas a mais, por favor.
You still have a bit of a presence out here, and then you don't. It's just going to be Kleenex, 1 player trying to push out towards bridge. It's going to be Insight.
Mano, tu estás muito mal jogado. Ele está a suor e puxa, mano. Bem. 7 vidas a mais, come on. 40 segundos a defender.
Trying to take this gunfight on the street, but Sim just through the middle of the map is picking you apart. Again, you're going to be staggered on this 4-man push. Only 30 seconds left in the round.
Sim sitting on 30 right now leading the way. Abizi right behind him.
Yeah, two guys who don't miss out on many championship Sundays. Just trying to
20 segundos, mano.
to extend this series.
Ui! Oh! What? 4 kills seguidos, mano. Abusado, bro. Nossa, eu estava a falar mal dele. Mal? Como quem diz? Muito bem jogado, mano. Muito bem jogado. Levou-os a todos, mano, numa rodada. Ridículo, mano. Olha isso. 1, 2, 3 e o quarto vai de pistolinha. Nossa. Feito, vocês têm que ganhar agora, mano. Vocês têm que ganhar, senão estão out.
This is the beauty of our esport. You get bruised and battered in 2 game modes. We still got a third, and it can sometimes chain together for that reverse sweep. But you still got to close out the map. You're not done yet. You got to hold another defense. Both have been so.
Defender, ok. Ok, há hipótese, há hipótese. Há hipótese para a phase. Estou muito à pressa, mano.
But I think behind Sim's pick with only one player here, they should be able to retake, but there's still a nice presence. Uh-oh.
Here we go. Scrap and Envoy both able to get kills. Uh-oh is right. You're on it.
E agora é difícil, eles estão lá dentro, mano.
Third tick is looming. Are they able to clear it? They're not able to do it. Ultra strike, and it just takes one moment, and there you go. Unbelievable. No pressure there at all until around 5. How many times have we seen that? You're on 4 straight if you are Envoy, and now you're up against it.
Eles capturaram a bandeira A, agora tem muito mais tempo, mano. E eles estão na frente daqueles.
Things are falling apart. Ultra hit another gear. That's going to be a streak down for Envoy. You got 2 people on the point. The progression has started. Envoy is lighting it up.
What the fuck, mano? O gajo levou toda a gente ali, mano. Face, calma, calma, mano. Ah, shit. Olhou?
Can you somehow hold what insane hold this would be if you are able to do it? 90 seconds now to go, but still the 6 lives. You need like a clean 4 down.
FaZe need to be tanked. That's a problem. They have to get pushed up on this street. They do not have a ton of control here. They have broken, but that's about it. Through Bidam. You would love to put them in a trap further up the map, but there's
segura, mano, segura, segura a B. Bem, bem, bem. Bem. Bem.
Oh my god, now it gets interesting. Exactly right. The slide on in, it's awkward as Abizi's gonna chest bump 1. You get the train though if you're
segura aí, mano, segura aí. Segura aí, mano, leva esses 3. Se conseguires levar esses 3 é GG, mano. Bem.
You snap, but you fall. They get 1 to stagger it before they fall though, and then Abizi is next up the back. 9 lives remaining.
Again, nobody at tank though. So look, Insight's gonna follow it up. Scrap's the next man, but Insight is through. You're finding some early picks though. 35 seconds here for Ultra.
This would be such
bem.
An insane
equilibrado. Tá igual nas vidas. Tens um aí à tua direita, mano. 20 segundos, 20 segundos. Já foi, já foi. Eles entraram no ponto. Maltinha, a FaZe não fez nada, mano. A Toronto Está imbatível, mano.
Nearly an insane hole, but you get that four-man push. You get that hit. It just takes a moment in Ultra Strike.
And it's Inside's play to stay alive. B Street, he crossed. They lost B tank control. Nobody funneled in. And then Abizi goes for it. He sends it. And then after that, everybody else just floods the street.
Yeah, I think Scrap, he just kept shooting, bro. You just slide out and shout for your Abizi and you just get dropped. What a performance here from Ultra. It is a 3-0, and outside of the map 3, it's a convincing one. You dominate him in the hard point, you dominate him in the search, and it started to feel like I started to be a believer to some degree. Like if you
Mano, a
get
FaZe.
3, you've really got a shot to bounce back into this, but they don't.
Porra, a FaZe era. Nossa, mano. Como é que a FaZe perde 3-0, mano? Contra o Toronto. Ou a Toronto, sei lá.
Ultra team, you to play the winner of our next matchup between Miami and Thieves. So we might have a Thieves Ultra rematch for winners.
A FaZe foi eliminada de uma maneira, mano. É, o 5 da FaZe jogou bem, mano.
Whoever won this one, you might be making a run to a final. It just propels you through this day. You end up playing 3 matches. I thought we were going the distance probably. I did not think this would be a 3-0. Ultra showed up. They came out hungry and just dominated it. There's a reminder for how it went. What an incredible effort to knock out one of the favorites here this weekend. Terrific stuff from Ultra as they have been a bit.
A FaZe era a favorita, mano, e foi eliminada assim, sem pão, sem nada, mano.
They were rock solid and that was exceptional.
Yeah, and I just think, I mean, it's just always what ifs, but round 5 defense, the way it has been going, and you just know in the back of your mind that they're going to probably throw something at A, at least you would think so. But yeah, they find the opening. They get the kills when it matters most.
Well, I'll do it for Joe and I on that match, and that'll do it for Atlanta FaZe. They're booking tickets home, and on stage we got a man with, I'm sure, a lot to say.
Ah, este, olha, vamos já ver o que ele tem a dizer.
Thank you so much, Merkin Maven. Texas, make some noise for the Toronto Ultra as they stay alive in this tournament. And what a series this was, Scrap. You know, I may know the answer to your question, but were you expecting that one to be a 3-0?
If I'm gonna be honest with you, no, bro. I was expecting to go to distance, but you know, when they fucking break down the losers like that, it's never gonna go map 5. So, you know.
Man, I don't think anyone saw a series that quick, especially for the Major 2 champions. You guys took them down so hard. We know how amazing they've been here at Champs, but why are you guys such a hard counter to this FaZe squad?
I don't know. I think it's just a mentality, bro. Like, I know I'm better than every single one of them on the whole fucking team, you know? They don't think that. I know they don't. They're fucking like, if we don't have each other, we're fucked. You know, it is what it is. I'm fucking slamming on. We're all just fucking shitting on them. Like, it is what it is.
You guys are playing good. Were they playing good, Texas? Absolutely fantastic. Now, here you guys got a bunch of family in the venue. Everyone's out here, you know, supporting you. How does it feel to be out here on this stage and be able to get that win with everyone in here in the audience?
Yeah, no bullshit. We lost to Thieves. I texted my mom like, yo, I'm sorry for wasting your time, bro. Like, I didn't mean to do that at all. But, you know, I'm not trying to waste their time now. Hopefully we can make this run, and it's going to be a fun one.
I'm sure Mom and everybody up there is proud of you. One more time, Texas, make some noise for the Toronto Ultra.
Imagina, o gajo tem bocado a mania, mano. Só que tipo. Joga bem, a verdade é essa.
All the Draza haters who celebrated here in the arena. I feel for the guy, because he wasn't just playing against Ultra. FaZe had the fans against him, and Ultra were feeding off those vibes.
Yeah, unbelievable plays, man. I'm going to show some extra love. Obviously, the Scrappy played great, but Insight, massive plays in the first hard point. You know, he's dropping LeBron numbers, 27 and 16, 2 minutes in the hill, and then he makes the game-winning play at the end of that control. All odds stacked against him. It's Insight who takes his time to get it done.
Dang, this desk is looking fresh. Clay, the fresh cut is incredible. Let's take a look at the freshest highlights here on day number 3. Toronto get it done in just 3 maps, but this one was on a knife's edge, you said.
Literally, this map 3 could have went either way. As it got down into that round 5, we had some insane moments earlier on in the game, but I want to point out that 3 people pretty much had 7,000 damage.
Yes.
Scrap, Simp, and Abizi all were frying, trying not to lose, trying to win their hardest. In the end, Toronto 3-0, baby.
I
I think for the sake of like the map vetoes, I think Toronto Ultra were very happy with this layout. Atlanta FaZe, unfortunately, like I talked about yesterday, that
A FaZe acho que jogou muito mal na última ronda, mano. Acho que a FaZe devia ter defendido melhor, mano. Tipo, eles sabiam que não podiam falhar aquela ronda e eles estavam a defender e a atacar. Em vez de ficarem tipo em spots difíceis de serem mortos, não, eles atacaram e morreram, mano. E depois eles foram todos para o ponto e ganharam. E na terceira ronda eles também jogaram muito mal. A FaZe na terceira ronda tinha 8 vidas, eles tinham 2. E como é que eles não puxam os gajos? Não consigo entender, não consigo. Homem do jogo, este foi o homem do jogo. Quem diria, mano? Quem diria que este foi o homem do jogo, mano?
It's pretty incredible stuff. Alley Cat, we have to look at our scuff play of the game, and we couldn't pick one. So let's just do the whole sweep, shall we?
Really?
We've only seen 2 3-0s. This one was Scrap and Crew getting it done for Toronto Ultra over our #1 seed all season long. Atlanta entered this matchup with less than 10.
Qual foi a play of the game? Não vi.
Teams were going to go at it, and it was going to be a 3-0 on one side or the other. I wouldn't have believed you, especially in this series. But the map #1, Atlanta, man, they did not have the fundamentals on point. They came out really slow in that map #1. They were not rotating. They lost 3 out of 3 P2s in a row, and then the search and destroy. I mean, it was just lost.
Nameless, I gotta ask you. I remember Call of Duty Ghost. I remember you wearing the Envy jersey and making that ridiculous losers bracket run.
Aquele gajo para provocar, mano.
How does Toronto feed off of this moment?
You have to stay energized. That's the most important factor here. You have to still watch all the games, do your research. Everything that got you to this point, you have to compound it now through this lower bracket. I think Toronto has the ability to do it, man. They looked amazing in that match was phase.
Clay, let's take a look at the road in front of Toronto. You called them to win this match. They sure did in emphatic fashion.
Hey, e vai calhar contra quem?
And they are waiting for the winner of our next match, Miami Heretics or LA Thieves.
We could get a rematch here from the round 1 where Thieves knocked Ultra to the losers bracket. If Thieves end up coming up ahead of the Heretics,
será que vai ser Los Angeles?
Match for top 3, and you know it's going to get electric in here.
Go ahead and head over to the watch parties if you want to hear him say FaZe needs to break up, but we're staying locked right here on the main stage. When we come back, it's Miami taking on LA Thieves.
Uf.
Call of Duty League Championship Weekend is presented by Corduroy. The only beanbag.
Nossa, agora vai ser Miami.
Call of Duty League Championship Weekend is brought to you by Wingstop, the official wings of Optic Texas.
Vai ser Miami Heretics contra Los Angeles. Vamos a ver, maltinha, vamos a ver. Já FaZe, mano, podia ter feito melhor. Estava a torcer pela FaZe, que bosta. Se não é FaZe, é óptico, mano. Se não for a FaZe, tem que ser a óptico. Eu sei que é completamente o oposto, mas são as minhas equipas preferidas.
Traded out, but Standy's still here. No respawns right now for Rocker, but hey, we've got to put ourselves on pause.
Tem que mudar o título agora.
Seconds on the clock. Atlanta FaZe, they've got to push their way in. They've got to dig their way through. Nades, tacticals, utility tossed out. But take a look at this. Take a look. Oh my! Right now from Minnesota, and they do not push on to the.
No, it's mid desk, laying down mid desk, the long desk, snaking the long desk.
Vou mudar, não é preciso mudar um não.
finish it off with a Vaz for sure.
All good. But what do you think of my shirt today? It is a choice. It's a choice. Listen, guys, I put this shirt on. I felt pretty.
Atenção, isto ainda não está a dar, isto é só. Falta 3 minutos para começar, se vocês têm aqui o tempo, se vocês não tiverem. Por isso, ir buscar qualquer coisa para comer ou assim. Para beber. Vou mudar o nome da live agora.
In the corner.
Nice, bro. I would have killed him. I just ammo. This is ugly, bro. What are they doing on the map?
I have J-Camp here from LA Thieves. Big day today, boss. Very, very big day. You know, getting down to it and really looking at what's been going on so far this tournament. Control. You guys, round 5s, 2 and 14. Not looking so good. I want to know, are you second guessing Karachi Control right now?
Our Karachi Control has been really good in practice. Yesterday, we pulled out for the first time in a match in a while. Against Optic, didn't go our way. But you know, it's the last tournament of the year. Can't really go against what you believe in. You know, your maps are your maps. So we'll see what we end up doing in the vetoes. We have our whole plan laid out, so we'll see how it goes against Miami. But, you know, you got to trust what you've been good at. You can't all of a sudden just start panicking because of one bad map. That's life. Sometimes you just have a bad showing.
Totally respect that and totally get it. Can't wait to see you guys turn that one around. I want to also discuss Kremp a little bit. He is a phenomenal player. I mean, yesterday, maps 1 and 2, he had a 1.28, looking really good, and then he starts falling off just a little bit. He ended up, I think, with a 0.57. Not the best stats for him. And I know as a young player, that gets in his head. And I think we've actually heard that on broadcast before. He knows it. It gets in his head. For you as a coach, we talked about mentality yesterday as well, or the day before. What are you doing to pull a young gun like him out of a rut, especially on a big day like today?
I mean, yeah, a lot of young players, not just him, a lot of young players seen it for years now. They're very up and down.
Estava com essa legendas, mas não há maltinho. Para vocês perceberem que eu não percebo.
He knows, we know how good he is. You know, we're talking about sometimes you get in your own head, you're like, oh my God, maybe I'm not that good. We're trying to reassure him he is that good. You know, he belongs here. Obviously, yesterday's loss sucked. Everyone agrees, but it's not a one-man job. You know, everyone has to do their part. If you're having a bad map, the team has got to pick you up sometimes, but, you know, just try to get everyone back on track. Remind them that...
Ele estava a falar de quem? Não percebi, mano. Que bosta. Não percebi, maltinha.
So, we have the potential. Just got to reset and do what we were doing for most of the tournament already.
Jacob, I think it's fair to say your team is incredibly nasty. I think everyone knows that. The fans know that. Best of luck today.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Let's go Los Angeles contra Miami, man. Olha aquele gajo, mano. Nossa, eu gostava mesmo de estar ali, juro-vos. Se um dia o YouTube der certo e começar a fazer isto vida, eu prometo que um dia gravo um vídeo ali. Era incrível, mano. Um sonho mesmo.
I think the thing about it is both these two teams carry a lot of young talent, but both have really shown up when it comes to not just here this weekend, but overall in LAN.
Ali, let's talk about what's at stake here because we have LA Thieves taking on Miami Heretics, and LA Thieves shocked everybody. They were the team that sent Toronto down to that elimination bracket. On the other side for Miami, it's been scrappy fights, but they clutched up in a round 11 game 5.
Yeah, it's been up and down for LA Thieves. They had an absurd win day number 1 versus Toronto Ultra, and then we were kind of teased with possibly the same thing versus Optic Texas. Unfortunately, they do get reverse swept in that series. My biggest worry for them right now is the inconsistency. As the series goes on, a couple of players start to get a little bit lackluster, especially in the slaying department. So it's a younger roster. They're going to need somebody to keep their head on their shoulders straight throughout the entirety of this series because it will go the distance.
I mean, probably the most even matchup that
Eu acho que conheço aquele Joe The Saves. The Saves, sei lá.
LA Thieves getting their retribution at Major 4. These guys are familiar with each other, and they're two of the best search and destroy teams that we have had throughout our last two stages. Going to go down on that stage.
The Thieves may be the second most popular team here in the venue,
really?
especially with Dan Ghosty. But on the other side, Spain is rooting for this young man and his very first champs. It's the rookie Real who caught up with Lottie.
I've got Real right now backstage preparing for the first match of day 3 here at Champs. You are quite the risk taker. Yesterday,
Quantas pessoas é que estão a ver isto?
you were like, what was it, 0 for 6 at one point? Yeah,
61.000, não é brincadeira, não.
continuing to take risks, and you ended up being, I think it was 4 and 8 by the end of it. So you had some really crucial kills to keep you guys in it. Talk to me about the risk taking that you keep pushing forward, and why you're so confident with that.
I just feel like if I'm not the one doing that, like no one's gonna do it. So I don't really care how I'm playing or how like everything is going. If I feel like I can do something that is gonna help the team, I'm just gonna take the risk.
Okay, I like the risk. And talking about risks, 1 in 9 in hardpoint.
Guys não fala inglês.
Not great. How much pressure is there on you and your team to Neslo for the win now?
I mean, there's no pressure really because we know like what issue we're having in hardpoint. So like when we all start playing at the level that we know we can play, like I think we're gonna be good. So there's no pressure at all.
Day 3, of course. It's a big day today. It's not Sunday, but it's a big, big day. What was prep like last night with the team? What are you guys doing when you go away from the stadium and you know that you have a big day?
I mean, we were watching both about the other team, we're talking about like how we want to do things and all that stuff, and we just hung out and just had a good night, a chill night, like so we can be ready for today.
I love that. Rested, ready to go. Thank you so much.
Percebo muito o que ele diz. O inglês dele não é muito bom.
Young man who came in with the Carolina Royal Ravens had some visa issues, and that was fantastic news for the Spaniards on Miami Heritage.
Joga bem, é isso.
This squad showed that not only are they a threat online.
É, primeiro mapa, Vista, man, Invasion e Karachi. Depois não se sabe se vai ser preciso os outros. Nossa, mas depois tem ali Hardpoint e Search and Destroy seguido. O mesmo mapa, mano.
Pretty much dead even. The only slight edge that I will give is the map number 4 6-star. LA Thieves feel more comfortable, more reps on it. They begin some dubs.
I think the other thing about this though, for the Vista Hardpoint, even though it's kind of an even win-loss record for Miami, all of their losses have been 222, 246, and 247 losses. Right. So they're right in there.
And the reason for that being is on the newer maps, they're so much smaller that they're not able to third party as well as like we saw them play Invasion the other day. That's the one thing Miami Heretics does well. So if LA Thieves want a chance in this series, they need to take the Vista and they
Tia, obrigado a quem está a assistir. Se puder compartilhar, eu agradeço. Obrigado quem está aí até agora. Ainda temos muita live pela frente.
Shout out LA Thieves, that ruined my perfect record. But no, I'm going to go Miami Heretics again. I think they've been much more consistent, and I'd love to see the all-Spanish team make it to a final.
Nameless?
I'm going with LA Thieves. I think they're going to run it up.
Eu estou pelo Los Angeles também.
I think Thieves will have to win this in 4, and I don't see it ending in 4. I've got Miami in 5.
Last time I picked Miami, they had my heart beating with the round 11. They got it done there, but Dan Ghosty is on the stage this time around. I'm taking LA Thieves.
Boa.
Match is ready. Game starts now. This is the CDL.
Tá fixe a intro dele, está bacana.
matchup coming to the stage between Miami and LA. But let's do a vibe check right now. Where's my Miami fans in the crowd? Okay, okay. Where the LA fans at in the crowd?
Ok. O Thieves. Eu vou dizer Thieves para ser mais fácil. O Thieves, que é o Los Angeles, tem mais fãs. Tem ali um gajo que parece que jogava bem na. O gajo primeiro do Thieves, mano. O Ghosty. O gajo tem pinta, mano, de jogar bem. Ui, ficou sem sapatilha, mano. Ficou sem sapatilha, mano. Vocês viram? Este aqui eu conheço. Este aqui eu já ouvi a jogar.
And look, we can try to calm things down as much as we want. We know that there's going to be nothing but passion dripping on the main stage. These are like the two feistiest teams I think we have in this tournament in terms of they are going to be electric. The Heretics, they've been hunting this down since the start of the year. A couple micro adjustments in the rosters. They found their form. Real was a Rookie of the Year contender. He didn't get that prize, but he's looking for more at champs still on the stage. In LA Thieves, it is the exact same story.
Então, não tá, era suposto estar a mudar aquilo.
We know when we go to a listening, they are going to be the loudest team we have in the venue.
Well, they are definitely one of the loudest teams. I will say though, the comms have been a major talking point. We heard the way JCap was discussing the attitude of the squad, and they've been absolutely working on nearly all of it. That man on the left-hand side, a major part of it. But these two players will be keeping a firm eye on both Ghosty and Lucky going into this matchup. For top 4, once again, if you've just joined us, it's going to be a bloodbath.
And you see the big difference between the players as well, right? Ghosty has been an absolute slayer, one of the best looking ARs we have in the game, but then when you pay attention to Search and Destroy, Lucky's been godlike, not just at champs, but for the past 2 stages, he has been almost
Não sei porque é que não tá.
Search players in the game. It is not just his KD, it is also his first bloods. However, SD is one thing, his LA Thieves are going to go toe to toe. The respawns have been an issue, and that is unacceptable against a squad like LA, who will come out with the fierceness. You gotta punch them quick. 1 and 9. You cannot afford that at champs. Not this late in the year.
Well, that's the Monster Energy pregame for the Miami Heretics. We'll see how the hard points go for them. And that control in the middle of the series as well. SD, super solid. It might be their saving grace. We'll find out though. We start to get into this one, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for map number 1. Loser advances to top 4. The winner advances to top 4 here in the losers. The loser goes home.
And it's going to be so much fun, man. I've heard Spanish Twitter has been popping. Back in the days when we had the old school champs, 32 teams, players coming from all over regions, the Spanish team was one of the largest. That was non-NA, non from the UK. Spanish players love it, and again, the passion has been incredible. And on a map like Vista, it is right from the jump, it is going to be a blitz of action.
Right into the middle of the map we fly, folks. Lovely opener here, both teams jostling for position inside the cafe. Big start there from Miami Heretics in the kill feed. They walk away with the kills and the time.
And they got the entire setup as well, right? Blocking the spawns, watching the middle of the map. Metal is going to have that first cut off, and he's got Vehicle for the existence, and those 2 players deliver.
Desculpem, maltinha, desculpem.
That is LA Thieves getting stomped out on the
Estava ali a meter umas cores diferentes.
No open avenues of attack. You try to pierce through mid. Everybody from Heretics getting involved.
Exactly. Joe, to see somehow gets his kill. And now, into the time, just for a brief moment, Real back in and out. You heard the interview with Lottie. He's feeling very confident. We'll see if that confidence can continue here on Rio.
It's just damning, though. I mean, a little bit destructive, maybe not too out of control off the opening break, but Miami still staying ahead of the game, even on rotation. Lucky's going to be there first to see him popping up in the kill feed, and while he gets traded out, Metals is there to pick up his boy. Ghosty, main slayer for the squad, looking for the power positions. He's going to get it.
P2, rotation, done. And it's a great opportunity to get back into this one if you're the LA Thieves. You are completely surrounded on that minimap by Heretics players. Lucky finds a big one, Nasty. He managed to get through in his watch, and now Real brings him down as well. So wonderful situation to find yourself in now. Miami, full control in the time.
And it's always too good of a setup. The teamwork of Miami has been criticized, but later half of the year, these guys have been impeccable. Full spread on the map, and every single kill getting traded as well. It is Dan Ghosty, last man standing in the hill, but that's the man you want. Irons up, keeping that time.
And that's time, but it's now Metals on the counterattack. Big win from Crim there, rival 9 in hand. On the Lucky up next, big wins again from Ghosty. It's just grande wins from left, right, and center. LA Thieves, what a wonderful beat you've had. Oh, Real nearly doesn't finish it. Joe down, contest on, big win for Vico, final 5. Rotation though, also goes to Heritage.
I was gonna say, look at those spawns. Actually, both teams effectively spawning out, but because Metals just wins a huge one in the back, able to take down Nasty Heretics. On the long game, gonna have the spawns. However, so much pressure right now coming from the LA Thieves in the start of the hill. That does not last. They get absolutely picked apart, and they spawn so far away.
So far away. No one on the point just yet. We're waiting for the opportune moment to get on in there, and that's Real. 7-3, nice start from him. Things get real mixy though. Wow, Lucky nice 2-piece. Jodeci's back in.
Miami tá carregando.
LA Thieves, now it's your time. We're gonna get back into this.
Yeah, what a moment of the game as well. Nice little bounce back for the spawn to get the time. LA Thieves needed that momentum, and they might be able to carry this through. A momentum-based team on point when they get it. Gunfights like that for Jodeci's, you think might go a long way, but so far, a battle here on Vista.
Well, that doesn't go very far at all. Metals absolutely clotheslined him. Ghosty now, serious trouble on the rotation towards New. Back-to-back hard points the Heretics have found. An awkward fight in the middle of the map, Jodeci's walks away from, but again, the hard points are all Heretics so far. Chance, you needed them to come out and hit the Thieves hard, and so far that's what we're seeing.
I mean, it's just been scattered, right? Neither team able to hold on to the spawns, and now Kremp unfortunately has to break in through the front. Not an easy feat. Lucky's got the spots, and the trades roll through, so you have LA Thieves. Pearson is set up for a brief moment, but spawns are out of control. Nasty in the backline trying to make the play.
Trying. Can he find anything? Nah, a little bit of damage, but not enough for the kills. His teammates do win the fight so by the point, though, so for now, a small advantage. No trophies to be found, though, so these boys, ears are ringing. Kremp with the coverage, only able to find one. Still in the hands of the LA Thieves.
It's just bully ball right now. You're holding from the front. Ghosty gonna be that frontline man. And Heretics, 20 seconds left. You want to make the break. It's good reads, but better gunny from Ghosty. Scrap time for LA.
Lead change, LA as well. No cut-off plays there. 3 down in the feed. Rotation towards New. It's going to be a foot race. 2 teams now. Diving over towards it. As Kremp upstairs, looking to make sure that no one gets near the
LA já tá na frente.
teammates are. Real tagged up. New hard point open for business, and it's still anyone's point.
Yeah, and Kremp is cracked as well. This man just pulled out every single gun. YY 37 times. Checked every
Nossa, mano.
the kill. Nice little 3-free, and really just needs a teammate to get on the time. LA Thieves, they've got the full map spread, and finally Ghosty able to set foot on it, but only for
Bang, Ghosty.
the kills first.
They got the cut off this time round. As the setup in position, we're looking at the 100-point mark in a moment. In from behind come the Heretics, only for a second. Metals finds 2. Metal finds 3. What a play. Hard point now in the hands of Heretics.
And all that pressure LA Thieves just had on the hill. Metals just strips it away from you. And now you're coming out of spawn, dealing with players like Fecal. It is Heretics' turn to play with a little bit of pace.
Holding that hard point. 15 to go. Back to P1 after this. A great first set. Both teams neck and neck. Heretics plenty of control. They are set up perfectly to pick up the first few.
Já Miami já tem a liderança. Tem uma cena no olho.
Who can win that second set of rotations over towards P1? Lucky first man in the hill. The LA Thieves crawling and swarming around it. Jodeci's takes it from you. A missed opportunity for Miami, and now an opportunity for Thieves to retake that lead.
That's Metals 3Ps there in the PIP. Beautiful shots into the second man, and that was Nasty upstairs. Fantastic, last bullet goes in. Lead change once again though. Miami Heretics do what they can to get back into this, but the rotation done. The breaks on breaks once again. It's the Thieves who come out on top.
Yeah, maybe starting to hit a little bit of that form. Jodeci's 3-spree, Nasty able to get 2, and again that full setup down low, and Ghosty getting the cut off kills. No flanks rolling through, no one can get through the middle of the map.
Este Ghosty joga bem.
Position, and maybe a little bit desperate for it, but they get it and they nail it. Lucky, the distant gunfight turns some heads, and Heretics break on through to the P1. We're gonna be a tied-up game going into new.
Yeah, all things considered, great looks.
O gajo joga tão encostado à câmera que ele está só tipo.
They just get broken, and it's solid chunks of time either side, but it is still anyone's
feels game of Vista. And you wonder if the nerves are going to set in for these teams at Champs. The biggest matches of these players' career, but everybody right now contributing. All of the rotation by both teams. It has been an absolute battle. High-level Call of Duty we played on Saturday. Oh, lucky solo line of the point. Vico backing him up. Beautiful shots. Grim managing to get at least one. Over to Ghosty now, looking to get the break alone. No one here just yet. Finds one. The second on the run around. And now Heretics still finding great success on this B2. Still though, swarming Thieves, able to get the wraparound. You're able to make that break. These guys can be hot and electric. Let's go to a listen and see how the Thieves sound.
Bem, 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 mano.
And that is another outstanding listening from the LA Thieves. Talk about an improvement in the comms department, and they're right back in the hardpoint. Yeah, quite literally no better evidence that these guys have been putting the work in, and now even more so, they have the spawns in the back. They don't have the time for the moment, but Kremp right here, ready for the kill. Trying to find it in towards the backside of the hardpoint. Big tags, what a win on the Lucky. Now you've got an opportunity to get your boys in. Last man on the stairwell, that's Real. A little slow game from him, and Ghosty brings them down. Reinforcements now from the Heretics, too late. And that's another Thieves hardpoint. Yeah, they're gonna need a hero play. Vico maybe wants to just jump in and see if he can find these kills. You see he's setting up for it, but a solo chal is not an easy feat. And Kremp there to take him down. That is a 5-3 in the big moment. In the coverage from Ghosty is done perfectly. Real cannot get through. Ghosty, the body block, he's the man on the front line, making sure Kremp's 5-3 becomes a 6. That's Cruz now secured. Rotation over to the top right-hand side of the map. Heretics, they're ready for this one. Here comes another back and forth. And I'm telling you though, Kremp is the man where you can just identify how much success LA Thieves is gonna have. The absolute X factor for the squad. And now you got the cruise missile to break into this next tilt. The second they get some space, that's your opportunity to break it down. Here we go. The bang will be the go button. Kill in the middle of the map.
Será que leva alguém? Levou, mano.
LA Thieves, you set yourself up for success. That's the break, that's your hard point, and that's 200 points crossed. And he got nasty in the perfect spot too. Nice little flank, line him up. There's the
Falta 45 pontos para LA. Era bom, mano.
On the back, trying to find his way in, he does. What a win on the Kremp. Open hard point, nobody home. Next set of kills are going to be big.
Mano, o Ghosty. O Ghosty tá imparável, mano. Se vou pesquisar este gajo no YouTube, ele deve jogar bué bem, mano.
Ghosty from above, his teammates find the kills. Next wave of Heretics, they're in. What a win! Ghosty finds another. We've got the hard point in full control. The last moment contest here, we go back to P1. And for Heretics, nobody actually rotated. They're full sending into death over the bridge and not actually able to get that time. So LA Thieves a gift into the restaurant hill. Nasty finds kills in the middle of the map, buys his boys space, and space and time is what you need right now. LA Thieves, big contest. Any more kills here is Vico trying to lead the charge in towards the hard point. Ghosty down, hard point now in the hands of Heretics. You can see how much Vico wants it. That is a 4 spree off spawn. This man has 75 engagements and now Lucky here to lock down the middle of the map.
O vehicle de Miami também tá a jogar bem, mano.
Lucky managing to stay alive and squirrel away. Real finds 2 and the game
game still goes.
This is a 60-point deficit. They are clawing themselves back in from it again. Vico was the one that got them to this hill with the force spree. Now he's looking for a cruise. He can't get it. And Thieves, it is a cakewalk right through for the final 10 seconds. On rotation, though, it is lucky. The iron boots from Miami Heretics, desperate for some help.
Your breaks have been so good all map long. LA Thieves, one more now, and you could seal the deal. Vico fights two. Lucky on the point for spree. The front line being pushed forward. It's all down to Nasty to find something, and by the time he gets one, reinforcements are being obliterated. Nobody home still. The Heretics still in control.
Nasty doing everything he can, but he gets chopped. And look at the split spawns rolling through Miami, hunting these players down. It's number 6, Kremp, causing the chaos, and as he gets traded, everyone else now towards the top.
Breaks in. Real finds one. One man on the point. Thieves full control. Medals on the counter.
Olha, olha, eles estão a chegar. Ela aí está quase. Está feitinho. Está feito. Jogaram bem. A LA jogou muito bem. Aquele Ghost joga muito bem, mano. Será que o gajo tem canal no YouTube, mano? Claro que tem. O gajo tem 143 mil, mano. Acho eu. Acho que era ele.
One of the respawns to be strong statistically, the LA Thieves advantage paid off for them there, but not a bad look whatsoever from the Heretics. So much on the line here, playing for top 4 again. And I think Heretics not going to sweat.
O Vehicle, atenção, o Vehicle vai dar que fazer. Este gajo joga bem, mano. Ok, ela aí ganhou o primeiro. Basta ganhar mais 2 mapas e já está classificada. Contra o Toronto. A Toronto, neste caso.
I know the nerves are certainly there for a lot of these young players. You had JCap in the interview prior before this talking about how the team's working on that. When everyone goes down, you go down together. You come back up together as well. Have the Thieves found that level ground that they've sought after so much this season?
And obviously you bring up JCap, he is a legend in Call of Duty Esports, one of 2 players that's ever gone back-to-back with champs wins. So that is the man you want as a coach after a brutal loss LA Thieves suffered yesterday to the hands of Optic. It is not easy to bounce back, and in my mind,
Quem é que vocês acham que vai ganhar? Quem é que vocês acham que se vai classificar? Vocês estão aí a acompanhar, estão a perceber melhor agora do jogo? Do campeonato. Vocês do jogo já devem perceber, mas o campeonato. Aqui estava empatado, mano. E depois o LA começou a ganhar até lá acima. LA. Yeah, man, yeah. Boa, let's go, puto. Let's go, mano. Também estou pela LA. Próximo mapa, Invasion. Search and Destroy. É mais complicado, mano. Vai ser complicado esse mapa. Nossa, está-me a apetecer jogar agora. Quando isto acabar eu vou jogar. Por isso, se quiserem continuar aí na live, agradeço. Ainda há muita live pela frente. Vamos ver quanto tempo de live. Nem sei, mano. Nem quero saber. Está a passar tão rápido. 1 hora e tal.
get inside DVD. How do you respond to the B pressure coming through on the attacking teams? We saw Real, even when he was struggling, starting off 1-7, he's still making those aggressive plays, willing to chow. That is not a man that will falter, and that is the exact adjustment Kremp needs to make.
And that's what we was hearing in the interview is, again, a man who's willing to take a risk when everything's, stacked against them. Roll the dice, find out what happens, and make the play. Kremp, if he does the same sort of thing here in the S&D, we could be seeing a very, very spicy series indeed, folks. Well, we're almost ready to go. Our two teams gearing up for this invasion S&D. One half of the coaching side is complete. Cat, final moments, final fist bump.
Está só o banha o vídeo ou nem por isso? E a minha voz?
I mean, how many teams have we seen falter in the round 11s, have their tournaments ended on this exact map? Because you have to be on point and meticulous the entire time.
LA tem melhores estatísticas.
He has been isolated and attacked by different teams when he's playing over by the bulldozer, and his team at times does a fantastic job of picking him up. But here we are, elimination match for the end of your year. Everybody has to be at their Sunday.
É bacana. 3 pessoas a ver, só uma é que comenta. Maltinha, falem aí, maltinha. Ok, let's go, let's go. Search and Destroy, para quem não sabe, eu já falo, já converso com vocês.
That was a close first blood. Would have been a nice start to the attack, and all you're going to be able to do is back him down. So a bunch of utility gets expended, a lot of stuns and a lot of nades getting tossed, and LA Thieves, they're quick with it. This is all 4 players straight over to the A side.
Not too many teams have hit the A side at Champs already. Metals now completely knows it's on. Nade will hit that car. A little bit of damage done, not enough for anything. Here come the Heretics, swarming around the site.
Nice pick as well. Metals just aggressive and nasty gets caught. That is a big first blood.
E este vai morrer, não tem hipótese.
It's 2 for Metals, in and out. The pitch is about to be picked up. Real, will he get on the board? Moments away from it. Okay, we'll deal with that in a moment. Bomb now retreating from the A site as well. So a quick last-minute shuffle.
That's a nice move from Ghosty, though. He kicked open the door, made some noise, and all for a distraction, but unfortunately a 2v4. No time on the clock. There is not much you can do.
20 seconds. Joe. Wrong part of town. That wall does not help him whatsoever. All down to Ghosty in the 1v4. No bomb, no hope, no nothing. At this point in time, any kills, big win. Rundan. Final 5. Gets 1. Instant turn. Okay. Okay. I like the attempt, but no good.
And we talk about a map that you have to be perfect on through and through. Literally just the first blood. Nasty.
LA perdeu esta ronda.
Trying to chuck a nade that he would not get a kill with, even if it blows up the car. Assuredly, Lucky's going to have on EOD. And, well, while Nasty's busy cooking that nade, Metal's busy shooting his gun. Impressive first round. Heretics starting things off right.
It felt so cool. It felt so calm.
Ah, bué calmo, mano.
I know there's a huge contingent of Spanish viewers with their hopes resting on the Heretics right now.
O que é que se passa, mano?
But such a successful run in other sporting endeavors, why not add some Call of Duty championships to that as well? Let's find out what happens in round 2.
Yeah, aggression from LA Thieves as well. It's actually Ghosty playing inside of Dark, and Kremp will be up top. Nice route being taken by Real, but gonna be in a crossfire and can't get it done. Ghosty, the man to collect the kill. Him and Kremp working perfectly together.
Great damage, just not enough to close it out. You're a nade, bounced so close to the vehicle there. Oh, that one hit him. Trouble. The bomb down now as well for the Heretics, 2v4.
This is just an easy round.
4 contra 2. Ui.
Metal's there to give you extra. I mean, if you want a bailout, you can try to clutch the 2v4, but right now Metals is thinking he just wants the kills on a 4 spree. 2 from the crew.
That'd be nice. Ghosty. Shoulders thrown, red dot on. You might be able to get the bomb recovery. Lucky now, trying to get the players out of mid-tank. Metal's got way ambitious there, hoping for a player off their back turn, but not to be the case. Now down to Lucky, who is certainly fighting his way.
Vai. LA ganhou esta ronda.
After that round, but it's 1-1.
Kind of surprised though, honestly, that Metals is just gonna full send it through Dark with a 4 kill, but Lucky's falling out. I got 2 players on the tank. He was just praying for a timing instead of playing for the long game with the crews. They were trying to find that 2v4 clutch. I will get that impact, that execution by LA Thieves.
And this is such a nice back and forth already. Both teams great form when it comes to S&D. The major advantage of the respawns goes to the Thieves. And if you lose this for LA, the long run just becomes so much more interesting. Then you have to close out 3-1. Two-man on the cross there. At long range, they don't manage to get any kills, but the damage trickling up slowly.
You have Metals that's already backed up towards the middle of the map. They saw a bunch of players from LA Thieves cross over to B, but that's just a bit of information. They're attacking Real, and they're gonna get him. Everybody moving. Lucky needs to get out with his life, and he can't get it done. Trades on point. Thieves swarming around the A side.
No one in position to capitalize on that. No nades on the inside, no nothing. Ghosty, he took that fight. Metals wide out in the open, zero cover. Spots the players on the rotation. Vico now in position to try to pick up one or two. He goes the wrong way. Oh no! A wrong
Ela aí tá forte, mano.
I love this decisiveness. LA Thieves playing with absolute pace, making the calls, whatever they were told in between maps. Well, they have capitalized. 3 spree for Joe to seize a 3v1 with bomb down. Metals gonna have to cook something magical up for any hope to win this round.
He's pretty cool so far at 4-1. But the ticking of that bomb just adds to the tension, adds to the pressure.
And it's already been too much time for him. Now he just needs to make sure he does not give Joe Deceives this kill.
Gave it to Kremp instead. Thieves take the lead.
And again, the way they just play.
Não teve hipótese, mano. Não teve hipótese.
We already know the play calls. Kremp and Real play the same spots. Real often the playmaker for the squad. Roams around DVDs. He's willing to be aggressive. They take the time, clear out that section of the map. No tank is going to be the next most likely spot, and they send everybody there for the kill. And at the very least, if Real even gets one, he gets
Está chateado, mano.
You're fine for the 3v3. Instead, they bully and they keep flying together. Decisive play calls on Invasion.
We've seen so many of those two-man hits towards that mid-tank section in the tournament already. It's almost difficult to prepare for at this point in time. The dice has been rolled. And now the play is on. A lot of members of the Thieves far forward.
Well, Heretics need to go as well. They got to hit the go button. That much pressure over on the A site. You need to get this bomb down at B as quickly as possible. Vehicle trying to back down nasty, and you at least get Metals in position. And now it's going to be on Lucky. So many players potentially working the flank. He's got the intel, but so much pressure on his teammates.
Bombs down, Vehicle quick tag in and out. I love this. Trying to stay alive, buy some space, buy some time. Here comes the boys. The Thieves falling forward. Two-man hit. One man down.
Levou uma, mas morreu depois. 2 contra 1. Já está. Outra ronda para LA, mano.
That's a big win there for the LA Thieves.
And it cannot get any better than that. It can be risky business attacking the A site.
Que vai ser 3-0 também, mano.
Players, because if Heretics move a little bit too quick and get the bomb down for free, it could be painful. But Thieves haven't slowed down. The slowest S&D map we have, maybe outside a high rise. These guys right now instead are setting pace.
Back over to the Heretics now. They've been a little slow for the last few rounds. That's a 3-1. And now, Chancellor, what do? Just send something crazy. Is it time for the Heretics to throw it all in? Do something we haven't seen maybe thus far in the season. Let's see some tricks here on defense.
Well, it's not up to them on the defensive end. You got to play standard. If I'm LA Thieves, just use the cruise missile. Keep the pace up. Both these sides wide out in the open. Take your time. Count all the players, or maybe just burn it straight away.
Let's go, mano. Let's go. Acho que vai ser 3-0 outra vez, mano.
So you get nothing off of this.
It was the exact opposite.
Nossa, o míssil foi não sei para onde.
Little bit of space gain now. Heretics tactical retreat. They concede some ground. They fall back in towards what we call ice cream. But the Thieves, that aggression is gone. They are waiting for the Heretics to come to them.
And now they also need to wait for all the nades to get used. They're making sure they count before they try to hop the bomb. But Miami have completely swarmed. This is all about the timing. If players like Real want to go on the pinch, once they get the information of the bomb down, that's where Heretics are going to strike.
We are really testing everyone's patience here. Lucky so close, you can see the muzzle flash there from Joe's POV.
And the bench is coming
30 segundos.
well. Metals is going to have Real to work with.
Okay.
Able to get that first blood.
Plantaram a bomba.
3v3. Joe backs up 7 spree. Not that it matters anymore. We're worried more about streaks. If he gets brought down, 35 on the clock. Heretics still trying to find a way.
Plantaram a bomba. Agora eles têm que tentar desativar. Para quem não sabe bem como é que funciona este modo, tens de tentar plantar a bomba. Bem. Ganharam esta ronda. Miami ganhou esta ronda.
They use the cruise missile, but they call it in with every single player sitting in spawn. All that gets you is the space to get near the site.
In the meantime, Heretics just take the space of the entire map. They swarm around you, and again, Yal's often the guy working the flank. Had Metals for the help, and those two players on point. That is a massive round for Heretics to get. They stop the bleeding, kill the momentum, and burn the cruise missile. LA Thieves drop the ball.
That's a tough one. It does feel like a misplay. We'll see if it bites them in the end. But so far, just a one-round differential, 3-2. Thieves still with the lead.
3 players cross as well. You had Nasty on the back line over by Palace, spotting out the cross, so he's going to wrap back quickly over towards B, expecting the pressure coming this direction.
Here comes Real. Smooth moves, great hops. But again, nobody home in the usual spots. And that stun just slows everything down a little bit. Look at that for Lucky. He's going all the way back over towards the A side of the map, looking to keep an eye on the flame. Keeps your options open.
That's just the indication they're going to be playing it a little bit patient. They haven't seen too much, but if everybody cross, they know there's going to be extra pressure. And on the decision-making front, Nasty's been sort of toying with the idea, going back and forth. In the meantime, moves are being made. Kremp just runs at you, able to get the first blood.
O gajo estava a tentar destruir aquele aparelho e morreu por causa disso.
They have everything.
Oh, Vikul, he's got no idea there's a player on the east side of the map. Joe's just chilling. You're not going to check this either. That's the bot plan. And as soon as that bad boy goes, Joe's going to jump.
Vikul's got to be fast.
Hello.
Not fast enough. He's got the trade.
Oh, not fast enough. Metals pretty quick on the trade though. That's a win from Lucky. All down now to Metals. Has to defend the bomb with his life. Player number 1 spotted. Knows the flank is on.
Ghosty's so far out of the picture though. Doesn't get the extra tags in. It's Kremp with the information though, and it's Kremp with the kill. Metals.
Okay.
Afraid, doesn't know what to do, can't find a route out. And LA Thieves, nice little bounce back. Aggression has been their friend. Nothing happened on the map for too long. Kremp feels the pressure sort of opening up, and he starts running it down towards.
Esta cena amarela deles não está bem feita. Devia de ir até ao fim, mas não vai. Vai até aqui só.
That's great, man. I mean, again, for a team like LA Thieves, so young, so aggressive, fearless. As soon as they park the bus, they put themselves in trouble. You let the Heretics come to you, you let them take the initiative.
Ai, mano. Já estás aí, bro, ainda.
Right now, it's continue to hit the go. The Heretics, we've yet to see that magical moment from them. No real decisive round wins outside.
Vamos aqui a chilar só.
Largest strength for Heretics in their search and destroy the past 2 stages has been their first bloods, but currently they only have 2. LA Thieves have 4.
Mano, fica aqui prometido. Se um dia eu crescer no YouTube, bro, e se eu começar a fazer vida disso, vamos uma vez a Texas ver uma cena destas, mano.
Thieves tuck the tail of the snake in as fast as possible. Problems now though. 2-2 split. Miami Heretics at one end of it. Here comes Real. Ghosty with a suppression. Just trying to keep him at bay. Vikul on the other side.
Waiting for that first blood to roll through. Heretics praying for a mistake.
Ghosty está só à espera. Só à espera.
Literally with their backs against the wall right now. No mistakes. 25 seconds. Gotta go. There's the first.
Bem.
Gets his. Kremp with a perfect coverage. Joe with a nade, but it's Real from upstairs. Now trying to sow some seeds of discourse. 15 on the clock.
Hunting him down. He's going to be able to get him, but a 2v2, and Heretics not even close to this bomb. A retake that is never going to work. LA Thieves hold strong.
No time.
Mais uma ronda para LA, mano.
Map point, LA.
And I think Miami might just be a little bit shook on the main stage. We're watching Lucky, the main AR, typically the slowest player on the team, being the first one to slide in with the Renetti. Heretics uncomfortable with their coordination and uncomfortable on invasion. They are now working from a massive deficit. And Real might be 4-6, but also has 4 first deaths. He has been identified right now by LA Thieves. They have been attacking him with a great deal of success.
Feel that very sort of frustrated air around him in there in the player camp. See if you can't shake it off, because this is do or die time now. We've seen wilder comebacks. We've seen crazier moments here in this season alone. A 5-2 scoreline.
Gostei deste gajo a jogar, mano.
And look at this one. So aggressive for the first blood. Another one from LA Thieves, but a quick bounce back is in. Kremp gets caught being too aggressive down B Street. So Heretics with the first advantage in the round and the longest time.
We'll see what they can do with it. Vikul gets his own trade with that nade. And Joe deceives at 10-3. It has just been working out for him. Bomb plant. And again, Joe just goes. There's the turn. That's it. 1v1.
Metals versus
Contra mano.
He's taking the round.
35 on the clock. Here's the fight. Medals. Wipes the sweat from his hands. Takes the round.
I've been there when I've played, man. If you see a player wiping like that, hands getting sweaty, not easy to win these gunfights, but medals.
Também detesto quando as mãos começam a suar. Nossa! Tanta gente, bro.
But you got it done. Heretic's trying to claw back into this game.
Mel's 8th kill leading his team right now. And a round you sorely needed. 5-3. Thieves still on that map point.
You need to clutch this up on defense as well. It's going to be Metals, the man to spot out. How many players on the cross? LA Thieves just showed 3 of their 4 players crossing over to the B site. Got to be worried about the pressure. Vehicle's playing it aggressive though, and that means Real can too. No first blood just yet.
Nice names though, again, just buying some space. His teammates maneuvering in a position, middle of the map now. That mid tank is loaded.
And Vehicle just keeps calling out. No one's actually pushed up towards the pillars yet. You can afford to take things slow. A minute left on the clock. And Heretic's not getting active on defense. They have gone back to the standard setup. They have great map control.
Again, Thieves can burn the block on the defensive rounds, but this is an offense. Back up doors, here we go.
Here comes the rotation. Metals. How many players can you get? You got everybody in front of you. A couple trades rolling through. Real picks up 2. 3v2 from
Nossa, mano, o gajo botou hoje ali.
Get the bomb down as well. There's another race off to chase.
My
Goodness, it's all down and lucky now for the map. 25. We're waiting for a mistake.
Mano, estão os dois ao lado esquerdo dele. Ai, ai, vai, mano. É injogado. Agora é pausa, maltinha. Vou buscar comida, uma barrita e vou à casa de banho. Divirtam-se aí, façam o mesmo. Daqui a não sei quantos minutos é, mas deve ser para aí 5 minutos. Já voltamos.
They gotta ice up Heretics. They've been getting pounded for the moment. Being down 2-0 is not ideal, and for a team that S&D has been their bread and butter, they had no success in that round. Again, 4 first deaths for Real. Almost every single player negative against, except for Metals. Heretics are gonna have to dig deep. Certainly a capable team, but this is a true test of their resolve.
This is a last chance you have in the tournament to stay alive for the Miami Heretics. They fought so hard to get here. A tough look there in the S&D. Karachi control, we're going to see that have to be their saving grace. After that, the 6 stars. The pair of them could spell doom, or it could be the absolute turnaround. We'll find out. La La Land for now. We'll see if anything can change here, folks. What an unbelievable tournament we're having so far. Big surprises as we now go into a quick commercial break. On the other side of this one, we'll find out the LA Thieves close this one out 3-0 and just roll on through the day. Otherwise, we're going to see a Miami Heretics come back, and I think the fans want that one as well. We'll find out who gets the dub after the break.
Duty League Championship Weekend is brought to you by Razer, the official headset and chair of Optic Texas.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Scuff and Optic have teamed up once again, this time for a limited edition Prism Mystery Box with an exclusive design in 5 different colors. Grab yours today at scuffgaming.com/optic-prism. And you could be one of the lucky few to unbox the gold controller.
Vamos de volta, maltinha. Um minuto e meio, vou comer aqui qualquer coisa que eu estou cheio de fome. Já estou a curtir da live. Este é o terceiro dia. Minha falta de hoje, eu posso fazer live amanhã também sobre isto. Assim. E no outro também, se vocês estiverem a gostar.
So there's a line of sweaty gamers and also a desk full of legends, which means only one thing. I'm over at the Scuff booth. As you can see, we have loads
Yeah, faz live. Estás a gostar, mano? É bacana, não é? De assistir.
memories for some of these fans here. Signing controllers with Iceman Isaac and Puckett, who also happens to be maybe doing signings, but he's run off, unfortunately, for everybody here. But of course, we do have amazing names: Clayster, Butters, Isaac, Z-Lana, all signing things for fans, folks. If you are in the arena and you want to get something signed, or even some exclusive Champs merch here at the Scuff booth, please come on over and come and meet some of the favorites.
Pressure now on as we return to Game 3 here in Championship Weekend 2024. Lower bracket matchup here as things have been, I mean, in and out of the game, we've had a little bit of everything here, folks. This has been one hell of a tournament, but we're far from over. So we've got ourselves a game of control coming up, and the crowd is loving it. I know you're all saving yourselves, the Optic fans here. But Vickle's family in attendance, friends, family, all sorts, fans, you name it. They are certainly feeling the pressure. Can this team right the wrongs, turn their season around in a huge, huge way?
And they need Vickle to pick things up. He was on point in map number 1, leading the charge, but they fell just short in that first respawn. You need to have the turnaround. They lack no.
Ih, caralho, mano.
Spanish community has been out of control in the Call of Duty world for years, and already
Se a LA ganhar este, está classificada, certo?
For LA Thieves, they've fumbled. They've gone up 2-0. They have lost on this very map where they take their foot off the gas. Miami Heretics want to take advantage of the second half of the series, but for LA,
Ih, bom. Vai ver, mano.
but Vickle will be a thorn in their side. A 1.69 KD on defense. He has been electric at Champs.
He has been electric indeed, and these images are moving. He's just holding his breath. An absolute statue. Truly composed as we now roll into what could be the last map.
Yeah, pode ser o último mapa.
Can they turn it around right now?
Oh, we're going to have to be hit off the rip. They're actually going to no-show to avoid the stun grenades for a little bit less intel, and then they're going to bounce. And they get, unfortunately, a team kill, but they still get that first blood. The clearance to the B zone is going to be in. Lucky makes it through.
Real finds another kill, so you still retain the initiative. Surprise, still on your side. And here comes the counter-attack from the LA Thieves. Contest, Lucky with a bit of an awkward movement there as Ghosty finds 2 and saves the zone.
That team kill is going to end up being incredibly unfortunate for the squad, and now you're going to have to regroup and reposition. LA Thieves running it down, and a couple players going to fall. Real, if you win this gunfight...
Vai, Ghosty! Nossa, mano! What?
As his tradition delivers a force spree and godlike gunfight wins.
2 in the zone.
Tá, vou cá, mano. Pera aí que eu já venho.
And then the next 2 to try to square up and go for it. Now, full jump control.
A deve estar melhor.
A-zone attack for the Miami Heretics. They're managing to get themselves forward as Lucky finds himself on the wrong end.
Desculpem aí.
Yeah, Ghosty again. He's just going to be playing a little bit of ISO game over towards Junk. Make just a nuisance. They're going to have to work out a junkyard to get him. And you see Ghosty At least on the mini-map, he's on a 4 spree, so he's got a little bit of help from Krem. So you have right now Ghosty playing the game for the crews, trying to be annoying. Stone capture from A is going to commence though, and you shut him down. So Heretics, maybe not a massive amount of success off the opening break, but they still get the job done towards that.
Joe, the last minute save, and big news here for Real. Whoa, a super aggressive play, and now B open for business.
And this is too much pressure. You actually have LA Thieves. They're taking deep routes to try to cut through the middle of the map. They want nothing to do with that dumpster push.
This is a 2-man capture. The first segment is long gone, folks. Second
Ah tá, mano. Será que é deles? Tá bem então, bem malta.
Real looking to be the man to make it happen. Push. Can Metals and Real save it? No, they cannot. Another good hold from the Thieves.
You at least still have the close spawn, so another minute to play with. Maybe 2 strong pushes for Heretics to...
Cena que eu acho que é minha ainda por cima.
There to chop him down along the way, and gives you a little bit extra. Heretics just sliding into death.
Vickle. Nice 2. Not easy thing to do. Gonna get 3. That'd be unbelievable. Oh, he wants it bad. Well, his teammates are making their way forward. Real again dives into the point, wins the fight. Ghosty though in between the fight and the point. As Joe, just unbelievable work off screen there. 6 and 5 for him. He is roaring.
Real's doing everything he can, by the way. I mean, this is only a 2 spree, but now he's got 3. Real has been the only man from Miami here, and his teammates can't get any kills around it, and he is just being hunted down. Ooh. And finally, he gets stopped. No more respawns remaining. Heretics unable to get anything done.
Miami já não tem mais vidas.
Last man up Real as the Thieves held up a couple of very, very strong pushes. And Real is starting to certainly get himself going. A little bit slower in the first map. This respawn not bad at all. Thieves, they strike first.
And Lucky just had a tough.
Eu acho que vai ficar 3-0 outra vez.
In round number 1, a third of the lives of the squad expended by him. Got to bounce back, and obviously then goes down the flip side. We saw those player comparisons at the start where Lucky has been thriving in search and destroy. Ghosty has had his number in respawns, and that's exactly what we saw in round number 1. Ghosty, 2 different 4 sprees as well, an unstoppable force.
Ever since they ended that search and destroy, Lucky, getting his ankles broken by Tank, has just not looked quite the same. 3 and 10 as things go so far. Defensive round for the Heretics. Let's see if they can find some momentum here in control.
Well, Trophy's out by the car, so Lucky and Real able to make it through, but pressure's going to be on him. You're looking for a quick response there from Lucky, but not able to get it. Real still pops up in the feed and maybe deals with a little bit of the pressure, but at least he got the power positions. Ghosty, the overseer, going to try to keep this map under control.
Nice tags, no kill.
Ooh.
Bit of control now, so the A zone slowly being captured. Joe tags in and out. He and Nasty working on something here. Krim might be able to dive in. An extra kill. You're going to stack it now. There we go. 2 players on A. That's going to go real fast.
And they're in the flank. Absolutely easy there for Ghosty. That's number 11, and he stays alive. Calling out Vickle, going to be jumping top red, and they're going to make this a double cap. That A zone going to start to fly.
Flying forward. Lucky and Real trying to find a counter here. They've set up the B push as well. So no one's going to be able to make their way towards that point, but right now it won't matter. Krem getting the capture done. Second segment complete. A will be soon finished.
Yeah, Heretics completely chalk this up. They win 1 set of gunfights and they just move on with their day. Trying to reposition for the B pressure, and Vickle and Real working together, get those first 2 kills, but now Ghosty is behind you. He does get spotted out and made 1 shot, but no trades rolling through just yet. Real, big responsibility, the front man for the team.
So difficult to do shots. Life count starting to get a bit ugly here. 18 to 23. Pressure now towards the
ball.
What a nice team shot. Lucky, wow, he finds 2. Saves the day for now, but Nasty manages to sneak on in. 2-man cap. A big win here would help, but Lucky, he finds it, and so does Real. Heretics hold.
That's the Lucky that they are going to need to get back in this game. Beautiful 3 spree off spawn. It could have been a devastating moment, and now the kills for Heretics starting to flow.
Joe, Daddy popped. You were absolutely rolling in that first round on defense. The attack now. Heretics are starting to get things moving. Nasty with 1 or 2 just to go forward. Real by Junk as Nasty's got him.
And this is interesting position on the minimap. They need Real to die, and as soon as they kill him, well, now you're going to be getting those close spawns too. Make it 3 now in the feed. Vickle, last man standing, at least gives you 1.
Vickle has to find these kills. Already finds 2. This is unbelievable. Reinforcements now over the wall in the position. Thieves
It's going to be a tall order to break this one. Yeah, he's just killed that pressure, but he's got to keep it up as well. You don't want the turtles set up. The next player's in line. He gives you two. Nice moment for Beagle. One away from the Cruise.
One away from the Cruise, making the family proud in the rafters. Can he get another one here as he presses forward? Thieves, will you check your corners? You do. Krem saves it.
Alright.
Too slow on the reload, though. Timing not on his side. 30 seconds left. LA Thieves pushing pace.
Real just hold it now. Clock goes into the red. 2 players on the pass. 2 and above. It's all in now for the LA Thieves. 20 seconds to go.
I mean, it's like a round of S&D right now. They're just setting up.
Se ele ganha este, mano. Já está.
A moment ago, the Thieves now on the point. He's just trying to slow him down, and he's at least done that and gets an extra kill. So he's trying to be the lifeline for his teammates. And he's a nuisance, but the triple stack is here. Now you gotta go.
You gotta find a kill. You gotta get going. Get onto the point, boys. Nobody home. Second segment gone. Joe threads the needle. Krem now above, looking to cut the play out, and that should be the round.
Ela ganhou.
Not enough. It is 2-0, and it is match point.
Ela ganhou.
Right now, the LA Thieves not having to sweat for it at all. These guys are on cruise control. Ghosty, 19 and 7. He has been on point both of these rounds, and his damage numbers are also out of control. 1 round away. Thieves will join the top 4 at champs.
For these young players.
Afinal, eles têm que usar os spawns como eu por baixo também. Afinal, não é só a mim. Pelo visto, é assim mesmo.
Hit marker there for Krem. Now, can you capitalize on the damage dealt over towards A? Heretics on the capture.
They're trying to keep it going. Nasty gets traded out though. It is trades all over the map. Lucky on the point there to give you 2, but Ghosty, last man standing, another 4 spree he goes on. 20 kills already.
20 kills.
Ghosty, mano, tá imparável. 20/8, mano.
Back him up. You might actually be able to get some more bodies here on the zone. It's all down to Nasty to cut off the supply there.
Grime's going to be working on the flank, but right now, Heretics not even paying too much attention to it. They're focused on the dumpster while their head's going to be turned. They're getting the kills, but Krem's on the flank. Making his move, and what a stick. Real gets taken down. 2 more players near the
Ui.
gives you something extra.
3 down, another 3 down, and now you've got 2 players there on the B zone. Heretics have started to get going. Joe creeps in, brought down once again. Beagle on a 5.
Every time they meet him, Beagle steps up, but another 5 spree stuffed before he can get that cruise.
He needed 1 bullet from Metals there to help out. Second segment gone though. Great work out of the Heretics here in this round.
And this is going to be overwhelming. They're just going to keep attacking this B zone before they capture A. Keeping the pressure on. Nasty gets the trade though. Everybody getting shut down. 1 more round. LA Thieves. They can taste it.
They can taste it. Doesn't taste fantastic yet. They've got to wash their mouths out after Metals 2-piece like that. That gives you 1 segment at A. Metals now flying in towards B. This is going to be a 2-zone capture. You've got to make a decision here, Thieves.
And it's Ghosty going over towards B. The rest of his team are going towards A. They're trying.
Eu acho que é de lá. Alô? Eu acho que é de lá estas.
This up. They're giving up B. They're going to play.
Eu acho que é de lá.
Way to clear him out. Heads up play to get rid of Ghosty, trying to clear out these power positions.
Acho que é a transmissão deles, está a falhar.
Holding it together. 1 minute and 20. Look at this on the minimap. Real's going to be standing right next to Nasty. And this is a man that you need to kill. Real able to get him. Heretics still playing a heads-up game.
Now we're trying to fight over the high ground right now for Heretics. Krem keeping you trapped. Here comes the hit. Beautiful work. Trades to 1 point. Onto the A zone. Now we go.
Finally made it. More kills on your way. Equal for 2, and it's Ghosty. Last man standing. Always there for the double.
Oh, they're jumping nade. The damage in. Might go for the follow-up. Here come the Heretics.
Ui!
Somehow fights his way in, and they manage to save the segment.
Ai, Ghosty, man.
7 in 10. Another 4 spree. LA Thieves. 1 more minute to go.
The goal line save. 1 minute. 8 lives. 7 lives.
Everybody coming through right now. You got Joe Deceives forcing that close spawn. Everybody for Miami gonna have to wrap around.
This has got to be perfect. Bring Nasty down off the top side.
Easy
Nasty
reads.
wins it.
The reads are done. 5 lives remaining for the Heretics. The remaining 2 members here have got to go big. Beagle does his part. Can Lucky.
They need something else, man. They are running out of time. I may have to go. LA Thieves have been perfect in this series.
Nasty iron will right now. Do not let them get any closer. Real dives in. The quick contest. Here come the Heretics. Nasty with a big win there. I'll do it. Can you get the last play off the point? Find them.
Ui, 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 ui.
Brought down again. Last man. And that was it. The LA Thieves.
LA, let's go! 3-0 outra vez. Eu disse que ia ser 3-0, mano.
It's a heartbreak scenario for the Heretics. You fought so hard to get here, and it was a lifeless performance here on Saturday. The Thieves suffocated them. We'll see them not only at EWC, but Black Ops 6 as well. But that's the end of the run for the Heretics.
And that is the perfect way for LA
Acabou para eles,
to
mano.
start their Saturday. I heard him say it, business as
Meu amigo, é treinar no Black Ops 6, mano.
spend any energy in that series.
É o que é, mano.
You did get your streak down, you did. Elation there on stage. One more step closer to glory for the LA Thieves. They've got a lot of teams to contend with. But man, another
Eu não sei se isto acabou ou se agora vai haver os outros.
And make no mistake, Miami Heretics have had one hell of a year. They entered it, and the Americans, the UK players, had low expectations, heavily criticized, but top 6 in the end. An impressive squad for Heretics. I'm excited to see them play next year, but obviously this one will be a painful one to sit. Props to Vico though. He was on point in this series. Maybe not enough.
O Ghosty foi o melhor jogador.
The final score there, 3-0, the score of the series. LA Thieves, how far can you go in this tournament? Aside from the hard point, not a terribly close matchup there. It was just perfect for the boys in red. We'll see them play a little bit later on today. Commiserations once again to the Heretics. A hard-fought battle. Not quite enough. We'll see those boys later. Mate, the whole room is red. This is one.
Absolutely. And I know Joe Deceives is the player I would hate to lose to the most. When this guy jumps up, he gets giddy. Exciting stuff for that 3-up.
Well, good news, Chance. He's on stage right now with Blaze. We'll see how he feels. Take it away, Blaze.
Thank you so much, Miles and Chance. Texas, show some love to the LA Thieves as they are still in this tournament. Man, Joe, a 3-0 against Miami. Were you guys expecting that, and what was the game plan coming in?
I mean, yeah, you know, we know how good we are. I mean, especially like looking into that Toronto series and that first half of the Optic series, we know how good we are. We know how much time we put in to get here. So that was, in my head, the expected result.
Definitely did right there. Now, yesterday, you guys, you know, got reverse swept. It was a heartbreaker on the stage, but you know, here, after I saw you guys win a second map, even after the first map, you were locked in, wasn't getting overheated, too overly confident right there. What did you guys learn from that series that you wanted to bring into this one?
I mean, like, I don't know, from what it seemed to be was like, we kind of just thought we had already won, but, you know, now, like you saw, like, you know, we're more locked in. We're just, we have 3 matches today, as long as we win all of them. You know, we have conserve our energy. We have a long day ahead of us.
There you go. Now, every time you walk up into the stage, you gotta step over. I want to say that 2022 championship for the LA Thieves, and you walk over your team's name. What would it mean for for the youngest team in the CDL to bring that trophy back home to the compound?
I mean, it'd mean everything. You know, just like the work we've put in as players, as the league, like you said, and even like our coaches, Shane, Cap, Brandon. You know, like how good of coaches they are to, I guess, what's the word, mold us into the team we are today.
Well, we're definitely seeing you guys mature here at Champs, doing championship weekend. Texas, make some noise one more time for the LA Thieves and Joe Deceives.
Vê se tá bom assim, mano.
Take us away.
What a performance this morning by our Olympic
This morning, man. Lá é de manhã, bro.
They ran into Optic Texas. The reverse sweep sent them here. LA Thieves back to their winning form, a hot 3-0. Allie, I want to start with you because you've now bet against the Thieves twice.
Yeah.
You've only been wrong twice in your predictions all weekend. What is it about these matchups? How are Thieves getting it done?
They just got it done really early, Chris. I did not expect them to win that evasion, search, and destroy, but unfortunately, Miami repeated what we saw from them yesterday. They were giving up way too much B space on the map. They were trying to play the retake, and it was not going their way all day yesterday, and it wasn't going their way today either versus Thieves today.
Clay, we got a lot of young players. This was Vikel's first champs, and you had something to say to me backstage that maybe he wasn't as focused as he needed to be coming into a Sunday.
Hey, he might have been focused. I'm not sure, but I definitely did see him out last night at a bar. I don't think he was drinking or anything, but he was enjoying himself a little bit. But the day before a champs match, like, come on, what are we doing?
Don't go to a Warzone party.
E... Vocês perceberam? Ele disse... meti pausa sem querer. Ele disse que viu um jogador, não sei o nome que ele disse, mas viu um jogador num bar ontem à noite, mano. Não é brincadeira, não. Antes de um campeonato, mano.
Yeah, you know, I love the decision to play Karachi Control. Obviously, it's a map they haven't played a whole lot of the season, only 7 times.
Olha, não quero dar zoom.
I just also want to shout out Ghosty. We've been giving him a lot of love, but I don't think people recognize he's been the second best AR only after Scrap. Also beat them, right? So Ghosty's probably feeling like nobody can touch me in this tournament in the AR position. Truly special, and then as Ali mentioned,
Eu não sei se agora vai ser o Toronto contra estes ou se já acabou e agora só amanhã.
Absolute stomping. They came out with something to prove, and I think Thieves proved it right here. They actually could place top 3.
It's right in front of them, right? And we've seen this before, Clay. These young guys catching that fire, making runs at champs. It feels eerily reminiscent to years prior. You can't be nothing but excited if you're LA Thieves.
Dan Ghosty making big plays. Hero performances by Joe Deceives to keep A off guard. And then, of course, you saw Nasty every step of the way. You're going to hear more about Byron throughout this tournament. But we got to put an exclamation on this series, and of course, our man of the match honors has to go to Dan Ghosty, right?
Has to go to Dan Ghosty. 1.55 on the series. He is the man of, I feel like, the weekend, almost the season for the LA Thieves. He has been so consistent as an AR team, not only that, but as a leader as well. This is one of the youngest teams we have in the CDL on average, and they're placed in top 4.
68 and 44 across 3 games. He also earns our Scuff Player of the Match honors. Let's take a look at his Scuff Player of the Game, Clay. We asked for just a montage here because we wanted to showcase how quickly he changes targets in all these respawns.
He put him on a hoop mixtape. Absolute world star the entire series. Dan is shooting like a man on a mission. I think there's nuclear bombs coming out of his gun instead of regular bullets. Like, he is frying, he's positioning himself perfectly, and he's just not missing. Wall banging, two-piecing him. Like, come on, Lucky, get that trade, man.
It's not slow either. Like, you know, there's a ton of situations where we're watching backstage, like, man, Kremps on a 6th streak, just picked up a streak.
Este gajo joga bué.
It's Ghosty laying down the damage, 6,000 on that map number 1, and then we get to this control, and Ghosty said, I am not getting reverse swept. Absolutely taking over, the best control performance we've seen so far.
LA Thieves power into our final 4, and they draw a rematch against the team they beat on day 1. It'll be Thieves versus Toronto Ultra in the next round. Speaking of the bracket, you may have heard the fans going wild. Why? Well, our players for this next match are getting ready on this stage. We still have 3
Oi, let's go, man.
You will later see LA Thieves take on Toronto Ultra. But Clayster, our next fight, it's against 2 Power 4 squads, New York Subliners and Optic Texas.
Banger alert. I mean, this is going to be an insane series. Both of these teams are looking at the top of their game. They just both came off Game 5 wins to get to this point, and I think neither one of them wants to drop to the loser bracket.
It's a Super Saturday, 5 matches on the day. You just saw 2. We'll be back with the biggest match of the weekend. It's your winner.
São 5 jogos no dia, ok? Há muita live pela frente ainda, não é brincadeira não. Nossa, agora vai ser Toronto contra LA. Eu estou pela LA, mano. Mas a Toronto está bem, está boa, mano. Vai ser um jogo difícil. Vocês estão por quem? LA ou a Toronto? A Toronto foi aquela roxa que jogou contra a FaZe, o primeiro jogo. Nossa, mano. Ai não, vai ser óptico, mano. Ah, ok, eles fazem sempre, já percebi. Nossa, vai ser óptico, mano. Vai ser óptico contra... qual é a outra equipa? Vou ter que mudar aqui. Vou ter que mudar aqui a coisa. É Optic vezes Subliners. Alright. Subliners. É isso. Nossa, não vai ser brincadeira não, mano.
Top church. He's coming out of the balcony. He's on the balcony.
Quem é este gajo aqui, mano? Estão a trollar ou o quê? Quem é este gajo? Mas o gajo joga bem, mano. He's the kid, YouTube. Ah, ok. Ok, já percebi.
Last one up. He's got a trophy though, right? He threw a trophy out. He threw a trophy out. This might be too slow. He's delayed. He got it. Oh, he does get it. Yeah, it was too slow. He gets it. He just hops in right away. Nobody checks the bomb. Share your life. They actually went for the challenges and gave us an opportunity, which is
Nossa, Black Ops 2, mano. Ah, Cold War, quer dizer, desculpa. O mapa é que é de Black Ops 2.
It certainly makes the big play, and now you're on offense flanking. You've taken the bomb straight through the middle of the map. Hoop, he's everywhere.
Estou pela óptica agora. Estou pela óptica, mano. Let's go! Adoro a óptica, mano. Adoro a óptica. Estou pela óptica. Eu prefiro a FaZe. Mas a óptica é a minha segunda equipa preferida. Não consegue, né?
Come on, Vico, get up there, son. They're going to get a workout in here in round one. There we go, team. Up we go. Oh, Vico, for God's sake, he's choking on Bane.
Alright, I have Caesar Skies with me right now before you guys go into a massive day 3 here at Champs. You, sir, are #1 in clutch kills. You have 17 this season, which is incredible, top of the leaderboard. And yesterday in Game 5, you made 2 crucial...
Gajo parece o Pamajoldo, mano.
How do you keep that level of composure in such a high-stakes game?
Well, honestly, I didn't even know that set until like last major, and then after I figured it out, I was like, oh my god, like I'm literally winning all my ones. So it just gave me like an extra layer of confidence. But honestly, the way my teammates set me up, they trust me in a 1v1 situation or any clutch situation. So I'm always like the guy watching pinch, and I'm usually going to be in those clutches, and glad I can keep clutching them.
I love that. And mentally, you're just composed for it. It's just something that you feed off of.
Yeah, it's just like...
Está a ser um skill. Mano, não, aquele é... Não, bro, aquilo era uma trollagem, mano, do que aconteceu antes. Acho eu, mano, acho eu. Não, eu já vi taças disto e tipo, é uma taça mesmo normal, uma taça. Eu acho que aquilo foi tipo um troll. Isto é a ligação deles, mano. Acho eu que é dele. Se bem que o meu computador parece estar a dar o peido, mano. Eu não sei, quando eu faço live, sei lá, ela ia passar as 2h30, mano. Começa a dar o peido da live, tipo, começa-se a bugar, mano, não sei. Começa a ficar a ligação fraca, eu não entendo. A minha net não consegue, né?
What type of footwear do you wear normally for games?
Honestly, whatever's comfortable. Today, I have socks on right now, but...
Tô prejudicado aqui.
This is what we're going to be rocking with.
But today I brought the shoes that we got from winning champs last year for good juju, and I brought my ring. So
this guy, he's ready. He's ready for that good juju. Thank you so much, guys. Best of luck.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Estás ready, mas não sei se vais ganhar, mano.
Guys ready to take the stage in his socks and clay. Is that a buff here at a championship weekend?
I've never seen that before. It might be the biggest buff of all time. I gotta try playing shoeless.
Sky's ready to grip the stage with his toes as they are going toe-to-toe against Optic Texas. Let's start here with the New York Subliners. Nameless, I was looking through our brackets. Major 3 was the last time I saw that Texas ran into New York. That was for top 4. Texas won it.
Let's go, Optic!
To win that tournament. But it's
Você tem que falar baixo, mano, senão aqui os vizinhos ainda vão reclamar, mano.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Major 2 and 3, Texas eliminated the New York Subliners, right? So feeling confident in this matchup on land, but this is a different New York Subliners. We're talking an 8-series win streak. They just won a major, and they have been frying anybody who gets in their path.
Hydra dropping 223 kills through 2 matches. He is topping the leaderboard in a lot of stats. Let's dive in to Hydra and the rest of the subliner lineup. Clayster, break it down for me. What are the roles of this team playing for top 2?
Well, basically, Hydra is your aggressive SMG player. He's going to be flying in first. He's going to be getting a lot of kills. You have Kismet, his duo at the SMG role. Kismet is focused more on the objective.
Lembrando, malta, que ainda falta 3 jogos.
Then on the AR side of things, is
3 jogos, 3 equipas.
Civ is their fast playing AR. He's going for damage. He's like Draza. And then on the other side, you have Skies, who's that lockdown a lane. Going to play slow like a turtle, but he's going to get his one every single time.
And that's like kind of what they figured out recently. We were talking about it all season, was like, what role is Skies, what role is Civ? You felt like they brought him in to get damage and slay, but he wasn't doing that.
Acho que conheço o Hydra. E acho que este também já vi no YouTube.
I will be Mr. Fundamental Civ. Play confident, go out there, get those kills, do what we want you to do in the HPs, and since then he's been unreal.
Ali, is there any extra pressure for this New York Subliner squad? They want to lock up back-to-back World Championships here.
Not at all. If anything, I think they're the most confident out of the top 4 teams right now and the most comfortable. I mean, Kismet was having a not very good series versus Atlanta FaZe yesterday, and they still won in a game.
World Championships here.
Not at all. If anything, I think they're the most confident out of the top 4 teams.
Se é o meu PC, é sério, eles.
Side of the stage, Optic has done a number of roster changes, but we caught up with the mainstay Dashi backstage. Here's what he had to say to Lottie.
Dashi, reverse sweep yesterday, made it happen. I want to know about the mentality of the boys. Those first 2 maps, you go down, you hear the crowd get a little bit quieter. What are the talks that are happening on the mics there in between the next one?
I mean...
E ele tem grande falha aqui na barba.
It's not really anything new to us, so just about staying resilient and believing in each other and just playing our game, and I think we did a good job of that.
Post-match, what are you working on? What are you working on coming into day 3? This is a big day today. You want to go all the way through the winners bracket. What's been happening?
At least individually speaking, I didn't really like my performances, especially in the respawns, the past couple series, so I'm really just focused on stepping up personally, but just making sure that we're still playing as a team and still thinking of the ultimate goal, which is to win, so definitely that.
Speaking of that, there has been some chatter about the team dynamic, the chemistry, working together more. Are you feeling that's really now coming together day 3?
Yeah, I just feel like we're a different team when playing in front of the green wall, the fans. It just does something to us, to our comms, our energy. So I feel like we're just a different team when we're playing in front of the fans.
Dashi, I'll let you go back to work. Thank you so much.
Desculpa, maltinha, não é isto.
That is Big Bruce, aka Dashi in game. We've got Kenny, Pred, and Shotzi lining up here for Optic Texas. And if you look at the
Olha o Shorty.
Their stats haven't been great, but they don't need to be if Pred and Shotzi keep dropping these bombs.
And I will say, I'm glad we're highlighting Bruce because he did do some big things in that game 5, and also in this matchup in particular.
Está-se a bugar, mano.
You're talking 4.3 thousand damage in HP. He's lit it up there and in control.
Tentar não mexer muito.
Ali, let's take a look at our scuff maps and modes of best of 5 once again for a spot in the championship match.
I don't love this for Texas. To be honest, that opening Karachi, they lost it pretty handedly to LA Thieves yesterday, and then New York Subliners set themselves up for success in the later half of this series because it's
Primeiro mapa temos Karachi, Hardpoint. Segundo mapa, 6 Star, Search and Destroy. Terceiro mapa Invasion, Control. E se for preciso mais, temos o Rio Hardpoint e o Invasion Search and Destroy, mano. Vai ser complicado. Mas o Shory, mano. Vocês vão ver, o Shory é um jogador abusado, mano.
So I really like the attitude and mentality coming out of the Optic camp, and I hope they keep it up.
Do you think it's real though, Nameless? Can they afford going down 0-2 to a team like the Subliners?
I mean, honestly, I think you can come back from anything in Call of Duty. I've been in situations down versus great teams, and I've reverse swept before. Optic are certainly capable of it. The one thing that I worry about, though, is in this series specifically, Optic have dominated the hardpoints, like 8-2 on the season, but New York have gotten so much better at that game mode. And in Search and Destroy, that's where New York has been beating them, right? Is Optic that much improved in S&D that they can go toe-to-toe and possibly take down a Game 5 up against our Major 4 champions? That's the question we all need answered, and personally, I do not think so.
And what's hilarious to me about the fact that you touch on it is New York Subliners are hardpoint all year. Statistically, they were like top 4 in every category, but they weren't able to close out maps. And it's because their ARs were struggling with their roles. Sometimes Civ was playing the objective, sometimes Skies. Kismet touched on it a bit, that when Civ is getting kills and Skies is able to just soak the time, that's when they find the most success. And I feel like the ARs on New York Subliners have hit their stride a little bit more this weekend. And on the flip side, Optic Texas, Dashy and Kenny were struggling a lot yesterday. They're going to need them today versus another top 4 team.
To make a run, sometimes you need an X factor, Clayster. Pick out one player on each team that this audience need to keep eyes on.
I feel like this is an easy one. If we look at both these teams, on New York, it's got to be Hydra. This guy's bringing the energy, bringing the fire, and dropping 200 kills in his series already. On the other side, it's got to be Shotzzy. Ant is playing phenomenally as well with his duo Pred. I think those two are your X factors.
Ali, you agree with this?
No, actually, I'd love to counter that and say it's got to be Kismet. I think
agree.
when New York Subliners are winning and winning championships, it's when we get 99 kills. And I remember in the green room yesterday, they went to the game 5. Me and Jay looked at each other. We were like, it's got to be 99 kills, right? Like, we've got to see 99 kills at some point during the series to clutch it up. They didn't need him, but I especially expect him to spawn in today.
They didn't get 99 kills, but they did get a 95 Sib. We'll see what he's able to do going up against his former teammate as we have Pred playing for Optic Texas. And if you've been watching the SMGs for Texas, they have been putting on a highlight reel. You can see the energy. Ant and Pred celebrating after every map win, knowing they got to keep this hype if they're going to go the distance.
Listen, Chris, I mean, they do get the reverse sweep, which is impressive. But in that Game 5, so many mistakes were being made, and a lot of them, it was by Pred. He does not seem comfortable. And I even get the vibe in the interview that he had with Lottie. He didn't seem comfortable about his Search and Destroy when asked about it. So for him, it's about slowing down when you need to and playing aggressive when your teammates ask you to do it. You don't need to always be...
Consegue, né? Come on, bro. Será que é minha net, mano? Porra, mas está ligado ao cabo, mano. Come on.
The guy to go out there and get the 3-piece, make that hero play, and that's something that he's struggled with over the last 2 stages.
Era muito mal.
They got everything,
to get a chance to win a ring, I think this is their best opportunity they're going to get in a very long time.
Ali, you see it the same way?
I don't see it exactly the same way. Again, I think because the SMGs have been performing so well for Optic Texas this whole weekend, I gotta see more from the ARs in this series if they have a chance at taking that ring.
Nameless, it's about time to get to our scuff pick'ems, and Ali has been great up until this last match.
Okay.
So I'm gonna make you go first this time with our scuff pick'ems. Who are you feeling at the end of this one?
Listen, Clay just mentioned it. We got the drums banging. We got the crowd that's going to be chanting. And Optic have been undefeated up against New York on land. I got Optic Texas in this one. That crowd buff hits diff.
Alley Cat?
I'm gonna let them get it out first because it's gonna. The tone.
Eu fui ver a deles e estava fixe.
I'm going with New York
Acho.
Subliners. I'm not sorry.
É tu, oh bro, yeah, a minha net fica instável às vezes, mano. Não te sei explicar. Quer dizer, sei-te explicar porque tu sabes como é que é. Ela às vezes fica instável, mano. Espero que não atrapalhe muito mais. Ainda há muita live pela frente.
Get to the games real quick. Here's what the Subliners had to say. We caught up with Hydra.
All right, I've got Hydra from the Subliners after that incredible series against Atlanta FaZe. I have to ask you about that S&D because for me that cemented the confidence we need in you guys going into tomorrow. That round 6 retake, that was basically impossible. The level of coordination your team needs to be able to pull that off is crazy. What was that like?
Honestly, my teammates were both in green, and I was just like, oh, I have a smoke. Let me just like smoke and make it like mixy, and they have to watch everywhere. And yeah, that's just like I felt like that was just like a confident play myself, and we just retake it from there.
You really did. That retake was stunning. I think you guys also thrive in chaos, don't you? When you have those chaotic situations, you're able to find some type of stability.
Yeah, I was just feeling like it's either I'm doing that or the run's over. So I was just like, F it, I need to do it. So I'm just gonna try, and if that doesn't work, I mean, it's whatever.
And Hydra, I've got to add a bit of drama to the mix as the last question. Now, we just saw Sim take MVP today, of course, the regular season. You came on that stage, you looked unbelievable, just the numbers you're putting up. And I saw a couple of interactions. What's being said about you? Bad blood? Is there any drama happening?
Not at all, not at all. He deserves MVP. I just went into game chat to just, because they always go in game chat and say my name, so I had to do it, obviously. So it's just like I'm doing it for my fun and for my teammates' fun. Like they're having fun when I trash talk people, I guess. So it's just all better for everyone.
I think you're getting in their heads, Hydra. I think that's what it is. I think you're definitely rent-free right now. Thank you so much. Best of luck going into tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Who could be louder on the mic throughout this one? We got
Toma, Altinha, Optic.
Hydra 1-2-5.
Nossa, mano.
Our top 3 overall on the KD leaderboard.
You look at these stats, and I'm blown away that a sub can play at this level, this consistently, at the best event of the year when everyone's playing their best. Like a 1.3 on the left, a 1.25 on Hydra. You can't ask for more from them too.
You got the team with both of them. That's incredible. These guys are unreal. The
1.30 de QD, mano. Não é brincadeira não, mano.
They're on that stage. They've had some epic battles in the past before.
Texas, are you done listening to us yet? Are you ready to get this party started?
Let's go! Let's go!
2024 Call of Duty League Winners Bracket Finals begins now.
Nossa, mano. Quem é que é ver? É... Kill and death, estás a ver? Tipo, é o ratio, é a tua média de kills e de mortes, mano. Só que tipo, 1,30 neste modo competitivo é muito, mano, e 1,25 também. Tipo, normalmente competitivos ficam negativos e assim, e eles estão tipo positivos, muito positivos, mano. Ui, ui! Este Shoris joga muito, mano.
All right, Texas. It's time to get this winners final started. Hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line. Who's going to the grand finals first?
Quanto é que ele disse?
Time to find out. And the first squad coming to the stage. Look at the team finals first. It's time to find out. And the first. All right, Texas. It's time to get this winners final started. Hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line. Who's going to the grand finals first? It's time
Centenas de milhares, ok.
and the first squad coming to the stage. Coming to the stage, the New York Subliners.
crowned champs last year, trying to create a legacy with another one. Quite possibly the most talented player this esport has ever seen in Hydra, looks to be the MVP at this tournament. He's been unbelievable so far, but he needs the help of his teammates. Sib in that Game 5 yesterday really showcased why he needed to be picked up to this team.
É Optic, mano. Optic tem que ganhar.
Team who's had their number all year long. Let's see if they can get the W this time, guy.
One more time, Texas. Let your voice be heard for the New York Subliners. Take your seats, boys. Take your seats. All right. Now it's time to bring out the hometown team. Green! Green! Green!
Mano, eu quero muito ir ali, bro. Caraca, mano, como assim? Era ser convidado pela Call of Duty, mano. Se eu fosse famoso no YouTube. Nossa. Será que a Optic vai ganhar o torneio, mano? O campeonato? Let's go, man!
As you see, the green wall is here. Optic Texas are ready to go. Let's get this grand final started. We got your casters. It's going to be shift and study. Let's go.
I don't know if there's a favorite in this matchup here, Jay.
I mean, come on, the electricity could not be any higher here in Allen, Texas.
The map set, we already kind of heard from the deck. New York, got me feeling good, but sometimes that doesn't make a difference when Optics playing.
It really doesn't, man. In front of the green wall, we know the energy is going to play a big part. So starting off in this series with that Karaji, a match that you lost yesterday versus LAT, you need to come out swinging off the gate because you know what New York are capable of now with their hardpoint game.
And the thing about it is, when these two teams had played last time, this map set is very familiar. Everything is the same except for the control. So remember back to that matchup, Optic did win both the hard points, but they struggled in the
A Optic costuma ser muito boa no hardpoint, por isso. Acho que vou entrar a ganhar, mano.
Yeah, search and destroy is going to be a big factor because if you think about all the matches that they had this season, basically every single time it has gone to a game 5 besides one time. Yeah. So overall, when you talk about the hard points, Optic are edging them out by a lot. 8-2 overall on the season, but then the same thing could be said for New York in search and destroy. 7-2 in their favor. Yeah. But the only thing that really does scare me for the green draw is just the improvements out of New York's hardpoint game. They used to always be great on rotations, but now they have figured out holes. They have figured out that teamwork aspect to find a lot more success.
And they're beating people up. An average point margin of nearly 50 points per map. That is way far and away better than just about anyone else in the league. And of course, you got Kismet on screen. You heard it from the desk. That was the X factor for Ali, and it is one of those things you just can't afford to see another 0.6 come out of him. And let's be honest, you don't figure he's going to have a performance like that again.
Absolutely not, because he knows what it's like to be in this moment. He's obviously our most recent world champion. He's made it through the winner's side, and now that the fact that he was able to get through that series versus Atlanta FaZe, taking both hard points, dropping a 0.6, 99 kids needs to make it a performance, and he needs to make it here.
On the other side of things, you heard it from Ant. He very appropriately talked about how for Optic in this matchup, Dashy's been unbelievable.
Oh, yeah.
So considering that Pred and Shotzi have been near top of the SMG kill leaders overall the weekend, if you could see Dashy show up with Kenny, that could be the ticket here for Optic to get over to the grand finals.
Without question, you need everybody to be firing on all cylinders versus a squad like New York, who were able to take down Atlanta FaZe all the way in that game number 5. But so far, all throughout this weekend, Optic have been able to dominate that LA squad.
Yes.
Either it's going to be the Gorillas or the Thieves. The SMGs have just been playing absolutely lights out. But this is where you have to play your best Call of Duty. The ARs need to perform.
Absolutely the case. Hats up in the balconies, trying to get the crowd a little extra energy as we're just about ready to go. The players are ready.
Jay, I know you're ready. Allen, Texas, are you all ready?
Também estou pronto, mano.
Here we go. Karachi Hardpoint, we've got Subliners taking on Optic Texas. Let's get it on. Major 3 champions going up against Major 4 champions. Whoever walks away with this series will be able to put themselves in a position in the final dance tomorrow. We're starting off on the Karachi. A bread and butter as of recent for the New York Subliners. But if you are Optic Texas and you can take this map number 1, Subliners are going to be very, very nervous.
And that might be the first time that we've had any nerves.
Let's go, let's go.
They've been oozing nothing but confidence, but here we go. Optic Texas going to have a chance to kind of dump into the hard point first. Keep your eye on Shotzi. Looking to get
Shotzi.
And often first blood for Kenny. Kismet has also been seen topside third. Easy fall for Dashi.
Oh, this is perfect. Dash is holding down that power position. Finds the effective trades. Even though you do not have the spawn, you have to take care of Hydra, who has already put himself in position to contest them at this mid P1. And as long as you're the Subliners, you're in control of this hill with only 30 seconds left. You want to stay on this side of the map.
And Shotzi's been shut down again from trying to find any early routes to get over the left side of that mini-map. Kenny looking at a different route, trying to play over towards bridge side. Sky's in his way. A couple of tags here and there, but New York's still very comfortable with their setup at the moment.
Very, very comfortable, because you already have players like Kismet early off that rotation, so Shotzi's going to think that this route is going to be free, but he does not check that corner. That leads to 3, almost 4 dead in the feed for New York. They're going to walk away with this final 5 seconds, but fully set up now off the rotation.
And a red hot start for Sid. He is on the other side for New York. Been incredible in this matchup. And beyond that, really good for New York on the weekend.
Nossa, a Optic tá perdendo, mano.
Here, as the new hard point opens up for New York to maybe get tested a little bit earlier than they would have expected. Optic already knocking on the front door.
Yeah, they're right here to go, but you have to find a couple kills. Big nade coming in out of Kismet. He's able to find a second onto Kenny. So that's just slowing down the push every single time so far from Optic Texas. The spawns do flip, and it's the ideal situation you want to be in if you're New York.
Just comes down to receiving this hit around the backside of the jump wall. Kismet very aware of it, already in position to watch the cross. The rest of Optic trying to find some way to even see the hard point, and it's Kenny and Dashi able to combine for a little bit of team shots. Kismet from the low ground, only able to take down 1, so a good break for Straight. And now we focus on the rotation. Spawns are still in for New York.
Yeah, Spawns are still going to be here for the Subliners, and thankfully you got a player like Skies who's always thinking about those fundamentals. He's able to find a double, even the teammate onto Sid, but doesn't matter when you have those guaranteed spawns at the next hill. Hydra somehow, some way gets the better of Kenny, and now New York coming off hot. Win that rotation to P3.
And this has been the pattern for New York. What we've seen since Major 4 leading into champs, they are just so good at making sure you never have a chance to put together a break opportunity. But Shotzi slips the net, finds a kill, gets into the hard point. Spawns for New York are going to be deep over towards P2. Here's a chance for Optic.
Shotzi's just making the plays, man. Can he find his player behind the door? No. Better hiding spot out of Hydra. So the Subliner still in control of this HP. There's only one player here in Kenny trying to contest it, but he has to wait for his teammates.
Gets a look over towards Kismet at range, but like you said, needs an SMG to try to find a way to break this through. Do you even really want to? 25 seconds. It doesn't look all that clean, so Kenny will just try to forfeit his life by jumping on into the mix, and he does move around the New York setup, but the kills are still good enough to allow New York to continue to get the scrap time. Plus, Skies did get to 5, didn't earn the cruise missile though, so a decent shutdown for Optic.
Now only 10 seconds remaining here at P3. Pratt trying to hold down this power position at top 3. It's going to be late off this rotation with those kills that you were able to find. Because the Subliners now have a couple players early off this rotation. Sid finds another one off the Shotzi, and it's, what, 4 hard points in a row? Then the Subliners have 1 rotation. Optic need to turn that around.
Yeah, I mean, New York has been #1 in rotation without question in these last 60 days, and that's often led to these giant gaps early in the game. A moment where Optic are able to kind of at least neutralize some of the opening setup, but fighting for this time on the 4th hard point, very difficult to do. Kismet also trying to watch over the middle of the map as Optic try to find a way to envelop the entirety of the hard point.
And this is the ideal situation you want to be in. You want to trap the Subliners into the backside of this milk truck, but you need to, at the same time, play for a little bit of this hill time. Still a 70-point difference. 25 still to fight for. You're going to go tooth and nail all the way to the very end, but Hydra even gets it done with the AR.
Yeah, it's just been clean from start to finish here for New York. A 4-11 start for Shotzi. By far his slowest thus far on the weekend. Kenny also just
Mano, este Hydra joga muito.
not getting the same kind of participation that you need to see if Optic are going to put themselves in that Major 3 champion form.
And now with only 5 seconds remaining here at P4, Optic gonna hit that early rotation, but a couple kills not going in their way. That's gonna be 2 players now spawning out.
Mano, a Optic está a sofrer. A Optic está a sofrer, mano. A Optic está a sofrer, está a perder 128 a 36, mano. Não é brincadeira, não.
knockdown early time. So it's about a 100-point gap, and you can see it. Every kill we get is a 1v1 somewhere. Optic just cannot find a way to get together.
It's got to lead to a break now because the game's starting to get away from them. Subliners almost up by 100. You have a bunch of players from Optic contesting around this junkyard, but Hydra's trying to set up on this pinch.
And Hydra will be able to scout out Shotzi, who does take down 2, but still an opportunity to play for the 1v1 over the top of the scrap time, and New York will clean it up. Wow, the subliners are looking picture perfect. We're going to reset back over towards our central hard point. This is where Optic need to find something to work with.
Yeah, it has to go from the P1 to P2 chain. You have to try to dominate on this side of the map, not die early off this rotation. Force the setup to be broken easily, but they find a couple kills in the feed. Sip still causing mayhem in towards top side of Fountain, but right now Optic Texas in the hill. They need time.
Oh, they're going to get a little bit here. Kismet just on the hunt. Can't quite find the Optic members in the hard point, so that leads to an early elimination over the top of the opening time at the first hill. Kenny also follows up from allowing Hydra to jump on in, and the last one left is Skies. He's been seen. Okay, full team-wide pick. Optic have a chance not just to get more...
É, o Optic conseguiu entrar no ponto. Bem. Esse cara já ativou, mano.
Touch on that Shotzi. X Factor, and right now Optic Texas is doing everything they need to do to try to change this to that P2.
Nossa, mano! Olha a óptica agora, meu.
Yeah, and this is where you need to make up that time. A full 60 would basically tie this game on up. You also find that kill onto Hydra. Now with Dash leading in 5 in a row. 16 and 11 start from him. He knew that the last couple of matches he had slow performances in the respawn, and he's so far turning it around.
Needs to get this 6th elimination. Oh! Hydra just able to get the rival 9 up to take out the threat of the cruise missile. Shotzi now inside the hard point. Good for the Semtex, but can't find anything beyond that. Kenny just fighting for his life inside the hill. Fred providing some assistance. Kenny in and out of the hard point. Right back forward as Optic will get a couple of kills mid-map. It's just Skies left to find. He knows he's in the closet. A couple of tags are in. Kenny will...
Bem jogado, mano. Bem jogado, Kenny. Olha a Optic. Olha a Optic.
What's the third? Okay. I have a red pinch. Okay. On the top. Hold your red pinch. Look. See the weak. In the garage. Nice group.
Olha a Optic, já tá quase a ganhar, mano. What the fuck, bro? Ok, eles agora estão no ponto. Conseguiram ele. Aí.
Optic does exactly what they need to get themselves back in the game, but just as soon as you start to build momentum, New York find their break and they get Hydra cruise missiles who rotate back over to the storefront.
So now if you are Optic Texas, you got to get him off of this HP. You got to try to soak up some time and at the same time hold down the power positions, but you see the kill feed, it's all white. Subliners find 3 in a row. They still do not have the spawns that they want, but you do have players like Sid trying to contest for that back end.
Dashy gets a big win over through the middle of the map. Now Optic can keep all their focus right on into the front side of the hard point. Dashy, great map from him to this point, but needs a little bit of assistance. Tagged up in New York. They smell blood in the water. Pop out of the hard point, find the kills they need, and right back in, earning more time. They're going to get past the 200-point mark.
Yeah, it seems that Optic are just going to get this one on. Still a lot of time to fight for. They're going to send 3 players early off the rotation, relying on Sausage to try to make a miracle play, but he is going to fall. So Subliners gifted with that final.
Eles estão com muito pontos agora, mano. Até aos 250 eles já estão com 215, mano. Vamos, Optic, vamos. Bem, estão no ponto, bem.
And yet, tablet goes up, cruise missile comes down. Optic still mostly focused on playing inside the hill. A couple of players over towards the old third hard point. Dashy will keep his life. How much can he deal with? The first one's good. Dashy's gonna get a second.
Oh! Oh my! Triple kill, mano!
Texas, more specifically Dashy, making the plays with that AR. He said,
Que triple kill linda, mano!
they hold on to that first push. Still 30 seconds to fight for. If you are Optic, you have Kismet trying to...
Olhem aqui o triple kill, aqui. Nossa, mano.
Works his way back over towards the backside at barrels, but Optic catching a little bit of fire. Dashy really the instigator now. Sib up top does find one, but it will not really influence what happens on the hard point nor on rotation. Kenny's able to win one through storefront.
Optic tá quase nos 200. Vamos. Tá quase em vantagem, mano. Quase em vantagem, quase a apanhá-los. Vamos dizer assim.
A 20-point difference in this map. Number one, this is going to be a photo finish. The route from Shocky clears out the high ground. Kenny does the same. And now we've got an opportunity for Optic to get their first lead really in the game. New York's still spawning close, and here we go. We're going to go through the break. Yeah, and if you are Optic Texas, you cannot win here at P1. So you want to try to contest this all the way to the very end and eventually flip those spawns if you can. But now it's the Tomliners' turn to strike. Just 2 minutes.
Oh!
In the right position, we are going to have a lead change. Spawns are still good though for
Optic tá a ganhar já.
Favorable for Optic. Fred working on a long route, able to catch Hydra in the corner. Now New York, a bit rigid. They just have to sit and hold. They are going to get a spawn for Hydra over the top of P2, but Optic will put them well over 2.
Go, let's go!
Optic need is one set of kills, one break opportunity. Spawn New York all the way across the map, and this map one is going to be theirs. Shots from Fred, finds Skies deep over the back counter. Spawns are in Narnia. Oh my. New York, Shotsy back door.
Whoosh!
Himself a second kill. Optic are going to find the break. One more player in the action. It's Hydra, but he gets shut down. Last opportunity for New York. Can anyone get
Já está, Optic, let's go, mano! Let's go, mano! Oh, Hydra, não deu para ti, mano, não deu para ti. Nossa, eles estavam a perder por bué e foram ganhar isto, mano. É incrível, mano. Incrível, mano.
You keep it scattered at P4, but when that cruise missile got invested at P5, Dashy finding that 3-piece was all Optic needed to have a moment to start to gain a little momentum to go forward. But that is an insane start to this series. If you are Optic Texas, backs against the wall, you gotta play some perfect COD. Dashy starts it off, but the SMGs came alive, and you know Kenny's always gonna have those moments.
The composure, I think, is by far the word he used, because Shotsy was in the blender early, not finding success, breaking through these New York setups. All of a sudden, all it takes is one AR moment, and Shotsy starts to run and gun. Gets 20 out of 24, but Dashy 27 and 19, 20 of those kills not traded.
O Dash jogou bem, mano. E o Pred também.
The showing for Big Bruce, like Ant called on the desk, he needed to show up, and boy did he ever.
Yeah, 27 and 19, like you said, 29 traded. He was phenomenal with that AR, but another guy alongside him who's been playing unbelievable, especially in hardpoint, has been Pred. He gets it done with that Rival 9. At points, he has to pick up that MCW. He's still able to clutch up with a bunch of these 2 pieces. But now it changes the series up completely for me, because when I looked at this map set, the first 2 maps were kind of iffy, because New York recently, they've been playing a lot of Karachi, finding a lot of success. And then when you get into that map number 2 for Optic Texas, 6-star Search and Destroy hasn't really treated them well. So I was thinking in the back of my mind, you just simply don't want to go down 0-2. The fact that they start off with map number 1, everybody in the world knows it. When Optic Texas take map number 1, 90% chance to win the entire series.
That's a stat right there, and I'm sure the people here in Allen, Texas are happy to hear you say that, Jay. I think the other thing about it, it's not just a map 1 win, it's the fashion in which they find the map 1 win. Wow, I mean, like you mentioned, first rotation to Hills, New York, firmly in control. And it's the exact same patterns and trends that we've seen them do over the course of the last month and a half. Getting clean setups, finding ways to make sure there are no gaps, no holes.
But of course, you call the cruise, Dashy turns the series on its head, and then from there, the break in towards P2 really sets things up now for what should be a very interesting map number 2.
And I think that was a situation where New York would want that back because that cruise missile was invested to take down the player on the hill. But at the same time, when it's right there, they find that kill with a gun, so the cruise missile gets nothing done. If that communication was a little bit better, when they realize that the player on the hard point is going to peek, that's a freebie. That cruise missile, if it got invested on Dashy, New York potentially would have taken that map number 1. But communication a little bit mishap. Now you find yourself down on 1 where you need to be able to respond in the search and destroy.
The good news is, I think, for New York fans.
Será que vai ser um 3-0 outra vez, mano? Nossa, mano! Olha isso, a óptica é verde. Estava a perder e depois aqui no final, mano, nossa. Ela aqui aumentou muito, de 36 pontos passou para 134, mano. E eles estavam a ganhar por 100 e tal, mano, nossa, 111 acho eu. 6-star Search and Destroy, agora vai ser difícil, mano. Agora vai ser difícil. O mapa não é o melhor, mano. E ele está todo molhado, mano. E é o treinador, imagina.
Hopefully with the 2 weeks of practice that they had, they have figured out different ways to try to retake sites. Objective focus, we can just use that as our blanket across not just what they do offensively, but even what they do when it comes to, are we allowing New York to get plants? And how are we going to put together retakes? Because like you mentioned, this 6-star search and destroy can feel a little one-dimensional at times, where it is just 4v4 post-plant setups from both sides.
And that's the scary part because post plants are going to be a big thing. And for Optic Texas, they barely like to plant the bomb.
Yes.
I even tweeted about it. It's like they have full map control. You have numbers advantage, and they still sometimes decide to play for kills. When you have that versus a team like New York, you have to take full advantage of it. Get the bomb down, put yourself in the best post plant setup to try to close out these rounds.
So who are you looking at in terms of members for Optic to start things off? Because like you mentioned, they like to kind of play this more TDM style, and the opening duel percentages haven't necessarily been great.
Yeah.
Are you looking at the ARs, or do you want to see something from one of the SMGs?
No, I think it's definitely the SMGs. If you think about the way that Atlanta was able to take down New York yesterday, that was shutting down Kismet and High.
Digam-me se vocês querem assim com os comentários ou sem. Oh bro, fala aí alguma coisa para ver o que é que aparece. Mano, está bué escuro agora que eu vi. Está bué escuro aqui, não. Vi um TD que estava assim escuro.
Of the first blood fights that he finds. But like we talked about on the macro level, New York have been great on this map, and in particular finding offensive wins from the first blood on. So let's see what they have to offer. New York starting on the attack first, and they're going to leave the bomb and spawn looking for early game pressure.
Yeah, just an early spread setup. Trying to get a feel out of what Optitex is going to throw at them early on this defense. And you can see the aggression from Pred and Shotzi. That dynamic SMG duel trying to isolate.
Qualquer coisa. É complicado, mas fica muito mal, bro. Fica muito mal, mano. Acho que vou deixar os comentários, mano.
Kismet now left in the 2v1, and we saw the spot all throughout challenges, trying to stack that statue to 1v1.
Oh, he knows a Pred is, but oh! It's the AR from Pred, holds his ground in the staircase. And that's enough to catch Kiz, looking to go.
Não é brincadeira não, mano.
But Pred a little bit more patient.
And I love the aggression right there out of Optic Texas, early on setting the tone. You send 2 players over towards statue. What great thing that Dash was able to do yesterday in his map number 5, multiple first bloods. He's able to find it there. You back down the player who's watching that pinch, but eventually way too much pressure out of Pred and Shotzi. You turn it into a 1v1, and Pred is able to clutch on up. So Optic Texas not relying on that smoke retake. Yep. Perfect start.
And maybe a little bit of knowledge saying, hey, Skies is committing on this flank play. Dashy has to hold his ground firmly for him to find the first blood. Critical towards that, starting off right for the green wall. Stun up and over. Optic looking to go a little bit quicker over towards the A site. Really no defenders here. Likely going to be some sort of a New York setup for a potential retake, forfeiting this A site for now.
Just going to invest in A's and know that Sublime didn't really find a lot of success in the kill department, but that's Dashy again. 2 first bloods back to back.
And it's another critical one because New York, who have loved playing off the flank, now find themselves a little bit more shorthanded. Dashy does get traded. Kismet's presence now known on that flank potential. Shotzi holding the line, which would be right in this smoke if one gets placed, but a trophy system gets placed. Like Kismet still gets the information. Sid follows up, and now it's just down to Fred, who can't really hold a candle to all three New York members coming at him at once. That's just beautifully played right there out of New York. They realize that Shotzi, and more specifically Kismet, loves to play those kind of angles. Not going to catch him slipping. They just bombard their way through mid-connector. Basically every single kill was a headshot. Even with Dashy finding that first blood, Sublime is successful on the retake.
The quick trade, the quick transition. That's something that we've seen from New York over and over, especially on this map. Their ability to play through mid and play through the offensive side of the map has been exquisite. So a quick bounce back for New York, 1-1 the count. And do you think Optic just keep playing with the same tempo? Do you just try to keep New York uncomfortable, or do you let them come to you here on their defensive side?
Might be a little different now because they have trophy systems to work with, so this time you're going to spread those SMG players in a
Nossa, aquele matou de granada, mano.
First blood, Sublime.
Lots of damage from Shotzi trying to get the bank off the nade. Doesn't really work out, but Kenny's long nade does land. So we get to a 3v3. New York not going to be dissuaded from setting themselves up for a post-plant setup, though.
0% on the retake. Optic Texas need to try to change that here into 3v3. 40 seconds still to work with. Seems like you're going to send two players working on this deep pinch while Shachi's just trying to cause mayhem through mid-connector, but the time is dwindling.
Yeah, I don't know if Sky's actually got aware, or now he is, that there are two members on the flank. There's the up and over. Sky is just holding himself on the staircase. Doesn't really work out. Follow-up, though, quickly, coming from New York. They do not want to allow this flank to survive for long, but now Kidman finds himself absolutely nowhere to go. The timing is
Let's go.
And that's beautiful teamwork on full display right there from Optic. You send both the ARs to work the pinch. Shotzi stays alive around mid-connector, but the fact that Kenny or Dashy does not
Não percebi porque é que estavam
to put themselves in a numbers disadvantage. That's just a great bait and switch on to Skies. And eventually it's time for Shotzi to strike and finds that one-on-one gunfight. They realize that Kismet was playing over towards security, instantly snaps onto him. So that's two successful retakes now.
And I think the thing that's interesting, and keep your mind on this, is now Optic have isolated and bullied Skies in both of their defensive rounds. So they're saying, let's get rid of the ARs first. Let's worry about the SMGs later. So put a pin in that. We'll come back to it when offense comes to side. Shotzi, first one in, late trophy system, gives him a chance to stay alive on the statue, and the bomb is right behind this. Practically looking for an early plant.
I'm just blown away by the adjustments so far out of Optic Texas. It's usually Shotzi or Pred that are playing that island role, but with Dashy doing it, he's able to gain early info. So the bomb is going to successfully be planted. Shotzi's going to play that same angle.
This is the fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice.
Ui.
Not going to happen. Shotzi up and close.
Matei este, será?
Make sure Sip stays out of the picture.
Não foge, não foge. Vai!
Where the hell has this been from Optic?
They're just playing way too.
Carai, mano, este shot se joga muito, bro. Este shot se joga muito, mano.
They found that first blood. Shotzi effective for the second. And then with just the confidence they were able to gain off of that map number one, we're just sending it for every single kill. Optic Texas up 3-1.
And now again, this is where we go back to that point.
Eu acho que vai ser 3-0 outra vez. Os últimos dois jogos, os dois jogos que tivemos a ver, foram os dois 3-0. E este está no mesmo caminho. Mas está mais renhido este.
Thankfully, he's able to set up Kenny for that kill. Instant 3v3. Subliners have full A side control, but they know that there's still one player roaming around mid.
And it's Skies. And Optic want to isolate again. This is going to take time, though. Skies.
Oh,
the trigger doesn't see it initially, but gets a clean look over towards Kenny. Caught trying to retreat back. So a quick trade, but 35 seconds and a 2v2.
And right now, Optic Texas take full control of security. So if you're Kismet, you got to reposition a little bit. Try to work your way through mid-connected. Do they decide to go for the repinch?
This is a lot of clearance through mid. But do they get here to watch the cross in time? Dashy seen, stays alive. Almost able to find Sid. Red also trucked down through U-Haul. And New York do make the adjustments to keep their post-plant safe.
That's great plays right there, specifically out of Skies. I thought he got bad Call of Duty timing for that first gunfight, but gets the better of Kenny, turns it into a 2v2. And then Kismet and Sid just reposition themselves, catch Optic off guard, because they're thinking you have to push out towards Skybridge. No way in hell they're going to be playing that from mid-connector. Once they find that first kill in the 2v1, instantly going to trade it out. So Subliners able to stop the bleeding, put their second round on the board.
And I think for New York fans, the good news here is you have not stopped being proactive.
Yeah.
In those those dicier moments. So again, just as confident as you've seen to any point thus far through New York. And how about it again? Quick hit up through U-Haul. Stuns towards the front stairs.
Eles ainda não arriscaram a ir à B.
Staying passive. So now all of a sudden New York not sure where Optic are.
Eles têm apostado sempre na A.
Shots was able to take over towards that B site. So they're realizing that the pressure has to be through the middle of the map.
Olha, olha, olha. Ele se calhar vai à B aquele agora.
Shots, you're just relying on your teammates giving you a little bit of info before you decide to strike.
Optic are really trying to pull this New York back over to A though first. They haven't seen much though. A little bit of consideration here from New York, a couple extra nades being saved and then thrown over towards the A staircase. But here comes the play, and Shotzi sneaks around the backside of Bard. He's going to get patio control. This is looking like a B setup.
Oh, he's trying to push through. Can he stay alive at this moment? The smoke at the feet, throw a trophy to stay alive from tags. This is what Shotzi does, just being a nuisance. Can he find his kill onto Sip? Not going to commit. Kismet finds Fred.
Yeah, but Dashy comes back, helps out the gunfight. Now it's just about dealing with the flank. They know Kismet's here, and now they know that Hydra.
Que lindo, mano!
Catches both subliners trying to get back to the bomb. And this is just beautiful, beautiful work right now.
Beautiful, beautiful, man.
Down these rounds, allowing the playmakers to make plays. Shotzi taking that ground over towards B site. Wasting a lot of time. It's just forcing New York to keep on thinking. Where the hell are they? And at the right time, Shotzi strikes.
Olha o Homem-Aranha ali, mano.
Full B site control, you work the objective. And then just simply staying alive, that enough for Optic Texas to secure the round.
And it's just so odd because when these two teams had played before, this was the map 5, and New York held the chess game control the entire way through. They were just outclassing Optic. So to see them now looking to get aggressive and keep the gas pedal down, I'm sure is rejuvenating for Optic fans in the search and destroy. But that early pressure is read by New York through mid, and now a chance to get an early set up on the B point.
Yeah, and Optic Texas already got a read on it. There was no tax invested over at that 8.
For 1, now to the 1v1. Pred v Hydra. Do they actually scout this out? No, time was also an issue in New York. Keep this tight.
Tá equilibrado, mano. Tá equilibrado.
They wanted to go quick, but someone from the subline throws a frag towards top flat. Puts everyone at half HP, so they have to slow down on their pressure. But once Skies finds that first blood, it's great plays from him, and then in those final moments, just not enough time.
Sorry.
Completely uncovered, and no one had any idea he was there. So a critical couple of wins from Hydra. Gets us back to within 1. Optic back to the offense. Spreading the map initially. New York not doing the same. They're looking to go quickly, and the stun slam, but doesn't make a difference. Shotzi still aim as true as ever.
Este gajo joga muito, mano.
Is trying to stay alive. They've successfully been able to keep the 4v3.
And I love this play call already. Let's rally the troops together and try to play the trades. Trying to isolate onto Sid. The nade is able to connect. The trophy system does not keep him safe, but they gain that info that someone is still playing over towards Skybridge.
And they know it's close. Here comes Pred around the back.
Hello.
Goodbye.
Mano, tens de ter atenção às costas.
Through mid-map. No crossing angle through the U-Haul. Trophy system from Optic. Denying the retake utility initially. Kenny playing close onto the bomb.
Ok, o Kenny plantou.
Kenny sees at least one.
4 vezes 2, mano.
Not landing for Skies. Kenny just
Estão ali os dois.
And I just don't know if there's a way that New York break through this.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. I'm just going to do it with the Dolphin Dive. He's able to find one, but now it's Skies left in a 1v3. Consistently throwing shoulders, being so damn.
Mano, muito bom, bro. Muito bom, mano.
Another first blood right there out of Optic.
Sem hipótese, mano.
Shotzi still able to get it done, man.
That's everything. It really is. Even if they would have gone 1-for-1 there, it would have changed the whole dynamic of how that round plays out. But then the nade on the Sid, Optic knows someone's close. You let Pred just lurk through the bottom side of the Skybridge. Everyone else watching the long angle. And then Kenny in the post plant, too strong off the power position. Optic find themselves a round away from going 2-0 up. But don't sleep on New York. They're still throwing a lot out that direction.
At game point is Optic Texas.
Última ronda, se eles ganharem.
Do they decide to change their defensive look? And yes, they do. They're going to send 3 players to stack over towards this A side. But with that one stun connected, they're going to read it. The pressure's sort of going to be here. But that bomb's going down at B.
Yeah, Optic know they have to play retake for this B site, though. Dashy very firmly gives us that evidence just by staying back over towards the bar. Joining him now is Pred. The rest of Optic stuck over towards the A side of the map. And the timing is not good from that position. Kenny, Shotzi both fall. Now it's just down to the hit from the front 2v4.
Dash, you got to try to hit some insane shots if you want to stand a chance. Thankfully, Brad is able to at least make it more manageable in the 2v3. But with only 25 seconds left, you have to try to realize where the hell the setup is.
Clean stuff from New York. Fred able to find a couple of kills, but doesn't make much of a difference in the end. That's just a blind counter, though, right? I mean, you get 3 members from Optic hitting one side, 3 members from New York hitting the other, and then a 4v2 post blind, just too difficult to break down.
E agora ganha a Optic. Tem sido isto.
You're basically shutting down one site, but if you give up that other site for free because the last player was playing around that middle map, gaining no info, that allowed the Subliners to instantly work that plant. You also had Sid playing over towards security. He finds that first one on the island. So Subliners with complete blind counter stay alive.
Is there enough in the tank here, though, for the Subliners to bounce back 3 in a row? That's the question. And they're going to look to get aggressive again through mid.
Olha que se eles ganham agora esta, fica empatado.
Optic looking to play aggressive towards B, but Fred, he's able to get the read through mid steps. Good first blood, and now extra utility up towards patio.
That's doing your homework right there. You know that Kismet and Hydra love to push this up aggressively up through mid, but eventually Kismet strikes at the same time. Sky Sid also finds one. Now it's Kenny in a 1v3.
Ih, vão empatar.
Find himself at least a little bit of ground to work with. Unsure if anyone's playing on the deep pitch. And well, the tags are already in. Kismet, Sid looking to teamwork them out together, and just no chance to get the regen out. It's 2 in a row, and off to round 11 we go.
Even with the Sublime.
Está empatado, malta. Será que eles vão ganhar isto, a Optic ou...
One-on-one gunfight. So once Kenny's put it at 1v3, positioning already known, knocked down to 8 HP. They just absolutely send it on to him. Successful retake. Right there from the Subliners, and now we got around 11.
What do you call here? Oh, man. The first bloods have been a pretty good indicator in terms of how the rounds have gone. Optic have missed out on 2 chances thus far, but largely speaking, the first bloods have been a really clean setup. It's going to be Optic on the defense. What do you call here if you're New York? Looks like they're going to go back to what they did round number 1 of their offense, which is a heavy hit over towards A.
And Optic are spreading out. This is their very first look on the defensive side. This time it's Pred and Dashy taking ground over towards B, but the space that they were able to take, Dashy's going to wrap his way back to assist his teammates at A.
Skies is playing this flank a lot more passively, just sitting in time security. Does Optic want to play off the pitch? They want to just hit this thing from the front. Sid not committing for the plant yet. This is going to give Optic a chance to try to reform. They've already cleared out all of B, so they know this is going to be an A play. It just comes down to what do they choose to do for those retakes.
They have no more tax. Hopefully you have a smoke grenade to try to at least cause a little bit of mayhem through this mid-connector, but that trophy system is able to block it.
Yeah.
So now with 35 seconds left, Skies is going to have his hands full.
I don't know if he saw any of it. He tries to get a stun back over towards mid. That connects, but does he know how many players are on the back? He sees Pred. He sees Kenny on the jump. Skies looking to get isolated. It's clean. Now it's going to hit from the front. Sim, Hydra, deal with it nicely. But it's really just down to what they can find on the top of the site. Dashy, last one left for the 1v2. Cut down from the Sky Bridge. And it's 3 rounds in a row for New York.
Como assim a Optic perdeu, mano? Esta ronda. Alguém me consegue explicar? Não.
But in around 11, it starts to change the way you start to play the map. Because in around 11, there's a lot of pressure. So with Optic Texas playing so aggressive, the majority of that map, they decide to spread their setup, play a little bit more safe.
Como é que é possível, mano?
Again, with another blind counter, instantly putting that bomb down there.
And it's not even just the fact that Skies plays passively. Hydra also positions himself into a spot to where if Skies gets into trouble, I can help him.
Yeah.
And that has been, I think, the key towards the Optic retakes over to top of statue have largely been off of 2 members playing around the back and Skies getting isolated. So what do? Don't let Skies get isolated. Hydra picks up perfect.
Ok, já não vai ser 3-0. Já está equilibrado.
Try to assist your teammates. They realize that every single time Optic found success on their retakes, it was pushing out Skies back security. Like you said, Hydra makes the adjustment. He's there to assist his teammate, at least effective on the trade. But once Optic Texas loses,
mas o Hydra não fez assim grande coisa, assim com a Hanov.
He's left in a 1v2.
O Sid é que fez, é que jogou bem.
Great stuff, great adaptations in New York. Able to fight back from a 5-3 deficit to now get us to a 1-1 count.
Agora invasion control, mano.
Invasion control. And look, I think the thing about it is this is a pretty even square up, largely speaking. But going with to Ali's point, you now have a real hard point in the mix, guaranteed. It did go to Optic last time, but historically speaking, it's been one of New York's.
Depois temos aqui um hard point que pode ir outra vez para a Optic. Vai ser ali renhido, mano.
Second best attacking team going up against the third best attacking team. We got the second best defensive team going up against the third defensive team. So this is going to be an absolute battle here.
This map may determine the entire series for all we know. So let's make sure we're set up, ready to go for it. We're going to step away for a brief break, but tell me you're not going in.
Querem intervalo, vou à casa vai, malta, buscar água e façam o mesmo.
Pushing up.
Play like a pro. Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Visit scuffgaming.com for all your gaming needs.
The Champs Tracer Pack is available now. The bundle includes a Reaper Operator skin, Ripper Weapon Blueprint, Death Stare Weapon Blueprint, Cuts Deep Charm, 2 calling cards, 2 emblems, and 2 weapon stickers. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Methods is kindly taking
Estamos de volta, maltinha.
the watch party to come and talk to me. Methods, big day for the boys here. The green wall are all behind them. You're hosting champs. How's everything going? Boys here. The green wall are all behind them. You're hosting champs. How's everything going up here with the watch party? How are you guys feeling?
Energy up here is insane. The venue.
Opa, o meu PC está a dar o peido ou quê?
Right? We have like a 7,000 capacity stadium sold out. A lot of green out there. The boys are playing great. We just saw FaZe go home, which is kind of crazy to see. FaZe bow in top 6.
Yeah.
It's been an insane tournament. It feels good, and we're having a lot of fun up here.
Now, they're performing out of their minds. We saw a reverse sweep yesterday. Unbelievable stuff. I mean, You got Shotzi and Pred, number 1 and 2 in KD, currently leading in champs. That dynamic, that duo is so powerful when it's on. We've got Shotzi really in your face, fast paced, and then we've got Pred who likes to post up for those sneaky kills. What are you making of that dynamic right now, and how confident are you they're going to show up today?
We're all confident in the boys up here. Obviously, there's a lot of noise around the last major. They weren't playing very well, to put it quite honestly. But they're here. I think it was a mental game. I mean, once you get that one win and sort of just like change that mindset and start feeling that crowd, I truly think the crowd's a big factor in how they're playing so far, right? They're calling them thunder and lightning, right? Shotzi's going in first. Pred's cleaning up kills. They're top 2 in KD at the tournament. They're playing off each other, and you know, Kenny's leading the troops. Brandon's doing his thing. All in all, it's a pretty collective effort so far.
When they're on, they are on like no others. So really excited for this Methods. Thank you so much. Back to the watch part you go, mate.
Yep, thank you.
Welcome back to Allen, Texas, and the winner bracket final between the New York Subliners and, well, the home crowd favorite in Optic, Texas. A 1-1 tie at the moment, Jay, but an invasion control that has us, maybe flipping a coin here.
This might be the map that takes the whole series right here. Because usually these guys go back and forth in the controls, but the last time that they match up, Subliners got the better of them in a clean 3-0 on invasion. So if you are Optic, Texas, you haven't played this map in a little bit more than a month. It's been a long time because you've been playing a lot of high rise, and then recently the Karachi has been added. You have to have that same exact game plan. Dominate on the defenses and slowly but surely just maintain that map control, your attack, and make the game happen.
Both teams have been great offensively and being able to not just secure different segments and ticks on the points, but even being able to secure entire rounds. A lot of it has been by Pred. I mean, look at the numbers of 1.5 on
Nossa, 1.53 de QD, mano.
your eye on Sid. If my math is got like a 1.35 in that head-to-head versus Optic.
Ridículo, mano, ridículo.
The numbers give us really not a lot of wiggle room one way or the other. It should be a really even square up.
Yeah, this is going to be a battle, man. From start to finish up this map, who is going to be the team early on in attack? It's going to be the Subliners. So they're going for a 2-2 split. Optic Texas stacking a lot of bodies over towards B, but with Dashy finding that first split, and also at the same time Kenny getting that info through mid, they're still playing over towards A.
This is a lot of space for Optic. Ooh, but Sid, Spidey sets tickling, snaps over towards the backside at Dark, and then Kismet also creates a little bit more vacancy through.
Ah, Zé, estavas aí tão bem, mano. Estavas aí tão bem, mano. Até parecia mentira, bro. Ai, mano, a minha internet, bro. Não está a responder. Tu é que não estás a responder, mano. Tens de estar a responder. Não está a responder porquê? Epá, sério? What the fuck, man? Isto é ridículo, bro. Isto é ridículo, mano. Esta internet é ridícula.
Cannot stay on the zone whatsoever, so the clock continues to run.
Desculpem, malta.
Looking for players over the top side at Broken. Knows he's got a player on the corner, but trying to wait to use the zone as kind of his other ally. And how about the kills? And New York are going to get zeroed on their first offensive attempt.
Oh my God! And the
Vamos, mano.
is just taking over right now. 8-2 start. Finessing with that 8.
Oh, assim é difícil, mano. Assim é difícil alguém ficar na live, claro. Então, mano.
To get any segments for New York, trying to work the middle of the map, gets blanked, and then nothing else ever develops for him.
Yeah, that's just tough, man, because even off the second life, when they come in off that respawn, it's like they weren't committing over towards B Street. Yeah. That's the thing. They were still trying to fight for mid-courtyard, and Optic Texas said, go ahead. You can go right along to do that. So now if you are Optic Texas, let's just gain some early segments. You see the stack over towards B.
Shotzi, decent damage, but ooh, wallbang spot from Sip. That's enough to take care of Shotzi. He was on 3 in a row. Dashy also falls, so no streaks here, but Kenny nearly able to double up and keep Optic's offensive play alive on B, but instead they have to reset off spawn.
Yeah, Pred's taking a lot of ground. At least for now, over towards this A Street, but Optic Texas now going to work their way up to the middle of the map. They find that first kill onto Sky, and this is what Shotzzy does best. He's just dancing with death, able to finesse with his life. He's just so annoying to play against.
And they pulled the defense
Yeah. Imagino, mano.
All of a sudden, you've got two members for Optic on the point at A. This is the more difficult to capture, and they're already going to get the first tick of progress. Trophy system does get at least eliminated for now. Wall things out. Sky's playing along with Dashy, and it's the pistol that wins the day. But Shotzzy does sneak through the B side of the map, and maybe a chance to get a couple extra kills and create space for the rest of the Optic team.
Oh!
And Shotzzy finds another double.
And this is what Shotzzy does, man. Just being a nuisance behind enemy lines. He was just in blue, now he's already in your mannequin. Kismet gains that info, but at the same time, Optic are working in that first segment at B.
I mean, shimmy, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yay. Shotzzy's all over the map on 4. They come in for 5. And all of a sudden, now Optic, they're going to try to transition a little bit over towards A. Clock will stop at 34. They've got Kenny on the B zone, and joining him will be Dashy. That should be enough for a second tick of progress.
It should be enough, but that Call of Duty timing is going to force Dashy off the reposition with only 40 HP. Hydra is able to strike, and now, even though Optic Texas has one segment on each point, they are trapped in their spawn.
Big window from Fred. Keeps the pressure off from Skies at least, but the rest of New York stepping forward. Sig tucked behind the dumpster. Good for the first. Knows there's more around the corner, and Shotzzy, Dashy find a couple of kills, a chance to get back over towards the B zone. Less than 10 seconds still to play.
Got to take care of Hydra, though. They find that kill to the middle of the map. They also find Hydra. So now a stack has to be an active speed point you cannot afford. Allow this to go up slowly. Second segment comes in. They find that kill onto Kismet. Time is going to be extended.
Throw an extra 60 seconds into the mix. 15 plays. Oh! Shotzzy! Shooting straight, takes Skies out of the power position, topside blue, and now he can get you, Julian, do his antics once again, playing around the backside of the New York setup.
15 to 10 in lives remaining, only 45 seconds to go. So if you are Optic Texas, you have 1 to 2 more good pushes at this. A lot of map control. Can you make this one count? They find that kill onto Kismet. Shotzzy just waiting for his opportunity to strike, and now let's go.
New York is in pieces. Skies backside gas station, taken care of. Kills from Hydra mid-map, though. Keep New York at least in some sort of control defensively to allow maybe an opportunity to get back over towards this A zone. Optic trying to restructure, 23 seconds left. Kismet trying to hold the line in the middle of the map.
Oh, and they locate Shotzzy. He was trying to finesse for his teammates to get to him, but Brent wins that one-on-one.
Desculpa, bem malta, tive que ir ali no stand. I'm sorry. Queria ter deixado na janela, esqueci-me, desculpa.
Those lives may not play much of a difference. Kismet, big win over through Laundry. Able to keep his life step away. 3 seconds on the clock. Can anyone even get here in time? The only one who might be able to is Shotzzy. Point 0 on the clock and can't quite. So New York will hold on, but.
Opa, para de meter em pausa, mano. Vou deixar aqui.
I just thought with 30 seconds left, you find 2 kills around that mid area. Shotzzy should have put himself in a position to at least put the game clock at a pause, because once he drops and doesn't get anything done on that pinch, all you have to do if you are the sub-line is just trade it out for those final 30. They ended out in the 2v8, able to secure the defense, but now you got a lot of segments to make up for.
Absolutely. And you got to think, no more cute stuff here for New York. We got to get onto a zone, give ourselves a chance to even get to these thick progressions that Optic were able to find so quickly, and that's exactly the case. A little bit of focus through mid, Hydra squeaks in through DVD, but for the most part, New York firmly planted on this B zone for now.
And it's just Shotzzy here trying to contest it.
Tem aqui, depois publicas a live. Mano, deve ficar publicada, tranquilo. E amanhã. Amanhã faço outra vez, não te preocupes. Do dia 4. As finais, mano. Ou as semifinais, como queira.
New York quick to deal with it. Fred, next one out, tagged up down to 1 HP. Can't really do much. And now it's just on Kenny. Here comes the hit up A street. Kenny tried to give it a battle, but that's not going to work out. And now New York can stop the clock with focus on A.
Yeah, Optic Texas need to invest their attacks. Everyone throw your stun, throw your nade into this A objective, because that first segment is slowly but surely working its way on up. There's only one player from the subliners in, everyone else trying to watch that cross. Sid finds a double with Shotzzy. Kenny finds 2 of their own.
He's been inside the Laundry. Continues to keep Sid at least somewhat safe on the zone. Finessing back and forth, checks out most of this Optic recovery, but it doesn't stop it. So it's just the 1 tick at A earned. Off spawn, New York taking their full 4-man focus over towards B.
30 seconds to fight for still in this round. If you are Optic Texas, you can still Not allowed on any progression over at this B point. Hydra's able to get one. Shotzi effective for the trade. It's back and forth in the kill feed, but time is still dwindling.
Clock stopped at 25.6. Sid, the only one on for now. Shotzi, tough gunfight, still able to win it. Hydra through mid-map. It needs to help out in the B zone, but knows that Optic are really making motion over to the middle map, so he finds the kill, but the clock is the issue here. Hydra trying for the turn and burn, not going to happen on the bread. Kismet also tracked down in towards Broken. And now Optic's defense starting to firmly take back the control of B Street. 5 seconds on the clock in New York. In 2 offensive rounds are only going to find 3 ticks, or probably 2 total ticks of progress.
And that's Optic Texas just dominating on their defensive side. Second overall on the map on the year. And they have figured out a way to just continuously spread the setup out of the subliners. I would love to see a little bit more stacks if you are New York.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of segments that you have to make up for. The kills are nice and all, but we needed those segments to try to at least guarantee ourselves defense in round number 5. Now that you're still down 2, you are forced, if we go to round 5, to be on offense again.
Yep. It's out of the question. Optic now hold the advantage in the macro game, with the ability to at least, like you mentioned, have the lifeline of a round 5 defense. And based on how it's gone so far, there really hasn't been anything for us to look at for New York and say, oh, this is how they do it. But first things first, Optic on the offense. Shotzi looking for kill number 25 already, by the way. Casual, as the rest of Optic just holding their ground and letting Shotzi get this first tick done.
Oh, and a big kill also from Fred across the map. He can find his second when he could potentially spread the setup out of the subliners, but he does fall. Now you're slowly trying to work up this progression at B, but everybody drops around Shotzi. So he's just trying to stay alive, make a couple plays to open up a lane for his team.
Looking for timing, he may catch it. Kismet coming up and over. Yep, that'll work out. Looking for more now as Optic make their play up B Street. Dashy State lands on towards Skies. Sid through Dark though, at least able to keep Optic off the zone for New York, but Shotzi's in your back line, he's on 5.
This is just what he does, man. He's so annoying, already on 5 in a row. Can he pick up the cruise missile this time around? They are playing for him, but the timing is even better. Cruise missile now.
Nossa, mano.
Even better. 28 and 9, we're getting on A.
Trophy system down. Help on the way by Kenny, who does get shut down by Kismet. Help now for New York, starting to build a little bit of success as Optic know they need to get more progress done on one of these 2 zones. First tick about to be locked in. Shotzi will be shut down. Focus back over towards Pred as he makes the move over towards B.
And this is where Optic Texas need to be a little bit quicker over towards this B point, because Shotzi, he was just trying to pull that setup from New York on that side of the map. A stack needs to come, and they're able to finally put the game clock at a pause.
Wait.
But subliners are going to go for this one.
Does Dashy feel like he's got the open, make a play over towards A? No, instead he's going to make a play back to make sure this extra 60 seconds gets tallied. And there is 3 dead. Now it's just down to finding Skies, and there he is. They find him mid-map. The extra 60 seconds going to be a guarantee, and he's got a lifeline here for Optic.
Oh, and Skies is also going to fall. Unfortunately for Shotzi, he wants that kill back, but time is going to be extended. At a big cost, because 3 plays from Optic Texas drop at the same time. So Pred is going to have his hands full on 4 in a row. Just keep on finessing around Red.
Minute 10 on the clock. Play on the overextension on the way. Pred gets into Rugs. I don't know if anyone knows he's here. New York are still frantically looking to see where this Optic setup is, and here comes Pred. Yeah, good help from Shotzi. Now he's on 5 in a row. Does he get number 6? Kismet taken care of. Clock will stop. Kenny's on the A zone.
And this might be an opportunity to invest one of the cruise missile. Pred was able to pick up a second one. So far in this round, you have 1 player on the objective. Everyone watching the crosses through the middle of the map. This might be it.
First take is good. Kenny steps off the zone for a moment. Shotzi able to help out. Here comes that cruise missile from Pred. This is going to push the New York defense so far away. Here comes the stack. Kenny, Dashy on the zone. Second tick of progress going to be pretty much a guarantee. New York trying to battle back.
Whoosh.
In the zone. It's just down to Skies. Tries to slide out in, and Skies gets the double, but it's a 14v6.
14v6, and the second cruise missile gets invested off the respawn. Now no more respawns for New York. Kismet beautiful on the crossbar, but for 40 seconds, Optic just got to play TDM.
New York have the setup they want, though. Can they kill another 35 seconds off the clock and extend the map another round? They may not have a chance to. Kismet stuck at mid-tank. Pistol good. Kenny with the trade. Just down to Hydra. Can he kill off the next 25? No! Optic take map 3 and an edge in the series.
They're just playing lights out right now. But when you allow a player like Shotzi Legends have a takeover moment. 35 and 12. 32 non-traded kills. We said it, that both the playmakers had to make plays. Shotzi did it a whole lot better than Hydra. That is an unbelievable performance at this stage of the tournament. He's been an X factor all season long, and that is unreal out of him.
It's crazy to think we set this match up with two potential tournament MVPs, Hydra v. Shotzi. And so far in the respawns, really for the series, it's been all Shotzi. Yeah. He has been all over the place. A 2-1 advantage. And there's that scoreboard you were talking about. 35 and 12, 32 non-traded, 60, 200 damage. What are we talking about?
That is unbelievable because keep in mind, he's gotten 21 of those kills on the offensive side. Every single time Shotzi realized the situation, my teammates go 3 dead. I had to play my life. He found a kill, took more ground, played for that same exact person off of the respawn, and every single time New York are coming off the respawn, they had to put a lot of focus off the Shotzi and were just forcing their defensive setup to continuously be spread with what he was able to get done. Looking at the highlights, it better be all Shotzi because it was literally all him.
I mean, he was hitting them with the wiggles. Legitimately has to be the hardest kill on the map. I mean, like you said, at one moment in time when they were in the offense, it's like, hey, Shotzi's in blue. Never mind, no, he's in rush. Never mind, no, he's in cafe. He's just everywhere. Unreal stuff. And when I think the thing to do on top of this is how this map started. It was Shotzi and Dashy. Yep. Dashy locking down a lane, Shotzi, go kill. And that worked out perfectly for the opening defense, never giving New York a chance to even see a zone.
That's just unreal performances right there out of Optic Texas. I know they haven't played Invasion in quite some time, but they are still one of the best teams at it with the game plan that they have. So now that you find yourself up 2-1, one map away, putting yourself in a position to go to the final dance tomorrow, you got a Rio HP that has been treating you real nice as of recent.
Oh, yes. And I think you just to kind of put the bow on top of this control, you called it perfectly in terms of you earned the second cruise missile, you've got the life lead, you've got the clock in your favor. Let's throw a little extra pressure on this New York team. And it works out to absolute perfection. So, with that guy in the middle starting to pop off, and a Rio hard point coming up next. You wonder if this is just a Shotzi takeover series, man.
The way that he's playing so far, man, he definitely has the ability to continue to do that in that map number 4. But if you remember watching New York yesterday versus Atlanta, they basically wanted it a 3v4 because Kismet didn't play well. Hydra was literally untouchable on that map, the same way Shotzi was on that previous map he just played. You're gonna have your hands full versus a team like New York, who has of recent, the last 7 times they played it, 6-1 on Rio HP. They have figured this one out. So hopefully they can try to, again, force a game 5.
But the thing about it is, if you're New York, how much of that is coming off the fact that Hydra was, especially lately, in MVP form on maps that look like this, where he can just run and gun and do it all himself. Doesn't feel like that's going to be allowed to get away with, at least this time around. We'll see if that will be true. We just, do this ancient Greek style. Throw out Shotzi, throw out Hydra, let him 1v1 for the map at this point.
Man, it's going to be a battle, bro, because both of those guys have insane POVs. Shotzi with his diving movement to get out with his life. Hydra's always ready for a gunfight. You can never catch him off guard. So it's just potentially 2 maps that stand in front of him for a double ring for the New York Subliners. And right now, we're in the best placing for Optic Texas in CDL era.
Correct. Now, as we're sitting here getting ready for the Rio, how much... the hard question to ask, does Optic have to win here with their Search and Destroy still having question marks, and considering what the map 5 is, which is very favorable towards the New York Subliners?
Yeah, the Invasion, Search and Destroy, we obviously know what New York are definitely capable of. We saw them yesterday in that map number 5 versus Atlanta phase. So you really don't want to get there if you are Optic Texas with the way that you've been looking at Search and Destroy as of recent. Obviously in the map number 2, you throw a 5-3 lead. So if you can get it done all throughout the respawn, that's your best bet.
All right. Well, we were setting things up in the green room, and we're looking at this series, and you say, Optic may just have to win every single one of the respawns. That may come true. A look at Dashy on the series. You heard it in his interview. You heard Ant calling him out for the death, saying he's the guy that needs to show him, especially in respawn, and so far he has. Yes, this has been, overall, one of New York's best maps, especially recently. But that told, the same can be said over the course of the season for Optic. Can they get it done in 4? Or will we be blessed with the winner bracket final that goes all 5? Time will tell as we dig on into Rio.
If you are Optic Texas, you saw it in map number 1 just a little bit late. to the party off those rotations. You got to start off on the right foot. Optic Texas need one more match to make it to the grand final.
Well, Hydra kicking us off, and okay, we asked the question, would Hydra be able to provide some sort of a spark here for New York? And he doesn't waste any time giving us our answer. Great start from him. Sip following up on his own damage, leads to New York getting some early time here on the first hill.
Already 11 seconds to their name. Dominating on the map control aspect. Sip holding down over towards Red, but Fred finding that kill is not going to allow Optic Texas south just push.
Oh, it doesn't matter if he's stunned either. Hydra still provides a lot of damage, making life easier for Skies. With the follow-up from Texas, perfect. 3 will fall. Optic a chance not just to grab the scrap, but we're moving over towards the bottom side of the minimap. And Optic are waiting for the next wave of kills before they start making that rotation.
Yeah, this is where if you're the subliners, you don't want to be too aggressive through top man and potentially spawn all the way across the map. Thankfully, Kismet and Hydra play it safe. They catch Kenny and Shotzi off guard. They also find the final through to top mid. Now we find ourselves off the rotation at P2. Optic spawning all the way across the map. It's going to be about 10 to 50 seconds before they can even contest.
And look at the line of scrimmage from New York. They are deep, making sure Optic, once again, like we talked about in Karachi, just aren't comfortable in setting up their break attempts. Hydra's on your side. Oh! Snap from Dashy, though. I hope we have that from his POV. Sky's the next one up. Here comes the pinch over the high ground, and Texas will break the setup that quickly.
That is absolute perfection right there. The Optic a clean forward dead. Dashy shooting absolutely straight. Finds himself on 4, trying to make it 5 in a row onto Paco. Which is great play so far from the main AR of Optic Texas. Basically going to tie the game up with this final 20 and some. And if you are the subliners, you can go for that break, but you have to secure those spawns for next.
So far, so good, though, from the side of New York. Fred trying to make a mess of the final 15 seconds, but isn't quite able to do too much. Dashy still keeping the gun hot. Finds one on the exit, and the rest of Optic are already on rotation deep through this long bridge street, which has been watched. Hydra gets a look at it.
Oh, and they also catch Kismet off guard off the repitch. Still going to get blessed with that back spawn. He's instantly put himself in a position to reinforce, but Sid trying to set up on this pinch. He's going to spawn one of his teammates out because of the route. And now if you are Optic Texas, you have the numbers on this side of the map.
Are they going to know, though, that Kismet's playing along the back? Dashy spawning in. And now the hunt is on, seeing if they can take care of Kismet. Shotzi somehow still alive. Kismet able to track him down, but nothing more. Kenny looking to follow up, able to find Skies on the outside. Hardpoint goes neutral. Kenny last one left alive, and he will be taken down. Great moment here for New York with the flip of the spawns. 30 seconds looking strong for them here at the end of the P3.
Yeah, that's beautifully played right there for the subliners. Everyone who was left behind enemy lines in there lonely. Able to clutch up in a one-on-one gunfight to make sure to secure the spawns for the backside of this P3. Final 20 is going to be theirs. Optic Texas setting up early off the rotation. Big gunfight out of Kenny.
Kismet shut down on the pitch. So not only does Kenny find the kill over the top of the hard point, no nonsense around the back from New York. Everything will reset. You move down over towards this garage hill. Hydra caught off guard. Shotzi just holding it into a corner. Doesn't even turn that into 2. Sid with the shutdown plus a follow-up. New York have numbers to hit.
Now Optic spawns are going to be so damn deep behind that P2 because of the route being hit out of Skies. He's not able to find a kill finally onto Pred. And that's going to lead to an early break coming in from the subliners. Pistol not good enough. Kenny was eating hella shots right there, but subliner successful on the break.
Holding from the front, no trophy system down. Hydra just trying to keep his life. Help on the way from New York over through box side. Sky is able to find Hot Kenny, who was trying to be the first one in. Fred has to follow up, and he only finds a single kill. Neutral hard point, 50-50 battle, but it's Skies and Save over the top of boxes again, allowing New York quick re-entry back into the hill.
And this is big time to fight for. If you are Optic Texas, it would be cool if you can get it, but you're already sending a couple players off the rotation. So can Kenny get anything done alongside Fred? They both fall. Now at least the Skies on 5 in a row. Don't want to give him that kill because if he earned that cruise missile, he'll break everything about this rotation.
Shotzi trying to put pressure onto Sid, but too big of a power position. Follow-up, Dashy takes care of Kismet from topside bridge, but again, for Optic, still way staggered on their spawn. So New York are going to have some numbers. Dashy tagged down solo that Kenny could do nothing but force the team kill. Shotzi reinforcing through mid, but he's caught in New York again, winning rotation over towards 5.
No cruise missile to be earned, though, in the back pocket of Skies. Now, if you are Optic Texas, you currently have a little bit of top mid control. Thankfully, the subliners don't have anyone in the objective as of now, but actually someone is able to jump on in. And if you are Optic Texas, you're a little bit too scattered. We got to get a team push in.
Need something. It's not coming at any form. I mean, this has just been, again, the same start to Karachi. New York is just picking apart Optic before they can even get a look to even get more than 2 members to try to break this setup. So New York, perfect. We're going to see the scrap time go their way, and they're going to be really close to about 165 points for the first set of hills.
Now, if you're Optic Texas, you need to have the same exact factor you had off that map number 1. Late start off the first half of the game, but second half, It turned up to a whole different level. A lot of kills going in their favor over towards that bridge side. They had the numbers 2 top mid. Just cannot allow Hydra and Sid to not make the play.
Oh, and Hydra's just finessing. Dashy able to find one trade, but Kismet's on the pinch. No worries there. Dashy at least finds a second. That makes things a little bit more plausible for Optic to try to find a quick re-break attempt, but still, the nades, the support, so good from New York. Skies takes care of Shotzi. Kismet still in your front line. That will work out for even trades where Hydra cleans everything up and New York find themselves back to the hard point.
Yeah, it's just so much chaos right now from the subliners. They're already finding themselves up by 100 points. 30 seconds still to fight for here at P1. Let's step aside and go to elicit it with New York now.
He's asking around AG. Eski's one shot. They're 2 time Eski's. No one there. One more push at the time. 2 more time. No one left. Nice. One more. Close calm the first guy. Close calm the first guy. I need a shot. Charge you. I'm already on plot, guys. I want to get close. Weak. He's not getting short step.
TikTok perdi man.
Let's take our time in this game. Yeah, Kenny. Take our time on the break.
Mikä psyy on?
AG's mid. AG's mid. They know where I'm going from. Kenny ran short. Yo, close. One shot. I don't know if he's switching boxes. I'm not sure. He might be mid. He could be boxes. He pitched deep. He's going deep. He's out of the play. He can get the shot short. We got the scrap. Nice, boys. Are we at the scrap? Boxes. Nothing garage yet. Come on, someone mid. Garage. Pull back now, Brennan.
Complicou.
We see Kenny on news. Big boxes. Big boxes was back door me. I need deeper. We should double just in time. He actually did that. One shot back right. Take his time to give rush. Yeah, can't rush, boys. We need to double it.
And that's beautiful communication right there out of the subliners, more specifically on the Kismet. He realized that Shotzi was trying to go for a route. He lets him slip behind enemy lines, and when they find all those kills, when that pinch comes in, with Shotzi on that side of the map, the Optic's spawn all the way across the map. There's still a 100-point difference. Optic in control of the spawns, but it's a long way to go.
Yeah, I mean, this is a mountain right now. But they're starting to climb it just a touch. First 30 seconds have been good here at 3. Shotzi going to be the forward man, just trying to make sure New York are tested on any further break attempts over towards this hard point. And he's even got a look to say Sid's playing on the outside, Fred taking care of the other. And now an opportunity for Optic make it a full 60. Still one more attempt here from New York, but Dashy picking up as the last line of defense with Shotzi, and that will give them the majority of the time here on the third hill.
That's a big one-on-one gunfight because now Optic Texas can set up properly off this rotation. You get that final 20 seconds at P3. You already have players. 3 players stacked over towards that new hard point. But if you are Shotzi, they're all approaching you now.
Any kill here from Shotzi's a good one, but the isolation, great from New York, stops any potential threat of the streak to come out. Kenny, nice good to stop the flank. Now the rest of the focus for New York has to come from the front. Spawns will allow them a chance to try to get some sort of a mass up over through this front side ramp.
Right now they have boxes control, but Shotzi with the nade is able to catch Kismet. So slowly but surely, Optic Texas, just like map number 1, are trying to fight their way back into the game. That's 2. Can prep no. It leads to the break from Skies, but Kenny instantly there for that trade.
He knows he has to step up, and Kenny so perfectly. Here's the replay on the picture-in-picture, but the focus is firmly on what's happening from the front. Trophy sets them back in. Brett takes care of it. Here we go again. Second, a clean feed. Kenny on rotation to do.
And Kenny's got to make a play here. Kenny find a couple kills to at least
Comeback histórico, mano, que é isto?
But you at the same time, you have shots trying to go on around. Sid breeze it. So Kenny, can you get some down and now alongside Brett?
Double for Brett. Now they know. Skies trying to back up. Last one to find is Sid. And he can't really do much else in that position after taking a punch to the face. Shotzi looking to pressure forward. Optic are going to get past the 200-point mark. Shotzi, he smells blood in the water. Moves forward looking for a second. But here's the calm. Here's the pause. Optic know they need this time.
And New York cannot afford to go 1 by 1. Potential lead change on the cards again. They dominate through that top mid. Now can Kenny get anything more? He's able to find one shot there for the assist.
Nossa, mano, já tá quase empatado.
Trying to fight their way back into this game.
What a moment from Big Ken. 3 in a row. 20 seconds still to fight for. York looking like they want to
Optic já tá ganhando.
Kenny taking care of. Focus from the front. Also gets him off the hard point. A chance for New York to get some of the scrap to the full
4-man feed. Yeah, it's a lot of pressure over towards Bridge. At the same time, you're able to dominate through top mid. So Subliner take the lead right on back. Only by 5 points. Now you're trying to work this overextension, and Civ shoots like that. He's able to find the double, but Optic find two of their own.
It's going to make things be a left versus right in terms of the spawns. Everything is set up for what will be a 50-50 battle over the top. Shotzi working on the route, catching one off guard. What else can he find around the backside as Kenny?
Oh my God.
From the front gets two. Optic will have a chance to jump onto the hard point, but Hydra doing the exact same thing on the opposite side of the map, but found by Dashy. A chance for Optic to get back to a tie game.
Now, if you are Optic Texas, you just got to hold on to 1 or 2 more good pushes. You have all the map control, just no presence over towards Bridge. Shotzi just playing for 1 kill in his position.
There is no one in their seats anymore here in Allen, Texas. 240 to 236. Kills looking decent for Optic, but New York able to keep themselves at least in a contestable spot. You got to keep in mind that they can play for P2. Skies, a huge double over the top.
Nossa, mano, que jogo é este, bro?
New York to force the rotation and Optic are out.
And Subliners, they can no longer win it at this hard point, but they are blessed with the rotation over towards New. Dashy's able to find the double, but Optic Texas need to continue to apply the pressure. A big one-on-one gunfight on the mini-map.
It's got to be Kenny. It has to be Kenny. He needs to keep his life. He finds one off the hard point. Shotzi finds the kill. Hydra, Sip, the last 2 left. And Optic already sent this to 5. Can Dashy get there? No! We're going the distance to an invasion search.
No! Nossa, mano, quase.
Oh my God.
Que jogo foi este, mano?
Just start off these maps a little bit quicker. Now when we get to the second half of the game, they would have potentially closed out that series there, but Subliners, it seemed that they took a very deep breath right there. They tried to effectively do top mid. They just want to put themselves in a position to not allow Optic Texas to no longer win there. You win the rotation over towards New. It turns into a one-on-one gunfight. You don't even commit to it. You stack the hill. You secure the final 3 seconds. Split the hard points. Now we're going to a game 5, man.
I mean, the star power.
Nossa, agora quem ganhar, ganhamos.
When it matters most for both teams. In the final moments, you're going to see it on the replays again, but it's Hydra who finds himself a walloping couple of kills to at least make sure that the rotation can still happen, that New York have a bailout to get to P2. Kenny nearly, though, able to get Optic a chance from the front with a quick break. Doesn't quite happen. The leader overall on the scoreboard, Civ, at 32 and 24, 22 of those non-traded, plus 6k damage, just sticking right with what Dashy was able to do as well.
He was able to find the clutch kills at the right time, man. The fact that they rotate for the 3rd go-around at that P1, and he's the one holding the overextension, he finds a double. And now that slows down the pressure coming in from Optic Texas. You had Shotzi working behind enemy lines, but you can't go without everybody else there. So, great plays from Sir, great performance out of your AR. Job's not done, man. We got one more map, man. One more map to make it to tomorrow.
And again, looking at the numbers, looking at the statistics, it's been a New York playground on the Invasion Search and Destroy, especially recently. But believe me, you friends, throw away any numbers you might have coming into this map number 5. This very well may be Jay, who just performs on the day.
That's what it's going to come down to, man, because we know Optic Texas loves himself a little bit of invasion. The same thing could be said for New York. It's just going to come down to who's going to make the least amount of mistakes.
We've had star-studded presence across every single map to this point, but it's trying to punch a ticket to the grand finals. For New York, the opportunity to go back-to-back. For Optic, a chance to see something they haven't done yet in the CDL, which is a World Championship Grand Final. It comes down to Invasion when we come back.
Call of Duty League Championship Weekend is brought to you by Razer, the official headset and chair of Optic Texas.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Scuff and Optic have teamed up once again, this time for a limited edition Prism Mystery Box with an exclusive design in 5 different colors. Grab yours today at scuffgaming.com/optic-prism, and you could be one of the lucky few to unbox the gold controller.
Shortage of energy here in Allen, Texas, as we see the winners bracket final between Optic and the Subliners make it all the way to a Game 5. And let's be honest, every match has had its fair moments of just unbelievable, unreal, Reddit-worthy clips. This one, though, feels like it's going to ice the cake.
Oh, yeah. We're going all the way to a game number 5, man. You got to invest everything that you can here. You do not want to fall short all the way at the very end to make your way into Championship Sunday. And this is going to be a battle, bro. It's as simple as that. Both of these guys love to play themselves a little bit of invasion. The most important
Bila sam tašku ždač.
it's going to be so damn huge from start to finish.
Neither of these two teams across the season have been particularly great at finding good first blood wins. So, like you mentioned, if you do find success, which Optic had the advantage in the second map, would that maybe be a difference maker? It wasn't then, might be now. But enough of the action. Let's just jump right into the action. The crowd didn't reset. Everyone else finding their way to the edge of their seat as we've got a map 5 to determine who makes it into the grand finals for the CDL championship.
And 99 Kids always performs in the biggest moments. Almost a 1.2 KD in Game 5s. New York are 6-2 in Game 5s. Optic, on the other hand, are 1-6 with their first victory coming yesterday. The records are good. Opening dual win percentage needs to be better for both teams. They're just neck and neck on the attack and the defensive side.
It's a square up. Simple as that. New York on the offense. Once again, looking for early pressure. Going to track back and grab that bomb here in a moment, while the rest of the focus is largely on what can they do over towards mid. And we've seen this a lot. Shotzi throws an early smoke at B Street, and it just causes so much confusion on New York. Where is he gone? Where is he?
And they realized yesterday when Subliners were playing against Atlanta didn't really stack over towards this B site, so Optic take that instantly away from them. Gonna force them to play a little bit slower. Skies backs up to the spawn to recover that bomb, but they're playing for early info, and Optic are giving none.
That's it. No utility for him. He's just looking for opening angles. Is there anything available to possibly see where Shotzi is? Which, you can hear the crowd, this isn't common. He's put himself in a position to quite literally have first information if someone tries a challenge.
With that smoke grenade that gets invested over towards B Street, they don't even want to test the waters over towards Broken. At least the Kenny finding that first blood, man advantage to Optic. Now with 30 seconds left, you have to play for this bomb side at A.
And the thing about it is there's good support systems here for Pred to pop up late if he wants to, which he does. New York trying to commit in. First shot's good for Pred on the hunt. Pistol shot in the back, and Skies will drop the bomb over towards Mid Cafe. Focus through mid. Hydra trying to get something done, but there's no chance. Optic descending everybody.
Let's go.
It's a flawless opening round for Optic.
That is fantastic work from Optic Texas, especially on the defensive end. You invest that smoke grenade to put Shotzi in that position. At that point, it's the mind games on the side of Optic that forced New York to play really, really slow. You find that first blood if you're Kenny. I thought Pred right there was going to get some bad Call of Duty timing. But when you have the numbers advantage, just send it for that kill. Put yourself in the 4v2. Clean 4 up, 4 down. Out of Optic.
Just one of those contact-based setups. Wait for your ARs to see something first. Then Shotzi and Pred can make their moves. Will that continue to be the case? We'll wait to find out. As now Optic have their first offensive look. Lots of focus through mid here from New York. Hydra takes it early. Angle, shots are out, but he doesn't expect Pred to be there. Dashy also cleans up Skies, and the opening center from New York comes up empty.
Now Kismet trying to make the playmaker, but he is going to get known of his positioning, and Pred is able to find his second on the round. Sid now left in the 1v4. This is going to be impossible.
Feels that way. Sid trying to play over the contact the bomb, and it's back-to-back flawless rounds for Optic. The mind game's already established through 2 rounds.
They have done their homework on the subliners. They realize that Skies and Hydra love to be that dynamic duo over towards Water Street. When you find that first blood, Skies trying to go for that trade, but commits too hard on that gunfight. Instant 4v2, and Optic Texas again don't drop a single player.
And when New York just have their whole setup foiled like that, not where you want to be early. But like we saw from map number 2, New York great at finding good mid-round adaptations, mid-series adaptations. Davey called upon doing that once again. Kenny, a little bit safer of an angle this time. Shotzi playing on his cross. New York get a lot of damage done, but no follow-up yet. Just contact. That's all that is.
And this time, Shotzi does not invest that smoke grenade to put himself in towards Broken. So you're just playing for the info, but you're also trying to set up Pred. He's already worked his way behind enemy lines, and subliners are not going to be able to read this.
Optic just need to make some noise here. See if you can keep New York interested from the front. Pred's on 4 in a row as well, so if he finds timing to catch a couple, that could be a huge linchpin towards really putting something up. The question's Skies had, but stays alive, and now all of a sudden New York have the information, but there's only 45 seconds, and they're going to get the plant down.
Yeah, but now you have so many different angles that you have to put focus on, because Pred is still behind enemy lines, putting down shots. You're basically trapping all of the subliners in towards Cafe. Kenny finds the first blood.
Oh, and Shotzi follows up. Still not a kill to be tallied yet for New York. Hydra tries to check over the bomb. Not going to happen. Where has this been?
3-0, mano.
They just haven't played Invasion for quite some time, but they said this is our playground, especially on land. Not a single player has fallen. Kenny on 5 in a row, Pred on 4 in a row. Subliners seem to not have a single answer so far early into this game. Those mid-round adjustments need to come in and come in quick.
You have to have this round if you're New York.
100%.
I hate to come into a 3-0 count and say this is a must-win round, but based on what New York has shown us, and now all of a sudden what Optic have been able to kind of throw off the cuff, New York have to win this round.
They have to, man. Big shout out to the guy in the crowd right there. We met him at Topgolf. He's a big Optic fan. I remember the face, but job not done yet. Up 3-0. Optic Texas back on the attacking side, but if you're Kenny, you're playing for 1 kill.
This is a default setup for New York. Nothing crazy anymore. 2-2 split. Everyone's staying passive. Everyone's staying safe. Skies is going to watch mid from deep at Park. Hydra is playing right on top of the A site, which will cause a little bit of shifting in terms of how the A defense works. But for the most part, this is calm for New York.
It's very calm, but you can see the way that Optic Texas are seeming to play for this. They're going to burst out on this side, and Hydra sort of got a read on it. That nade is able to connect. Great shots, but not able to find that kill onto Kenny. And now it's Shotzi using the one-way.
And this is just about Kenny catching to the defense, rotating over from the B side of the map. Kismet is trying to give it an effort. He's already over towards tank. New York still trusting that the setup can hold. Pred in trouble. Still keeps his life. Bomb gonna get planted. And all of a sudden, New York kind of missed out on an angle. It has to be from Kismet, right? I mean, he's stuck mid-map.
Now Dashy's keeping Pred alive. Kenny finds that kill. Cruise missile in the back pocket. Subliners is still yet to find a kill in the map. There you go, Kismet. You strike 3v3.
Pred's also in trouble here. Over towards the water.
Nossa, mano, nós estamos jogando no fim do mapa.
So much time, though. Optic, I'm sure, happy to see the clock start to dwindle. Last player left is Skies, and he's got to make the long run. Dashy gonna watch a very safe angle. Shots from Skies are good. Have to have it if you're Skies. Jumps over towards the bomb. Looking for the defuse. Dashy sees the information. Time is going to expire.
Já está. 4-0, mano.
1v1s, but that is the most touch player that we have in the league. 1v2, 1v3, 1v1, even better. Dashy has that mid-tank. He knows that Skies is coming from Water Street. You have to do nothing but check the bomb with only 7 seconds left. Optic Texas can do no wrong.
It's just taking so long.
Oh.
And now a 4-0 tally. Kenny's got the cruise missile. He's also...
Mais 2 rondas, Optic ganha.
What an opening from Optic. And now the heat's really up for New York. If that last round was a must-win, I don't even know what to call this one, but you have to have it.
And already a different look. This time from Optic Texas on their defensive side. Actually going to put down shots. He reads the pressure on A, and that leads to Kismet. Finally finding the first blood for Sublime.
Fred's been tagged. Tries to get through.
Fine.
Off the region. That's a bomb down. And mid-map control still being worked over. Kenny over the top. Knows he's got Skies nearby. Just loses track of him a little bit. Shotzi over through mid. Smokes himself out, but Sid finds the kill. Now it all rests with Kenny. 1v2 situation, and he cannot find an extra lease on life. And you can even see Skies right there. 1 round at a time, calling it out to his squad.
It's got to be 1 round at a time. Down 4-1. You find success in their round off with the first blood. How do you continue to play that? Because now with Optic Texas going on the attacking side, they have that cruise missile to open up that B site. New York subliners need to make some adjustments.
Do you throw that here? Do you try to get 5-1 up? Or do you save it as a get-out-of-jail-free card if you're Optic?
I would, man, because if you can put yourself at game point, it's nothing but pressure on the side of subliners.
All right.
So they're going for a 3-1 split. You got Dashy watching the overextension, but this should be the round where they call that in.
How much does Hydra actually see on that cross? Kids are trying to get the broken. He's been tagged, so Optic should know that someone's playing forward. And oh, Shotzi nearly has the movement to secure the kill, but at least pushes Kismet back, and he's actually going to retreat deep in towards the B site.
Now, if you are Kenny, this is the perfect time to call in the cruise. You're going to back down both of those players in towards Ice Cream. This is where you're forcing the rest of Optic Texas to take down. He's also able to find the kill, and at the same time, Dashy pushes up Water Street. 4v2.
And Pred has the perfect timing on this rotation. Knows that he's got Kismet over towards Palace Steps. No worries to find the kill. Just down to Civic.
Push.
Found for New York. It's series point for the home crowd.
Optic Texas with the perfect game plan. They do not sit on that cruise missile. They knew as much as I knew. We call that in here. We take this round. We're at game point. Subliners are going to be shaking a bit. But if you were looking for a performance out of the ARs, game 5 it was yesterday out of Dashy. So far it's Kenny.
Hey, both of them. They're 12-3 combined.
Yeah.
Crying out loud. Here we go. What does Optic call? They have the ability to do some crazy stuff here. Hydra 0-6. Not often you see that happen as New York are just leaving all their devices in towards mid-map here.
And they're going right back to the play that worked for them the first go-around with Kismet finding that first blood, but this time it seems that Hydra's getting isolated, and that sets up Kismet to get taken down. Hydra finds one, Kenny effective on the trade, 3v2.
Bomb down. How do you play recovery here if you're New York? Looking for information. Plenty of time to work with. Shotzi almost puts the round out of question, but instead, 2v2.
2v2 now. Seems that Dashy has gained a little bit of info, but Kenny finds the first 1v2.
Just down to Sid. The green wall can feel it.
Já tá. Passou o Optic.
From a 12-map loss streak in search to absolute perfection. The scenes in the crowd say it all. Optic are in the grand finals.
That's unbelievable out of the green wall, man. You said it perfectly, my friend. The struggles that they had before making it to champs. You get dead last at the last major. You don't find success in hard points, you were falling short. The S&D, we knew what the losing streak was, and for some reason they really couldn't find a lot of success in their control. But sometimes when you face a lot of adversity, the way that they were able to face it here, you get a clean 3-0 to start the tournament, but the reverse sweep versus LAT gave them the momentum to always have that mindset. We are never out of the match until the final moments. That was an unreal search and destroy on full display in that game number 5. Everyone went off. Everything was going right for Optic Texas, and the green wall moves on to Championship Sunday.
The definition of a bounce back in this series. From struggling against the Gorillas to having to reverse sweep the Thieves. They pull off an unreal comeback on map number 1. They nearly get it done again on the 4th. But wow. Crowd saying it all. MVP chance. I mean, at this point, it could go to
Bom, agora vou só deixar rodar o último jogo do campeonato. Tem facecam e vejo-vos amanhã. Fiquem até ao fim.
That is just one hell of a performance, man. If you have now figured out your search and destroy of how we are deciding to play off these mid-maps adjustments and in their control. When you got players like Shotzi who can just dance around the map, it's going to be very difficult to stop.
Comeback efforts in map 1, comeback efforts in map 4, up 5-3 in the search of map number 2, and then here, nearly a 6-0, where again, flawless round after flawless round. Hard to pick up on much of anything. The first bloods are perfect. Everything's starting to trend towards Optic. And really, not to say too early, it feels like Major 3 all over again, where this Optic team could do no wrong.
They have just figured it out at the right time. You need to play your best Call of Duty at the right time, and they have found it, man. The fact that they find 6 first bloods in that final game, when we went into the game saying we have a team that's 7th overall and a team that's 9th overall. 6-1 is the final score with 6 successful first rounds. First bloods. That is unreal from Optic.
Well, I know the crowd is going to let us know how they feel about the guy sitting on stage with plays. It's Shotzi.
Ladies and gentlemen, the home team, Optic Texas, is going to the grand finals. Wow. This place is a brick house. This is your home turf. Shotzi, how does it feel to be able to hit that flow state yet again on this main stage and shut down the Major 4 champions?
It feels good, man. I feel like whenever the green wall is with us, I just go crazy. So I appreciate you guys for going crazy as always.
Man, you are going crazy every series, okay? The celebrations, the wins, the plays, the first bloods, you guys were getting it done. Now going into that S&B at the end, 4 or 5 straight rounds in a row, what was going right for y'all there?
We literally went over that map 3 hours before today, and we knew that if we played Invasion, we're going to take it off just because of the fact that, you know, we went over 3 hours, and I mean, right there, it kind of just showed hard work pulls off.
It definitely did. That hard work did pay off there. Those little things you guys been doing behind the scenes have gotten you back to the grand finals. And man, you know, you see this whole stadium lit up in green, everyone with their phones out cheering. What does it mean to be back to the grand finals here on a Sunday?
It feels amazing, man. I'm glad that we are able to go to Sunday and, you know, compete for the ring. I want to get that ring for the green wall.
All right, lastly, I'm going to let you close us out. What do you want to say to everybody, to the family, the fans, everyone at home blowing the chat up right now? Send them off. What you got to say to those guys?
Keep supporting the boys, and we got you guys with a dub. Love you guys.
You heard it here from me and Shotzi, and that's going to do it for us on the stage. Chris, break this down.
Thank you, Blaze, and congratulations to Shotzi and Optic Texas. They are back in the championship match of Call of Duty Champs once again. They did it in 2017. It's been 6 titles. Will they get it done here in front of the home crowd?
It feels like they can, man. Absolutely a phenomenal series from start to finish. And the way we kick things off on that Karachi hardpoint with Big Bruce making the play of the series, in my opinion. That's the Optic that we expected to see at the last major. They brought it out here.
Yeah, we all got to do our shots here, rub our chins. Now, Nameless, you and I saw it going this way. Mostly because we didn't want to get beat up by the fans. But you two called New York. No, we knew it. We knew it. Let's start with you, though. Where did New York blow this opportunity? Because you thought they were the heavier team coming in.
Yeah, I might have to watch myself leaving the venue. Some of these Optic fans might not be too happy with me, but I think the key difference here is in that Game 5, Optic completely took away the B side from New York and made them struggle.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that Game 5. The theory was Optic sucks at search. They were on such a huge slide coming into this tournament. They at least figured it out here on Invasion.
Yeah, they played this Invasion incredibly well. Honestly, moving forward, I don't know if I'd want to go up against them in the grand final Invasion S&D because New York Subliners didn't learn anything from that control. Their whole goal for the side of Optic Texas is to try and get somebody behind you. Try to get a couple bullets peppered into somebody so that you can turn comms sideways. And that's all Optic Texas, all that Shotzi was doing map number 3, and then flip side, Pred was able to do it in the game 5, and New York Subliners just couldn't get the comms out in time. They weren't able to thrive in the chaos like we're used to, and allowed Optic Texas to capitalize.
The world champion Kenny showing championship form once again when the game is coming down to the wire. He locks it up in a game 5, and Hydra and Kismet, both SMGs from New York, completely shut down.
Yeah, to expand on what Clay said, you know, we're sitting there, we're watching, we're like, an excellent game plan by Optic Texas. Sending 2 players up B Street on their defenses, getting Shotzi to throw that smoke down and bottom broken, and then it just stops Hydra out the gate. You saw it early on, and New York had no answer, but the man of the match, Big Brucey, every single time on land, fries the subline.
18,500 damage, nearly 86 kills, and of course a 1.75 with some big plays in the game 5. But I don't know if Optic makes it to that game 5 without Shotzi in control. He earns our Scuff play of the match. Let's take a look at this man and what he was doing. 35 and 12 with 32 of those 35 kills untraded.
This is what I'm talking about, man. When we talk about Shotzi and his gameplay, it's a lot about the movement, but it's a lot about him abusing open lanes as well. We just haven't seen it in a while because usually the other team's comms is always, where is Shotzi at? We need to find him. He's probably behind you. New York Subliners usually so good at that communication, wasn't able to get it through during this invasion. Shotzi was constantly pushed up and spawn, getting any kills that he wanted.
He was just being a nuisance the entire time. When you're playing Invasion Control and you have somebody like Shotzi just running around in your base, not even letting you get any kind of control and just being super annoying, it's one of the most frustrating things to deal with as a player. You're like, can somebody please kill Shotzi?
That man is not going to have to pay for a drink the rest of the time he lives here in Texas. Let's take a look at the bracket, because Optic, well, they are guaranteed $400,000 as they lock into the championship match. Subliners aren't done. Remember, they still fall to that elimination bracket. They could return to the championships, but they got to find out who they'll go through. Is it LA Thieves or Toronto Ultra?
I don't know, man. The underdog has been looking good. They already beat Ultra. I think that they feel they could do it again.
Great stuff so far. Texas, make some noise for yourselves. We are halfway done with the day. Still, 2 more meaningful matches. We come back with a battle for 3rd. LA Thieves taking on Toronto after this.
Man, yo, Cell, are you trying to win the game?
Call of Duty League Championship Weekend is presented by Corduroy, the only beanbag in the world with a bed inside.
Call of Duty League Championship Weekend is brought to you by Wingstop, the official wings of Optic Texas.
Scuff and Optic have teamed up once again, this time for a limited edition Prism Mystery Box with an exclusive design in 5 different colors. Grab yours today at scuffgaming.com/optic-prism, and you could be one of the lucky few to unbox the gold controller.
Oh yeah. It's going on CDL TV, baby.
Listen, where am I looking here? It's Mother's Day, all right? Call your moms, all right? And maybe I'll call them too.
It plays a little different. It's nice to have like a map you love back in it, but it doesn't have to be exactly the same as draw us a nice little angle through the statue. Rips one for the opening kill.
Yeah.
Here come the Thieves. They cannot allow this to slip now. And there is snaking going on. Octane and Envoy have broken through. Can find the second 1v1. And it's Clayster looking for the last. And it's
Bounty bridge. Yeah, our bridge is shielded.
One's left.
Hey, come on, put him in the post.
I'm not sure if I'm getting old, but I swear to God, Joe, sometimes when Celium talks, all I hear is. Yeah.
That's the problem. You gave them all the time in the world, and now Ultra have set themselves up perfectly for the barbershop hardpoint. The apartments, the alleyways, all the nooks and crannies are now full of Canadians.
And you have a BZ at 9 and 22, and this is only a 20-point game. You're looking at big plays in the final moments, but Envoy takes down 2.
Envoy in the front line.
Yeah,
Push me. I already pushed. I'm a forklift. Take your time. Probably won't happen in this situation.
Let's
come on.
I think you have to.
see that, dude.
I couldn't see it either,
Joe, let's talk about that game. Oh, Invasion S&D first and foremost. 12 and 5. You were cooking on the map. I mean, you have been having an incredible champ so far. Really, really good stuff from you. Talk to me about discipline, though. Where does that come into the team right now, especially as we're getting on to the later stages of champs? Is discipline going to be a big factor heading into some bigger matches?
100%. I think discipline is what's going to, I guess, like separate us from the top 4 teams, you know? I think that's the biggest reason we beat Ultra in the first place. They're a great team, but we were very disciplined, calm, cool, collected. We didn't even really get hyped at all until like after the series was over. And we were just, like I said, like we were calm. We played the whole series out. You know, we played very well. But, you know, I mean, I think you could tell after the Optic series we got a little too hectic, a little too hyper, and, you know, obviously our first swept. But that Miami series we were pretty disciplined and 3-up.
Yeah, it was absolutely incredible. I had a chance actually to talk to JCap earlier on, and he was telling me about some of the prep that's gone into coming into today, especially after the reverse sweep, of course. How are the boys feeling about that? You know, as a player, you're in the mix, you're trying to build that chemistry back up and get that synergy. How are you guys feeling after it?
Obviously, it sucked a lot because, you know, we could have gotten top 3 right then and there, but I think for us, it's like we know how good we were, especially going into those first 2 maps. We played very well. And obviously we just slipped away. Like I said, we got a little too hyper, a little too happy about it. But yeah, I think everyone's good now, especially after that series. You know, we're good, ready to make this run.
I love to hear it, Joe. Thank you so much. You were incredible, and best of luck going forward.
Thank you.
Welcome back. It is the final Super Saturday of the 2024 season, and we are about to see a rematch, a battle that happened 2 days ago in Winners Round 1. And it wasn't our number 2 seed powering forward. A shocker as LA Thieves took down Toronto Ultra in their first fight. Let's take a look at what happened on that day 1. As we have Clayster, Alley Cat, and Nameless to break it all down. Some people were still working on Thursday. They might have missed these games. So Alley Cat, walk me through what happened when these 2 met up on land.
Well, so it's funny because Toronto Ultra have been on the winning side of this matchup throughout the entirety of the season. And the only map they couldn't win against LA Thieves was Search and Destroy. Undefeated and respawn, and it was opposite day, day number 1. LA Thieves take all 3 respawns in the series. They lose a map to Rio in a 6-0 fashion, but for the side of Toronto Ultra, it was just an incredibly slow start by the damage doers from this team. A very rare, slow, scrappy map number 1 hardpoint, and from then on out, they just weren't able to get themselves back in the game.
Clayster, as we take a look at the final scores across the 4 maps, who shocked you from LA Thieves? Because you called this team to win it, while the rest of us felt it's all Toronto.
They all shocked me, man. I'm so happy with the way these guys are playing. I ended up meeting up with them in the back after their win today against Miami, and they're just vibing. They're having a good time. Dan Gosi just kept repeating 6 more maps, 6 more maps. They're just thinking about competing for the ring tomorrow, and I think that Toronto has a lot of work ahead of them.
Joe Deceives playing his very first champs, and you can see what he was able to do. 250, 184, 250, 236, a very close second hard point. And you can't bank on 2 hard points in a series against Toronto today, Nameless. All right, go ahead. Talk me through this team. What have you seen from the Thieves? What are you expecting from Ultra?
I mean, this Thieves team has been incredible. They've been getting better and better with every single match. And when we watched them versus that Toronto Ultra match, you're right. Joe Deceives games 3 and 4 so comfortable. It was like once they went up in the series, he started talking trash, playing extremely aggressive. And then in the following series after that, we saw versus Miami, unbelievable plays from Kremp. Like the SMGs on this team are thriving thriving. With Ghosty being a superstar throughout this year, it feels like they absolutely can make this run.
This is so awesome. The players are chomping at the bit to take the stage. So let's jump right into it. Maps and modes. Clayster, these first three are looking pretty familiar.
It's looking like we're having a similar map set to the first time. I think Toronto might have been like, you know what? Let's square up again. What do you think, Allie?
Well, hold on. I don't actually hate this because when I look at LA Thieves and their matchups, it's very wishy-washy. They lost to Karachi Control 3, then they won one at Control 3-0, and then a 6-star. They lost one very handedly, and then they won one by over 100 points. So for them, they don't really have maps they can kind of lean on. It just depends on the day. So Toronto Ultra, lightning can't strike twice.
This is what Toronto Ultra loves, though, right? Like, they played LAG, lost them, and then they played them here, played the exact same maps, and bopped them 3-0. They're trying to do the same versus LA Thieves. Maps 1, 3, and 4 are the ones that they lost to lose that series, and they're going right back to it.
Best way to watch your VOD is to put the same maps back in for the next day, according to the Toronto coaches. It's time to lock in our predictions, though, as we get to our scuff pick'ems. Allie, 166. Nameless is catching up. You still get to go first.
I mean, all right, LA Thieves. I hope you prove me wrong a third time this weekend. I'm going to go with Toronto Ultra.
Again? She's been picking against them when they win. Nameless?
I'm going with LA Thieves.
No.
I got LA Thieves in this one.
He just wants to catch
they
me.
just did it. I think they can do it.
Give me the player to watch.
It's going to be Ghosty. He's been unreal all year long.
Toronto Ultra just 3-0'd our #1 seed in Atlanta. Are you going with Ultra or the 7th seed in LA Thieves?
I've been riding LA Thieves all tournament long, but Toronto looks a little different today. I'm going Toronto Ultra.
It's the battle for top 3. And I got Scrap playing New York in the next round. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get this one started. The game starts now.
I love when the news coming in on a day-to-day. Already know what's happening, I don't gotta shake the hay. Big moves, big stepper in the right direction. The trick continues, every double use a psychedelic. I think they gon' need a minute. Look, I'm interested in making as opposed to making friends. Double bags, I've been paranoid having a safe, so take a check. Finishing this drink should only take a sec. But Mark just cut me off, he told me that I go on stage and tan. Walk out to my own shit on the main event. Vinci my cologne after the show, she told me that shit was a favorite sense. Renovated spacious, we can take it friends. What happened next, you can take a guess.
Y'all need to lock in!
I'm trying to make ends, I don't wanna make amends, and I came to the lens.
I mean, seriously!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I'm turning up to the sky. Yeah, I go up till I get right. I ain't till the trip till I get by. Yeah, I'm going up to the top Dubai. If you think I'm playing, just know it's on side. Sight. What you on? Hit you with the more tight. You don't kick to your dome, but just on sight. Try to walk in with the limelight. I come up with the cushion right back. You know better than a shot right. What is it?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Yeah, I'm coming in, feeling super saiyan. Oh my God, you think you was it? Use a little. Yeah, I'm coming in. Stop playing. What you talk about? What you saying?
All right, Texas. 2 more matches left today, and it's time to send another team home. Let's figure out who's about to get top 3. We got a banger of a matchup, and it's time to bring both teams to the stage. Let's make some noise for them. Here comes the LA Thieves and Toronto Ultra.
The rematch that we surprisingly didn't know that we needed. Toronto Ultra falling to LA Thieves, round #1 of this tournament. And only one of the 4 teams left have not gotten a chip this year. And it is not the 2nd seed. 3 of the top 4 remain, but LA Thieves could look to put a pin in it.
Channel that energy, Texas. The LA Thieves are going to need it to go through a superstar like Scrap. Let's get this match started, guy.
I'm ready to go. I can feel the fire on this stage. One of these squads got to go home, and there's going to be a tough matchup. Texas, make some noise for both of these teams on the stage. And Merc, Maven, let's get it.
Let's get it rocking. All right, we got a packed house. We continue up. We're falling on a crazy one, right? We just had an absolutely insane matchup. We died down for a little bit, we take a breath, and now we get ready for another one. Still 2 matches to come. And like on one side, I think if you're talking about Thieves, how many times if you're like, I think about like March Madness, like you're a team that gets a big upset, right? And you're like satisfied with that, then you fall short the next round. Like they just have to find a way to keep that same mentality, keep that same hunger. They haven't made a run like this. It's your first time, but the job's not done.
Yeah, I mean, this is when you just kind of rely on your fundamentals, rely on your practice, lead up to this.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they've all had their moments, but obviously you go up 2-0 versus Optic, you slip up, that happens, but this is a team you've beaten already at the tournament. And so we're playing the exact same maps. The only difference is really in that Search and Destroy, maps 2 and 5 are just flipped. So maybe you don't get 6-0'd on Rio, but then for Toronto Ultra, you're trying to make this losers run. It's not only do you have this one, you might have another one after.
Yeah, and I think at the time, like, we weren't sure like what Optic we were to get, right? Like after they beat LAG, even after they beat Thieves, like we didn't know how impressive that Thieves was in pushing them, but now that they're in a grand final and you saw them dismantle New York, it puts a little bit more stock into Thieves pushing them to distance, yeah?
Oh, no doubt about it. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, this Thieves team is the real deal. No doubt about it.
We knew Ultra susceptible to an upset. You know, you thought they might come in flat today. They did not. They came in and laid out FaZe with the quickness. And they're looking to bounce back here against Thieves. You got some positive momentum going in that Thieves match or FaZe matchup. Just bopped them in the Search and Destroy. And one of the main differences, what? Like, yeah, you're not going to have that Rio till map 5 because they've looked so. They went 6-0 them last time. They then 6-2 FaZe. Like, they've looked insane. Thankfully, it's not till map 5, but we go that far. They look nigh on untouchable, bro.
Yeah, no, they have. Yeah, we're like sort of New York and Opti have been fantastic on Rio Hardpoint. Ultra on Rio S&D has been so darn good, but just looking at the rosters, I mean, really, if you look at that first matchup, obviously Joesty was very much himself. Maybe even a little bit better than normal, but I think all these guys had moments, but Kremp really in map 1 set the pace. And I think winning map 1 hardpoint against this Ultra team, we've touched on it time and time again. It just puts that extra pressure on this squad.
Well, who is like, we talked about the importance of like Joe Deceives, but Kremp's the one that seems to have like the crazy highs and lows. Is he like your X factor for this team?
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, I think so. I think probably a bit of nasty in there too, depending on the game mode, but especially looking at something like Search, I would go with Kremp because he's the guy that likes to push the tempo a bit, take some chances.
When you have a team that's like littered maybe with superstars like the other side of the stage, you have a couple X factors, I guess, right? Like you're gonna have to be clicky. It's gonna have to be a team game if you're gonna get it done, but it's a battle here to continue on. You lose, you're out in the 4th, which for one side, I mean, kind of hell of a run if you're thinking about Thieves, but they're wanting to go deeper. If you're Ultra, you're trying to get back to a final. Can you do it? You'd have to go through Thieves, you'd have to go through Subliners who got the better of you last year. Can you make the run? It all starts now. As we started off on 6-star, Ultra, Thieves. Get right to him in map.
Yeah, we saw this earlier. From Ultra against FaZe, we saw it, well, versus LA Thieves, and really the big difference maker was Kleenex. I mean, he really had a tough series, especially in the respawns when you looked at this matchup, but he's been running a little bit more. MCW has the rival out for now, so we'll just keep an eye on that. It feels like him and Fred really relying to run that 3rd MCW when they feel like it.
Yeah, we're seeing it more and more as we get deeper into the year, well, the deepest part of the year.
Super deep.
Super, super deep. Thieves locked and loaded inside of the point, but the forehand push now about to pop for Ultra. Nice win there from Envoy. Nice nades through from the team. 1 player left. They drop Ghosty. So great there. You spawn by split spawn comes in though. One's gonna spawn by new.
Yikes!
And oh no.
That's an ugly one.
What is that spawn?
It is a gift.
What is that spawn?
Maybe it's not a gift. Maybe I lied.
Oh, give it the ticket away.
Okay, it's very much a gift. And Joe's gonna find 3.
Oh God!
Shout out Sledgehammer Games for that one. Joe gets it, turns into a 3 and a break.
I want to puke. I was about to say they're all spawning out. I just saw him pop on new the second the lock was there, and that is insane, but you battled back. What a bit of resilience there from Ultra, because you're probably like, what the hell just happened? They're going to watch that one back and vomit, but they're able to get back in quickly.
Yeah, no, if that happened to me, I'd probably punch my monitor, but I'm not on the stage. But Kleenex gets pushed out. He's now double positive. He's up to 6 and 3. Envoy's going to find another one. The SMG's taking over right now. On one side it was Kleenex, on the other it was Envoy. Now trying to flip the spawns with 20 seconds left. Nice fundamental hard point here. Plus the shots are hitting for inside with the Renetti. You will get some scrap time for an early setup on P3. Will be Ultra and Envoy 6 in a row with the cruise.
Gets the cruise, breaks up some of that scrap time. Now you've got what? Kleenex out towards mid-map, backing up for Statue, maybe for the long wrap. It'll be scrapped, it'll pick up mid, then other two playing around the front push. And it looks like they're funneling it all through front mid-map. So that's going to be Kleenex who's going to have to track back, especially after that pick from Joe Deceives. What a great push here through the front. And we've seen a lot of that this weekend. Just push it, hit it over the wall, find an opening, and they're doing just that.
Yeah, I mean, you have to close their spawns, but they just take everybody down for Ultra. But with those spawns, they get right back into it. Envoy's able to find one, but now they flip through the middle of the map. Comes Joe.
This time, Tremp's on throw. Just nice movement out of him to find that double.
But yeah, what? Joe Deceives, like, he had the triple, you know, after the spawn, obviously. Here, without the spawn, he's still able to pop 3 and make this a mess. And you get back in. Nasty looking to get going. Team kind of carrying the load a little bit right now as he starts out 3-8, but you've got a lead, so you're feeling good. It's Omley on the other side on 13-5. That is vibing, and now we get to what's looked like a money hill this weekend, a chance to really secure a bunch of big time. These opening gunfights so big, and for now, Scrap gonna reposition.
Yeah, now you're gonna have to wait even longer, right? Because you're waiting on number 5, but Ghostie's gonna lose that gunfight to inside, so everything stalls here. You're just staggered. Joe should be waiting for his teammates. At least Nasty gets one. Here you go. Now off spawn. You have the 3 versus 3, but you're just a couple of steps off right now. But through the middle of the map goes Kremp. In the start, you would think, but inside he was so good earlier today. But Ghosty and Kremp have something to say about that.
You at least mess this up a bit, right? With about 35 seconds left, you get through. Now, how much of this time can you actually secure? You still have Kremp to deal with up close and personal. You're able to shut him down, the point man on that side of the map towards Office. And now you try to flood on forward. Ghosty wins one underground. We got a battle across statues. We hop out to the 3P and take a look. Ghosty tries to wrap it back from underneath. I thought he had a second kill, but it's the nade from Crypt that's going to take him out. At least he's able to pick up one, but you'll get the bit of this time as the multi-kill, the multi-kill, the multi-kill from Kleenex. He locks in a triple.
Yeah, I mean, there's only 10 seconds left there. Yes, Thieves, just with how close P4 and P1 are, I thought they're probably thinking, let's just get the one player off the point and then focus on middle. They probably should have focused on middle first on that rotation. They do fight back though. Goes 2 for 2. Now they're in the point, but the SMGs are the difference right now. Kleenex and Envoy putting up the numbers.
I mean, if you're taking a look on the other side, like what? Ghosty, -3. Kremp, -2. -7 for Nasty. -2 for Joe Deceives. The trend is negative. You're getting outslayed, but you're right in this game. It's a 15-point game. The problem is that can be a snowball effect. The more that goes on, the more you start to turning into objective time if you're Ultra. So I feel like the Slaying's gonna have to pick up the Thieves. It's got to at some point.
Yeah, probably right around here. Just now you have this 20-point lead. It's gonna continue to grow. You have P2 spawns. You're probably not gonna get blessed, I don't think, once again, with that vent spawn around P2. So with 10 seconds left, these are big kills for Ultra to find this setup and get pushed out. But a nice trade there by Ghosty.
Scrap though, next up to bat. As he's able to line up a double. Nasty does get one, but that'll be 3 for Scrap. He's gonna hold that fastball. Is Nasty able to stick him? Keeps some pressure towards the front as Ghosty is able to get in. And once again, just doing a great job breaking up time. And the drop shot gets a second as well. Sets up his teammates to go big. The Syntex should hit. Do a bit of damage as Nasty comes bopping on through. Can he get another one? He does. Inside can't get out clean. Is it just a mess around the point again? Thieves are persistent in their battling.
No, they are. Great trades around the point. And now you just put Ultra in a situation where, what do you want to do here? Do you want to rotate? Do you want to fight through the hill? Looks like they're trying to fight through all. They're just not winning gunfights. It's all LA Thieves. Now within 10 points, a great job through the front on this P2. You see the rotation, 7 and 6 are out. So Kremp and Nasty and the rest of LA Thieves will get set up for the next hill.
You'll give up that final 10 to 12, no problem. Stay within 15, so you split that hard point, even though you didn't have the early spawn. So even without the blessed spawn, you still get basically the same job done. Now, can you hold this first wave? Because you've really spread the map, and while that makes sense, this is why you spread it out. You want to call him the streak. Kleenex does get one, Ryzen's call, but instant trading. What does Dylan Envoy find? He finds one, nope, making 2 in the back. That might be the opening, but it's not, because the remaining players in Nasty and Kremp pop off the hold for now.
Yeah, Nasty was still on the hill behind the bar. He's able to find 2, but pressure right back to it because Ultra get the spawns. They get the close spawns, the back was open due to the streak, and now it's just trade for trade, blow for blow. The last player in position is Nasty. Envoy able to take him down. Now you get pushed up through the front, give yourself a little bit of breathing room, but not much.
There's been none. That's the thing. It feels like Thieves have just been kind of suffocating. Anytime you're trying to get that perfect setup if you're Ultra, trying to get cuts pushed out, it hasn't really been there. And that can be the nature of this map, but also just the relentlessness of LA Thieves. But at some point, did they begin to pull away? Maybe this is the moment. Ultra will be set up over here at Statue. A chance to start to pull away in this game up 30 to listen in now with Toronto Ultra.
Low and then on statue. No, just. So you, absolutely, bro. So let's have people name himself. So there's like people. I'm with you. Yeah, one more time. close.
Play left, push up. Quick. And one of you. You. I'm gonna try. Last guy. Nice.
All four.
You want me to get mid? I'm getting mid quick here. Absolute mid. He cannot jump. He's there side you. There side you. Just stun over David. He's gonna be mid. Look here. Yeah, I have a little one.
You now, two of them. Go to you. Let's go.
Right side.
Let's go.
Go for it. I'm trying to get blue quicker.
Might be left, right?
I get up left as well.
Can you walk? Can you pick a wall?
Yeah. 2 seconds.
I can call the T. Go to his wall now. There's two water.
One dead. Watch out, water. He's on the steps.
Though.
Hey, I'm on the
Weak. Give me a second.
One on me. B1. Stun. He's gonna be stun B1.
Yeah, break us down. I am. He's gonna be one steps. I'm gonna pitch B.
Blue me. Watch out. Left side, water steps.
Top blue.
Left side, water steps. Absolutely. One more mid. Water steps in your scrap. He's laying on mid side top. Water steps in. Go off DJ. Heard you. B1.
DJ.
Nice. DJ.
B1 again. He's push DJ. He's push DJ.
I swear Scrap is turned. He sounded like out of breath at times. The guy was coming as they're trying to retain this lead. Hold on to it and see how far it can run, but still, Thieves trying to break up whatever they can. Dylan Envoy on one side is flowing. 34 and 18 for him, but who might step up the bat late for Thieves?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a question of can Thieves turn finally a rotation into some good hill time here, because they're very much in this game, despite Envoy being 35 and 18. Getting outslayed, they have stuck around. But now is your chance, your final chance to be able to step up and try to win this map.
And you've had to break here. You've had to have a crazy spawn. You haven't had the early setup and control and see what you can do with it. This is your chance to make the run if you are Thieves. But for the most part, this hard point has been a mess for either side. So far, so good with 15 seconds through. Back within 30. Nasty's POV as he tries to line one up. Joe Deceives with a big one-on-one win to alleviate some of the frontal pressure. Envoy, though, trying to make a play on the other side of it. Number 2 and Envoy trying to go, but Crimp and Joe Deceives stepping up big.
Yeah, it could have been such bad timing for LA Thieves. Just because Envoy wins that, if the trades go a little bit differently, you're not sure if someone's going to turn vents, where he goes. But they're able to hang on. They do such a good job towards the front. They determine deal with Envoy. 20 seconds left, though. Ultra finding all the kills, pinning them back for this P3.
Maybe not the end of the world. You know, you held 40 of that. You got a solid 40 seconds out of it, your Thieves. You lowered this lead. You're battling back into the final 10 as well. I thought maybe they'd be able to push out and get the flip and really set up for next. But the fact is, you got kills at a great time, so you're already gonna have pressure here. You're back within 5. That's exactly what you said they needed, Joe. Did they finally get a hold? They're able to do it. Now can they get a big break? Oh, Trip is feeling it. Trip is feeling it. 4 in a row. A disgusting double, and that is a break they much needed.
And you can get pushed out here with Kremp, so maybe you can stop some of this front pressure. You have Dosey from up top. Now you have to funnel in towards the hill. Kremp, though, from the stairs, just locked it down, still on 4 in a row. Through the middle of the map goes in sight, but you really haven't had much contest due to this position. Not able to find the 6. But I think they may get the tick here, so if you're Ultra, you have to contest this for a second or two.
Man, that streak might have been huge. I'm coming as you get deeper and go towards statue, but will it matter?
I mean, I do not believe they're winning this.
They are just locking them in. The big holds weren't there, then suddenly they were. Is that enough of a contest to stop it? I don't think you get the tick anymore, so it is going to go to statue, but you've already got 2 in position on the other side. It's going to be Crimp, it's going to be Joe Deceives. Joe able to take out 1. Crimp trying to pop, but he's able to take out another. They're in, they win it. Thieves go up. I think you said it perfectly. Like, can they finally get a hold? You know, P2 had been a circus for the most part. I mean, the opening spawn that kind of blesses them, or kind of, I mean, yeah, it made that a mess. Then they're able to break it the old-fashioned way through the front, and then finally the P2, you've kind of got the setup you want, right? You're able to get in position. But yeah, when Envoy was going for the flank and they were able to pick that up, well, who got 2? Was it Crimp that got 2?
Yeah,
Joe 1, I think. So Crimp had a couple of multi-kills late to hold on to 2, and then at 3 that were insane. And what were we talking about him being the X Factor? Well, there you go.
And the difference really at that P3 was just that finally they had someone watching the jump up, right, in Dosey, and then Crimp was their side. It felt like Ultra could never get into that setup.
Yeah.
But you just look at that scoreboard, obviously Envoy goes off, but the rest of the players on Ultra were positive, really, until those last couple of hills.
Yeah.
Felt like I was watching a phase point there for a second.
So it did, yeah.
But I mean, just props to LA Thieves, just turn around, staying within a hill throughout that game.
That made me feel like I was watching almost like Surge, just a resilience force, just hitting it, never like letting the pressure off. It was so good. We'll take a look at some of the highlights throughout the course of this, and for the most part, if you're Toronto, you're holding on to a pretty narrow edge, right? 15 to 20, gets up to as much as 40 or so. But late is where Thieves really come alive, and that's the power of staying in games. Like, you stay in a game, you fight tooth and nail, it's just a play or two. It's a play or two.
And then I was just saying this cruise play, right? Because you just don't see Nasty's on the hill. He's able to find one Envoy. The missile hits, but Nasty gets two there. Spawns it a little bit wonky, but again, it just allows the cruise to not turn into 30 or 40 points for Ultra. You keep it mixy.
It just, yeah, did Ultra ever have just like a single scenario where they had like their 4-man setup and they won that first wave clean? Maybe some,
like
but
the first P4?
It didn't feel like often, did it? It did not feel like often. They were splitting so many hard points, and that play from Crimp there, as well as the one at the P2 before it, that was just filth. To be the big X factor, drop 33, and help them come away with a big win. That is massive for Thieves. And if maybe you were wondering, after the first matchup, if, I don't know, it was just an off day for Ultra. I think after Ultra beat FaZe, you're thinking probably not. Now you come in and win this if you're Thieves, that might be the real deal, brother.
No, especially on 6-star. Especially on 6-star.
Yeah.
Kept it close. You see, as that purple line is going up, the red one is not far behind.
Right.
Then it gets that 204 to 159, and they had to have a response at the P2, and they did just that, able to hold on. Then they get the flip at the P3 behind Krem's play. Put all the pressure on Ultra. We always talk about with Ultra, it's just after losing that first map, that first hard point, can they bounce back?
Yeah, I mean, it has been a trend these last couple of years. I mean, you think back to the Champs Final last year, in several series this year where they get knocked out, it's just like Ultra looks so good. They look like a team that's going to win the event, and then 3 other gone. Or 5 of they're gone. It just happens so quick, and you gotta think that's like a composure thing, a leadership thing. I don't know. If it only happened like once or twice, it wouldn't be that big of a deal, but it's happened quite a few times.
No, it has. I would say the one maybe difference here is like normally I feel like it's from like the lack of slaying from the SMGs. Envoy went off, so hopefully he can keep that going in the search and destroy.
And it's usually against like one of the other top 4. Typically, they have like the firepower to do it, which Thieves show they can play with them. But yeah, you know, maybe not having the gunny of an Optic or a FaZe or whatever it may be. But right now you're up 1-0. If you're Thieves, can you keep it going? We look over to Toronto. We're gonna talk about the Monster Energy pregame. What stands out for you, Joe?
Yeah, I mean the invasion, the search and destroy defense unlocked, #1 in the league, #1 in retakes. And that B bomb plants in 9% of the rounds first. And I mean, how important is that when we talk about invasion? Search and destroy. If you can defend that B site, you're going to be tough to beat.
Well, what do we see? Yeah, just a map ago, 2 maps ago, really in the previous series. Yeah, there was no B action for Subliners as they could not find any opening there. Cap talking through it with the squad. Players getting ready to go. And how impressive it has been when you talk about, still, I mean, I know Ghostie's been around a bit, but still very young player. Joe Deceives, my God, Crimp, like you've got.
This was
so
a
many
rebuild.
players. I mean, Nasty is your vet. Like, it is a very young team, the youngest team in the league. You think with the light shining bright, this is going to phase them maybe. And on the other side, you've seen, I mean, outside of Scrap, who I don't think he gives a shit what's going on. He's not going to be phased by much. The other 3 have seen he's done everything.
Yeah, they've been in multiple World Championship finals, trying to get back to it. Still have to beat New York after this as well. Still have to get through this series.
I'm sure Envoy sees his former buddy and teammate Kenny getting to the final. He's like, buddy, I'm coming. Just give me a couple series.
He's trying to get there, but here's a look at the S&D battle. And I mean, Thieves, they've been stage 4 champs, #2. #2 right alongside Atlanta FaZe, but they're not here anymore.
Yeah, and it seems like, maybe a little different than Subliners, but Thieves were a team it felt like throughout the course of the year, once they got like, not maybe the entire year, but once they got this 4 locked, they'd have moments where it looks really good in a mode and really good in another mode, but never really clicked, kind of like Subliners. Well, it sort of seemed to start to click at the right time, just like in YSL. That's why maybe we're having this run. But can you keep it going? Scrap wants none of it. 1.73 at S&D at Champs. As you have another heater here as we get to the invasion. Crimp, the X Factor on one side in that map 1. We'll see if he's got more playmaking ability here in the search. But hopefully, a banger on our hands. Map 2 now underway. Offense Ultra first. On the defensive side of things, no, I was about to say you're not going to have trophies earlier for like B defense, but well then, that needed already hit. So
yeah, that's just right at beat on. That's right at beat on. Trying to get it early pressure on, maybe some early info on some crosses, and instead Ghosty meets a couple of nades.
Nice setup there from Ultra to get that first blood. Now, what can you do with it? It can still be one player tucked in a corner, able to get a multi that shift things on its head. One over chow. We've seen a lot of that this weekend. That can cost the team. You got to be disciplined. You got to play as a unit if you're Ultra and take advantage of this 4v3. They're starting to push it out. Backing up and weak is going to be Kremp. He's going to have to use his smoke. Yeah, down to about 50 HP. Sun going to come in, still staying up, dancing, diving, dipping, doing whatever he can. He's held on for now. He's got some help on the backside. Joe Deceived tries to work from mid. He's going to get caught as well. Great stuff here from Ultra as you keep picking them apart. Kremp at least able to get one and give them a chance in the 2v3. The fact is there's 25 seconds. You got to get something done here.
Yeah, I mean, Matt pretty much flips on its head. You're going to have insight on the back wall. Hetty, he was just going to find all the info. He's just going to put shots into everyone. Envoy watching that front cafe. Going to find Kremp. Scrap's able to find one. So Kremp lasts alive. He does win a couple of gunfights. Just not a lot of time on his side.
No, this certainly is not. He is able to get back to full. By the time he's back to full, he has about 25 to work with, and he's got a rival in hand, so a lot of these gunfights, best of luck. He's got Scrap tucked away. Same can be said for Insight, trying to isolate this fight close. He's going to get stunned up and dropped. Good opener there from Ultra, and while the nades connect B-Dom, start you off, and they just, I don't know, no big misplays where you give up freebies.
Yeah, I mean, the big difference here is, I mean, that first blood just, it's so early. You have so much time to play with, right? Attacking teams on Invasion, really what they love to do is rotate that bomb multiple ways, just trying to really get the defense to stay impatient. Someone to overreach. This time it was Joe Deceives. Maybe with Kremp, all the things happening on the B street, gives a calm, like, all right, I'm going to need some help. Joe tries to flank. He then gets caught out of position, which means a bomb site wide open.
Yeah, I think it's true of any search map, but especially here. One little misstep, one little overchow.
It's so quick to rotate right through DVD from A to B.
And you can just have those gunfights where it's just not a tradable kill, and suddenly, yeah, you gave up your first blood. We've seen a ton of it. Well, this time, it's going to be a nade from Thieves that gets the first blood. Envoy tucked away, though. Not going to be able to finish it. One slides across. Joe Deceives gets the kill. Kleenex now. Going to have to do some of the dirty work. A nade to try to keep him off, but he's catching a lot of them, though, as well. Hit down to 81, and for now, maybe due to the utility he kind of tosses out. They're thinking we don't like what we're looking at. We're going to back out. It seems like they got eyes on Insight. They absolutely did.
Yeah, I mean, but you know how clutch this duo can be, especially in situations like this on Invasion. Kleenex going to try to flank through DVD, but doesn't want to make any noise. Goes to get a spot up. Maybe a chow from middle of the map. That's exactly what you're going to get, but
and he gets away.
Nasty gets caught sprinting, and there's no trade. 2-on-2, 35 seconds left.
Well, we were just kind of talking about it. First, I thought Ghosty over chow was going to get dropped.
Oh, nice team shot.
Yeah, that's a hell of a double chow. Now it's all going to be on Kleenex to clutch up in the 1 versus 2. Time is a dwindling. 25 to work with. Down to 1v1. Oh, they line up for a second, but Ghosty just gets away. He's got to be worried. He was so weak. He backed up so far. He's got to check it. Kleenex inside the 2v3 clutch. They take the round. And you just got so much damage in. Ghosty's panicking, right? Like,
yeah, I mean, with where bomb is planted, he's got to take a wide peek on it.
Yep.
He's got to take a wide angle on it, and Kleenex just ready for it. Checks his middle of the map and is like, all right, he's got to be River Street because he has to check the bomb. Unless he just plays a 50-50. But it's a 3-on-2 clutch from the Ultra Vets.
And like I thought at first, like based on the gunfight with Ghosty, Kleenex is going to get caught for the chow from Joe Deceased, but those are just, I mean, maybe you don't need a challenge, but it's still an insane gunfight win from Kleenex there. Just the snap on over. Oh, Nasty, sorry.
And he's thinking maybe he gets a call out. He's like, absolute one shot, just tries to sprint into a Renetti hip fire. I think he was only like half HP.
Yeah. And the fact is, in Call of Duty, you die real quick. 4 straight for Kleenex. An incredible round for him. Scrap now, over to Envoy. Sliding in, can't win it though. Joe Deceives able to do it. Scrap backing up, getting away.
I was gonna say, that was bombed down as well, but Joe didn't play for that. He just wants to get off with his life. Thinking maybe Kremp was going to start to work up that B street, but he's staying patient. At times he can get caught. No, they're pretty much just saying, hey, we'll let you plan A, we'll retake Group B. But in just this rotation game, this battle between both squads, it looks like they spot each other inside, able to find Kremp.
Nasty's so weak. Funnels right inside. Same for Jonas. Thieves is tagged up and dropped. Ultra. The search and destroy. Looking good here. I mean, it's so good on Rio.
It's the same thing, right? It's just we're going to take our time and hope you overstep and try to catch a timing on you, and they do. I mean, maybe if that goes a second the way of Kremp, he turns that into a double, but it doesn't. Ultra able to read that push right up the street.
And what? Now you've won every respawn in this particular matchup.
You don't have a round win.
But you don't have, now you don't have a round win in search though, so. That is tough. That is tough. Kleenex 5 straight. Keeps going off of that big round where he was able to clutch up. He's not going to have an angle to find anything else yet. To Scrap's POV will swap here for a moment as he's holding. You see the push starting to mount for Thieves. More info here from Scrap, but he just wants to, he's like, someone take a fight with me, please. Someone shout me.
No, that's how, I mean, even in the previous round, right? Like him just flying up B-Dom, taking the first gunfight. There's not many like him.
Here you come. Now you're not running away from my bullets. Connects for the first blood. Envoy pounces, at least takes one before he drops. Scrap, still here though. Bomb down, opposite side of the tank. Kleenex got the crossfire as well. And now if you're Ghosty, you're just hoping you can wait on Nasty to make a play. Oh, or you're just gonna line Scrap up.
Yeah, he's trying to get away with the bomb. Just watch number 7. Nasty's working his way on up. Oh, the timing. The timing.
Gotta be
Can you at least find Kleenex? No, instead he's gonna get picked. Almost wins the round for LADs. Maybe to line up both. Instead, it's disaster.
Yeah, it's like maybe Ghosty lingers a bit longer. He's able to find that opening. The second they see him back up, just kind of leaves Nasty out to dry, not able to make that play, and then he can't win the fight. Perfection still for Toronto Ultra.
Just good reads, and well, the first bloods are helping you. They have 3 in the map so far. The last 2 go the way of Scrap.
That looks so frustrating from Nasty's POV. It's like, I got a freebie deal.
Yeah, he saw it as cam.
Oh, I'm getting double chow.
And even for Kleenex not to go down now, right? To make it a 1-on-2. He even plays his life. Make sure they can secure the round.
I know there are very different maps, honestly, between Rio and what we have here, but like, is there anything you've seen so far? Like, why Ultra are dominating this particular matchup? Does a much better search?
It seems right now, honestly, it's just their rotations. But the first bloods, yeah, it's a big part of it.
Rotations become easier when you've got numbers. That's for sure. More people to rotate, more people to pick up angles. Trying to see if Kleenex can find anything. He's got the crews down to work with. It's been an insane stretch from him. Insight's tucked away.
I mean, the question is when he uses it. He has a lot of choices, actually. But really, he's probably going to want to try to get Kremp. Kremp's going to have to fly on forward.
Missile incoming. He's going to fly on forward. What can he find? He's able to get the kill onto Scrap. Envoy finds one as well.
The fact that Kremp gets one there is so massive for the team to keep them in this round. Now they're going to have to probably retake this. But at least it's even numbers.
To the 3v3 we go. Jonas seems to be working one side of it. The big person there is going to be inside. Kind of position you've seen Skies clutch up from so many times. They're all going to kind of wrap back and work this over through Dark in that B street. Insight's getting an angle to work on helping. This is the angle now from Insight. He is gone. What a gunfight win there as he drops. Could that be everything? You're down to 34 HP, but you're on a 7 streak. If you are Kleenex, he's the last one up. He's back to full. He wins it against one, but he can't win it against the next.
Nice.
Finally, a round for Thieves and maybe some life because you were getting bottled up throughout the course of this map too.
Yeah, I mean, 2 big moments there. Obviously, the first is Kremp. The fact that, like, you're getting all the comms. He's pushing on up. He's able to find a kill. Feels like that's got to be cleaner there for Toronto to have the 4-on-3. And then Jonas, he just flies out and smokes Insight there. Insight's just hoping to find some info, put a couple of shots in, and then reposition. Instead, he got fried.
Yeah, literally, if he gets a kill and gets away, if he does damage and gets away, hell, if he just gets info and gets away, he may be in a position to clutch that round if his teammates go big, if they leave one player left, like they go 2 for 2, like we've seen so much this weekend, but he gets deleted. Absolutely deleted. Nice retake there, the 3v3 for LA Thieves, but can you do it offensively now? A lot of work to do. Still in a massive hole here. And yeah, it's nice to have a bit of success there in the round. The fact is, you don't have many kills to work with. Stunned up, backing up, never mind. You can't get away. You get stunned, you get dropped. Nice shots there from Kleenex as he's pushed up to the block. He's able to take down another and another. On 11 now is Kleenex, and God, he has been filthy in this map too.
I mean, just the nades, the utility to open up that map, and then, yeah, how many times have we seen a player from that spot just find so many multi-kills, whether it's someone like Pred, someone like DeBeezy. This time, it is Kleenex.
He's already put the team on his back in one previous round. This time, doing it again with a bit more advantage. Nasty tagged up. Kleenex wants it all. He gets the ace. Incredible there from Kleenex as he gets out the 12. And I wasn't 100%. Was it the ace the first one through too? When they had the 2v3, I wasn't sure if Inside got one. That might be 2. Regardless, this has been an insane one. Another brilliant individual moment, and Kleenex is roaring. See the final kill there as they set him up for the ace.
And not a guy that roars very often.
No,
sure.
he doesn't. Is it more like a meow?
Probably. I don't know if that's a meow.
I don't know what that is, actually. 4 straight again. He gets all players. Now Envoy gets to work. The rest of the team, Scrap, Envoy, and Inside add up to Kleenex. He's doing his part of the job, that's for sure. You get another first blood, you get another chance to close it out. You've got 11-1 round count advantage in this matchup in Search and Destroy. They have been dominant across Rio and now across Invasion. And a reminder, the map 5 would be a Rio if we get that far. Now you got to retake it at 3 versus 4.
Hey, you're able to retake it once earlier before, but yeah, it was a 3-on-3. This time a little bit different. You have that extra player now if you are Ultra. Joe Deceives trying to work through DVD. Kleenex should be the first player here watching both connector and this back door. Just what's the timing like? Kleenex finds another one. Inside there for the trade. All down to Ghosty. Ultra tie us up at 1 apiece.
And my God, I mean, that map 1. That was tight. It had a lot of insane moments. It comes down to the nitty-gritty and the final moments of it, but this was just... The 2 searches between these teams have not been close at all. And you talk about the Thieves stats and how they've improved in search and all that. Sure, yeah, they've made a hell of a run this weekend, but in this particular matchup, they have found 0 success there.
And for Ultra, I mean, like, going up against... If they are to progress and go up against your New Yorks, your Optics, right? Even with what we saw versus FaZe, their search this weekend is looking probably deadlier than it ever has.
Yeah, no, 100%. So how far can they go? Assuming they're able to take this one, which we think, I mean, they're the favorite, even though they lost, they still are, just because it's Ultra. They've been the number 2 team all year. You take a look at the stats, and Kleenex, just unbelievable stuff from him. An absolute clinic. 11 of his 13 non-traded. Clutches up with insight in a round, has an ace in another. Just dominant stuff out of him. Nothing real positive to write home about. If you are Thieves, I don't know what the takeaways are there.
The takeaway is that, you know what, we did this before. J-Cap's like, hey, whatever, we get another hard point. That's what he's excited about.
Hey, as long as we're improving, we're winning.
Yeah.
0 rounds to 1 round.
To 1 round, yeah.
Yeah, it's incredible.
That's what it does.
Incredible stuff there. Good job, J-Cap. But no, yes, you brush it off. You've done it before. Now you try to get to the control and focus on that. You're getting ready to go to Invasion, and one of the big things the desk talked about and we chatted about, like, you're looking at the same maps in this series. So on one side, like, you know you can do it if you're Thieves. You get back to it if you're Ultra Plugs, you're like, we should have won some of these. Can they do it this time?
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, for Thieves, it's like, this is one where round 5s have haunted them. But last time through, they 1-4.
All right, well, we'll see if they're able to do that. Maybe avoid the round 5, get it done in 4, and win on the respawns again to continue this Cinderella story if you are Thieves. But Ultra looking to make the run, get back to another grand final at Champs. They won the Search and Destroy. They tied it up 1-1. Scrap-a-doodle-doo and the boys trying to bring the Thunder in the map 3. That's coming up after the break.
Come on, bro. Come the on. Nice, boys. Holy shit. Yo, Kyle, look at me. You were the idiots. Let's go, kid.
Call of Duty League Championship Weekend is brought to you by Razer, the official headset and chair of Optic Texas.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Scuff and Optic have teamed up once again, this time for a limited edition Prism Mystery Box with an exclusive design in 5 different colors. Grab yours today at scuffgaming.com/optic-prism, and you could be one of the lucky few to unbox the gold controller.
Infelizmente não vou conseguir ficar até ao fim, é muito tarde já. Mas amanhã volto a fazer uma nova live com o dia 4 do campeonato. É nóis.